Today marks the awkward evaluation for all the small Zagart children. This process exposes their internal magic juice and unique elemental flavors. Scores indicate if they are gifted or just expensive domestic disappointments. This clan essentially rules the global rankings for stabbing and glowing. A nervous toddler waddles toward the massive slab of sharp rock. It starts shimmering like a radioactive lime, proving he manipulates wind and has fairly decent soul cleaning habits. Then a tiny female relative steps up. The steel radiates a sapphire beam, which is significantly superior. Relatives cheer wildly, because another genius just spawned into existence. Eventually, the spotlight shifts to Rayan. The grumpy grandmaster gestures for him to advance. As his fingers graze the metal, a pathetic, milky pale flicker appears, which basically ranks as the most useless energy level. That is when the bystanders start mocking his failure. However, the head honcho silences the crowd, concluding the boring event promptly. Once the room empties, leaving just him and his helper, bizarre things occur. That oversized butter knife begins glowing again, producing a searing, neon yellow combustion right now, mirroring that ancient ancestor's unique heat which basically liquefies anything. This revelation actually rattles the elderly leader, so he plans to track how much stronger Rayan gets. Yet the boss is oblivious to Rayan's true self. He is a legendary murderer resurrected after a nasty backstabbing. During one freezing evening, the ultimate shadow warrior visits his employer, that scoundrel Rarest. It appears the Supreme Overlord has figured out that Rayan somehow managed to go off script, and he's demanding an explanation for it. House Roberts specializes in transforming abducted youngsters into soulless murderers. Rayan's escape from the mental shackles was pure luck. Happening mid-assignment, Rayan questions Rarest about how his secret was exposed. Rarest clarifies that all assassins have a pair of restraints, one mental, the other physical. At that exact moment, a sudden, agonizing sensation pierced Rayan's sternum. Rarest then describes the mechanism of the backup restraint, a furious worm, surgically inserted inside their bodies. This curse will literally consume the victim's heart upon its owner's specific instruction. As the parasite started its disgusting meal on his vital organs, he swore he wouldn't perish like an obedient Cain and decided to inflict at least one injury on Rarest. Rayan struggled to his feet and lunged forward immediately. Unfortunately, he was immediately separated from his head, but still, Rarest stood in disbelief. Realizing Rayan had actually landed a blow, he commanded the remaining assassins to get rid of the deceased traitor, then promptly exited the scene. Rayan's final thoughts were filled with incandescent fury over the future Rarest had snatched away. Utilizing his very last moments, he begged any divine or hellish entity for another opportunity to seek retribution. Right on schedule, a small charm hanging from his neck suddenly started to emit a bright light. A bizarre digital display popped up, informing him he had been selected by an entity known as Wrath. Unluckily, Rayan's physical form expired just before Wrath could take full control, and the entire procedure failed entirely. A significant period passes, and a youthful mother entertains her infant, lovingly nicknamed Sunshine. This newborn turns out to be Rayan, somehow reborn into the household of a woman named Sylvia. Rayan still possessed all his recollections from his murderous past. Finding the situation entirely far-fetched, he initially dismissed it as a simple nightmare, yet ultimately conceded to reincarnation after realizing this particular vision refused to end, despite repeated attempts to wake up. During a cheerful chat, his mother attempted to tell him that the head of the household had not yet returned to bestow a formal designation. However, she was completely oblivious to his full comprehension of her words. Rayan finds it perplexing why the process is taking so much time, especially since he has been alive for roughly 100 days. It is evident to Rayan that his reincarnated family possesses considerable wealth and high social standing. For him, winning the cosmic lottery by being born into this particular household was a major league strategic advantage. After all, he do require every single resource available if he planned to execute his grand-scale revenge plot against Rarest. Since he hadn't left the premises since birth, it remained a complete mystery exactly where he was located or what his standing was within the family hierarchy. Adding insult to injury, he also possessed a baffling inability to successfully execute the advanced Flame Link's cultivation technique. Consequently, his whole vengeance plan against Rarest would have to be put on hold indefinitely and filed under future projects. Not long after, a maid named Helen dramatically burst into the room to deliver the news to Lady Sylvia. The master of the household, the Lord himself, had finally made his appearance. The lady immediately began trying to frantically organize herself for the encounter. Unfortunately, her efforts were quickly rendered moot when the Lord strolled in through the front entrance. Before she could finish, the man possessed an intense and powerful aura, allowing Rayan to immediately recognize him as he approached. Since Sylvia referred to him as her father, It quickly became evident that this individual must be Rayon's grandfather, based on his chiseled features. Rayon confirmed this was none other than Glenn Sagard, the fearsome Northern Lord of Destruction, and leader of the continent's supreme power. It appeared he had accidentally reincarnated into the most prestigious and powerful family in the entire nation. Eventually, Lord Glenn bestowed the name Rayon upon the baby, the exact same name from his previous life, and commanded him to remain inconspicuous as if he didn't exist. Later that very night, Rayon, who had been frustratingly prevented from practicing his techniques for ages due to unforeseen, relentless sleep attacks, and constant interruptions from playing with Sylvia, was utterly ecstatic when he finally secured some alone time during the night to practice his flamelinks cultivation. Most conventional cultivation methods across the continent demand practitioners absorb natural mana from the surroundings and amass the aura within their core. Conversely, the flamelinks operate by generating circular connections around the heart, which in turn boosts stamina, mental focus, and mana affinity, thereby establishing itself as the premier cultivation technique for combat specialists and warriors. An additional perk was its complete invisibility to higher-level transcendence, especially troublesome individuals like Darius. Now all that remained was for him to improve his power and concentration using the flame links and then master the specialized Sagart swords technique. This combination would create an absolutely foolproof strategy for exacting revenge upon Darius. There was just one tiny, insignificant hiccup, which was the rather large problem of his new body's mana circuits being completely saturated with a destructive chill. Upon verifying that roughly 9 of his circuits were completely blocked, it became starkly obvious that he would quickly perish if things didn't change. His only remaining recourse was to discover a method for breaking through those blocked circuits, utilizing the flame links. Following an extended period of cultivation, our protagonist's senses began to blur, and he quickly collapsed onto the bed, ultimately losing the entirely pointless battle against encroaching sleep. Fortunately, surrendering to slumber turned out to be a stroke of good fortune, as Lord Glenn soon entered the room to perform a welfare check on the sleeping baby and released a small amount of his aura over the child. The following morning, our protagonist, Rayon, was back on the clock performing his adorable infant duties. His daily assignments included grueling physical therapy sessions, specifically crawling just a little further to boost his mother's pride. Naturally, it was incredibly frustrating to act like an adorable, drooling newborn when his inner monologue was that of a disgruntled, grown-up gentleman. The miserable fellow would gladly accept a full-body ice bath rather than endure another minute of being coddled like a helpless, non-threatening infant. Shortly thereafter, Lady Sylvia welcomed an extremely distinguished, important guest. This individual was a longtime acquaintance of the family, and Rayon immediately recognized him as the legendary Ragged Saint. Rayon recalled the stories. This saint possessed divine abilities and medical wisdom far beyond the scope of mere mortals, widely celebrated as the foremost physician in the entire land. After exchanging polite greetings, the Ragged Saint cordially explained to Sylvia that he had come specifically to ensure her well-being. Upon hearing news of the new baby, he observed that the infant perfectly resembled Sylvia, possessing charming features that were thankfully the complete opposite of his perpetually grumpy grandfather. Upon discovering that Lord Glenn had chosen the name Rayon, meaning shadow, for the child, the saint became quite annoyed and questioned the father's judgment entirely. The casual nature of his speech clearly indicated a significant degree of familiarity between himself and Lord Glenn, confirming the old gossip Rayon had heard concerning their camaraderie. Following a quick examination of Rayon's health, the Ragged Saint informed Sylvia that the baby was afflicted with a serious illness known as the Curse of Bitter Frost. It seemed his vital energy pathways were completely obstructed by a powerful, destructive icy energy. This made it highly improbable that he would ever be able to learn swordsmanship, and if left untreated, his lifespan would also be drastically limited. Stunned by the news, Sylvia immediately insisted that the saint's claims could not possibly be true. Ignoring her emotional outburst, he assured her he would return shortly with a potent remedy for the suffering baby. Soon afterward, a maid came into the room to inform the Ragged Saint that Lord Glenn wished to see him immediately. Once the saint departed, Rayon experienced a wave of relief. Realizing he finally knew the official name of his mysterious ailment, he began to formulate a detailed strategy for overcoming this challenge, but paused when a warm, salty tear dropped from his mother's cheek and landed directly on his face. He looked up to see his mother crying uncontrollably, vehemently protesting that this terrible situation could not possibly be happening. Gathering her strength, she stared at the infant and adamantly declared that she would absolutely refuse to allow him to perish in this manner. For the first time in what felt like eons, Rayon experienced an utterly unfamiliar sensation, a strange warmth blooming in his chest. Pondering this new development, he quickly identified the source. He was genuinely upset, and did not enjoy seeing Sylvia in such distress. Attempting to communicate his strong emotional support, he reached out his tiny infant hand in a gesture to gently wipe away her tears and, in a significant first, he actually called her Mama. This powerful moment was the final straw, causing Lady Sylvia to immediately storm into the private meeting between the Lord and the Saint, ignoring the maid's desperate objections. The Lord was understandably furious about her sudden, unannounced intrusion. Yet, she immediately knelt before him, desperately pleading with him to somehow save Rayon's life. For a significant duration, Sylvia maintained her powerful, emotional request directly to Lord Glen. Yet the response she receives is merely a frosty declaration that saving a small male child who contributes nothing to the manor, seeing as he cannot become a fighter, is utterly pointless. This all occurs just as Sylvia pipes up to mention that the lad in question happens to be his own flesh and blood grandson. He stubbornly sticks to his original stance, instructing the guards to bodily remove her from the premises post-haste. Following that awkward bit, later, the esteemed saint reveals the Lord had been quite rough on his own daughter, even though he summoned the saint to the royal residence after noticing this very problem himself when observing the young boy. But Lord Glen just stonewalls him, demanding he continue with his official rundown. The holy man then clarifies that the boy's channels for mana are completely bunged up, and leaving him like that would spell serious trouble as he ages. Although young Rahan will be okay for now because Lord Glennon valiantly shoved back some of the icy grip using his powerful aura the night he snuck into the room. This situation offers zero improvement to his prospects of becoming a proper warrior. Yet in a bizarre twist, the Lord surprisingly declares this irrelevant as long as the youngster manages to stay alive, only to be immediately ribbed by the saint, who suggests this harsh front is just a flimsy shield hiding his immense grandfatherly affection. When the saint inquires as to why Lord Glen selected a name that means the absolute darkest thing possible, Glen informs the cleric that the moniker actually conveyed the precise opposite meaning many decades in the past. A few sunsets later, Sylvia administers a portion of the magical liquid, dropped off earlier by that scruffy-looking saint, to boost Rahan's overall physical condition. Our little guide is secretly thrilled to be consuming a fiery-type potion because it should assist him in combating the coldness currently plaguing his mana pathways. Many more orbits of the sun pass, and Rahan reaches the ripe old age of 5 years. A system prompt promptly flashes, informing him that he has successfully forged his second fiery connection, resulting in an upward adjustment to his soul tier, his command over elemental energy, his concentration levels, and his endurance. This bulletin sounds like a heavenly chore to his ears, leading him to strongly suspect his rapid advancement is thanks to those convenient system pop-ups he's been privy to. This digital assistant is a secret feature visible only to his own eyes, naturally, and it first made its grand appearance not long after he took his very first breath, which grants him the ability to instantly review his present standing with just a quick glance. His chief sticking point seems to be the notable lack of improvement in his woeful stamina or that pesky curse, even after achieving the second major milestone, suggesting he's only managed this far due to the special draught, and the ceaseless, devoted affection from his mother, and the kind-hearted housemaid known as Helen. Adding to his woes is the feeling that he isn't quite accelerating as fast as he'd like, but he calms himself by recognizing his merely 5, and has oceans of preparation time left, given that he was the absolute top-tier executioner in his former existence. Nil, armed with the supreme flame-based power technique, he figures he can easily mask any deficiencies, especially once he finally masters the distinctive Seahart family approach to the sword. He comes to the conclusion that the most potent weapon he possesses for taking down dares is, without a doubt, patience, one of the continent's mightiest transcendent beings, and it would be a very poor trade to allow blind fury to derail his careful strategy. Shortly thereafter, his mother arrives to present him with a fresh set of attire because they are scheduled to attend a rather important function that particular day. That designated day marks the much anticipated discernment ceremony, and to properly explain this, one must grasp that the powers keeping this entire continent ticking are split between 6 ruling nobles and 5 menacing Finns. As fate would have it, Rand happened to be reborn into the family unit belonging to one of those 6 governing magnates. The sextet of lords generally steer the continental affairs toward a constructive path, whereas the demonic entities constantly attempt to disrupt all semblance of tranquility, and the sole purpose of the discernment ritual is to separate the valuable gems from the worthless grit, with today being the special day for the House Seagard observance. Upon stepping into the assembly hall, the assembled folk instantly fix Sylvia and her child with looks of pure disdain and scorn across their faces. They proceed to utter incredibly vile comments about both her and Rand's frail health, even stooping low enough to label her an utter disgrace. A few folks grumbled, complaining it was absolutely preposterous for Failures' offspring to attend such a sacred discernment ceremony, but Sylvia, with the grace of a ninja ignoring a loud toddler, simply advanced, letting their gripes echo into oblivion. Rayon, however, felt the sting of their critical chatter, but his mom, with a look that said "I'm not asking," gently steered his focus back to herself. Then, as if on cue, the esteemed lord dramatically arrived. Rayon hadn't seen the lord in a whopping 5 years, an absence long enough to grow a whole new personality, before the dignitary finally sailed into his chair. With a dramatic clang, an enormous sword, aptly christened the Blade of Discernment, descended into the hall's heart, after which the lord, clearly eager for the show, commanded the ceremony to commence. This discernment sword, a truly peculiar magical artifact, possessed the singular ability to completely reveal the full mana potential of any individual simply resting their hands upon its blade. Young Warren, hailing from the prestigious Sieghart lineage, was summoned to the front, bravely or perhaps nervously stepping forward, as the inaugural participant. These discernment rituals, you see, target youngsters because, much like a magical time bomb, their skull sutures begin to fuse around age 4, permanently locking in their mana potential. The whole grand purpose of this elaborate affair was to precisely map out each child's inherent magical capabilities within the family lineage. The moment Warren touched the blade, the onlookers erupted in a chorus of lavish compliments, all thanks to the magnificent luminous display. The brilliance erupting from the sword wasn't just bright, it absolutely cascaded from every surface in a dazzling, pure spectacle of pure mana, something everyone instantly declared was entirely to be expected from Lord Karen's son. Naturally, a different child, Runan Slorm, from the notable vassal house of Slorm, received her official summons to participate. Here's the quirky bit: the purer a person's mana, the more intensely the sword glows, like a magical dimmer switch. And it also handily reveals the elemental affinity most harmonious with that mana. A real 2-for-1 deal. When Runan finally performed her own magical assessment, she too was heralded as an undeniable prodigy, thanks to her dazzlingly bright outcome, with the crowd proudly declaring, "Well, what else did you expect from a swarm?" Rayon, observing the fanfare, realized with a sigh that this crowd was absolutely fanatical about flashy results, yet he privately suspected his own would be rather lackluster, considering his mana circuits were still running cooler than a wizard's icebox, even with his impressive second flame link already achieved. Then, Rayon's name was officially called for. Many in the crowd swiveled, shooting him disdainful glares as he began to walk outside, with his supportive mother, offering silent courage. Upon finally reaching the impressive blade, Rayon wisely concluded it was quite foolish to harbor lofty expectations, deciding instead that merely discovering the most suitable element for his future magical training would be a perfectly acceptable outcome, like settling for pizza when you really wanted steak. The moment Rayon's hand finally made contact with the sword surface, a peculiar, enchanting fire burst forth from the blade, completely captivating his attention. Suddenly, vivid visions assaulted him, showcasing several truly atrocious monsters, and nestled within their terrifying ranks. Alone, the young warrior, he watched with profound concentration, utterly bewildered about the actual meaning behind this unexpected, vivid hallucination. As the grotesque monsters in his mental projection dramatically towered over the solitary young warrior, then, in a breathtaking flash, the warrior hoisted a sword, absolutely ablaze with fire, dramatically slamming its flaming hilt against the very ground beneath them. The subsequent, massive explosion from that solitary action instantly encompassed the entire radius, utterly obliterating every single thing within his line of sight. Once that bizarre occurrence concluded, Rayon returned to his normal state, his eyes then settling upon the elemental symbol now clearly depicted on the sword. Puzzlingly, the sword decided to exhibit an element entirely different from what he'd just witnessed in his vivid hallucination, emitting a feeble glimmer that, despite its brightness, barely managed to illuminate beyond the hilt, let alone reach the center of the blade. And predictably, the crowd didn't hesitate to openly mock the embarrassingly meager glow he'd produced. However, Lord Glenn simply observed the unfolding scene, remaining utterly silent. Sylvia, attempting to embody the perfect supportive mother, swiftly assured Rayon he had performed quite well. Then they both quietly returned to their spots. The surrounding nobles couldn't contain their internal snickering, finding it absolutely hilarious that a descendant of the great house Sieghart showed such pathetic potential, while simultaneously mocking Sylvia, claiming her son inherited nothing but her hair color and crimson eyes. Shortly after, Lord Glenn silenced the chattering crowd, demanding an explanation for the sudden outburst and why they were creating such a commotion within the hallowed chamber. Once the room fell silent, the Lord simply declared the ceremony complete. With the spectators having departed, only Lord Glenn and his personal butler remained within the chamber, keeping watch over the mysterious discernment sword. Lord Glenn, observing the situation, felt a sense of finality that Rayon's fate was truly unchangeable. Suddenly, A brilliant pillar of fire erupted from the sword, immediately catching Lord Glenn's full attention. The intense blaze completely enveloped the blade and peaked in intensity, unlike anything they had witnessed during the earlier ceremony. Lord Glenn watched in utter fascination, noting how the light shone with a radiance as vibrant and golden as the noonday sun. Consulting a nearby record, he confirmed this specific light had appeared only once before, during the original ceremony for House Sieghart's founder. At that time, a transcendental aura had burst forth, powerful enough to melt the very flames of the demon realm. Apparently, such a unique gold-colored mana had manifested only that singular time in the entire Sieghart lineage. The fact that it was reappearing now was profoundly shocking, causing him to observe the blindingly beautiful light for several stunned moments. The Lord realized that Rayon must be responsible for this incredible display, yet the cause and effect defied all logic for him. 7 years after the initial discernment ceremony, Rayon's stats were displayed on the system, still showing the curse: terrible stamina, poor physical strength, and poor mana affinity, though he had developed minor water resistance, alleviating some stiffness in his hands and feet. He was also nearing completion of his third flame length, and he had reached the age of 12. Sometime later, his mother reminded him that they were expected to attend the next discernment ceremony being held later that day. Based on his previous experiences, our young man harbored little enthusiasm for going, knowing he would have to face the inevitable annoyances once again. Soon after arriving, the discernment ceremony for the new group of children finished quickly, with Rayon noticing this year's proceedings seemed much faster than normal. Just before the ceremony concluded, Rayon was summoned by the Lord. The Lord demanded to know why Rayon hadn't responded to the summons for basic training sent a month ago, a question which completely confused Rayon, as he knew absolutely nothing about any training. His mother answered for him, explaining that she had intercepted the summons and pleaded with the Lord that Rayon was not like other children and would suffer too much strain from the training due to the frost in his body. Her heartfelt plea fell upon deaf ears, as the Lord insisted that while on Sieghart land, there were absolutely no exceptions for those who carried the family name, nor any right to refuse. In Lord Glenn's strict view, even those unable to walk should crawl to training, as that was the Sieghart way. Shocked by his severe words, Sylvia declared she could not accept such terms, prompting the Lord to ask if she intended to leave the house again, just like last time, stating that they must adhere to Sieghart rules to remain on Sieghart's soil, like flies drawn to a carcass. The onlookers immediately focused on the possibility of Sylvia leaving again, beginning to excitedly chatter among themselves about her original departure. As usual, Rayon was extremely displeased to watch his mother receive such intense scrutiny and criticism from their gossip. It became clear why they hated her so deeply. It wasn't just that she had left the house. She had also deliberately destroyed her core and mana circuits, even though she had already learned the Sieghart swordsmanship, resulting in her current inability to generate an aura. She performed this extreme act of self-mutilation so she could marry the man she loved. Unfortunately, she passed away shortly after she became pregnant with Rayon, leaving her no choice but to return to the family estate. Upon her arrival, the family treated her terribly because she had so casually discarded her place in the main family lineage. Despite the gossip and pressure, Rayon absolutely refused to join the family pile, against his mother. After all, he was her son and drew the line at disrespecting the woman who raised him. Out of nowhere, the young boy marched right up to the Lord for a chat, completely ignoring his mother's frantic, silent "don't you dare" signals. He casually announced to the Lord that he would gladly participate in the upcoming training next month, just as the Grand Command suggested. His offer immediately drew a sharp objection from Dinar Sieghart, the head elder, who was eavesdropping nearby. Dinar huffed that he hadn't been informed and warned Rayon not to confuse basic training with easy kindergarten. Rayon stood his ground, doubling down on his commitment by claiming he needed to participate to uphold the honor of the Sieghart legacy. The Sieghart name mentioned seemed to hit a nerve with Lord Glenn, who clearly felt a sudden, serious weight about it, prompting him to unleash a powerful, invisible force field at the boy. It felt strong enough to turn his bones into dust. The force caused blood to trickle from his lips, making Rayon realize this crippling spiritual pressure was far more intense than anything his old master had ever dished out. He instinctively clenched his fists, trying to use the pain as fuel to withstand the crushing force. As he finally collapsed, his mother and Helen swooped into help, while Dinar begged the Lord to ease off the spiritual force, arguing that Rayon was just a kid who clearly hadn't learned the consequences of speaking his mind. The Lord, however, turned a deaf ear to their desperate requests, commanding everyone to remain silent and let the boy speak. Sylvia persisted in pleading for mercy, insisting her son was in no condition for training and begging for the aura to be recalled. Rayon, still firmly held within his mother's protective embrace, his mind drifted back to his previous life as an assassin. where he truly lived in the shadows. He was basically a ghost, always lurking in the darkness without ever revealing his location. A surge of frustration prompted him to pull away from his mother, desperately hoping to forge a much better existence for himself in this second chance at life. Another powerful drive was his strong desire to elevate Sylvia back to her proper, respected position within the family hierarchy. He bravely stepped forward again, admitting his ignorance regarding the Seehart name. Since he'd been raised in the annex rather than the main house, he declared his plan was to participate in training to figure out exactly what kind of crazy institution this place actually was. A heavy feeling of responsibility toward Sylvia, Helen, along with everyone else in the annex who had helped him, provided the emotional fuel for his defiant speech before the Lord. Intrigued, the Lord asked if Rayon truly planned to judge the entire Seehart legacy based solely on basic training. Rayon confirmed that this was the only access point available to him. Lord Glenn then promised to personally instruct the trainer to make sure Rayon wouldn't be disappointed by the difficulty. The Lord's crushing spiritual pressure descended again, causing Rayon to stumble and fall back to the ground. His only thought was figuring out how to merge his past life experience as the ultimate assassin with the flame ring power to finally stand tall in this demanding household. Even while lying on the ground, he vowed to demonstrate that the small, insignificant pebble they dismissed would prove far tougher than they could possibly comprehend. In other news, over at one of the training centers, Karan Seehart, the head of the Palace of Warriors, was talking to a guard, expressing confusion about the rumor he received that Rayon was an invalid, essentially incapacitated. The guard confirmed the information, explaining that several NX maids overheard the ragged saint speaking to Lord Seehart and were certain the boy was suffering from some debilitating disease. Karan conceded that Rayon hadn't looked completely stable when he saw him, but that didn't explain how the boy managed to endure the Lord's intense aura during the discernment ceremony that just wrapped up. He pondered whether Sylvia's extraordinary potential might explain her son's surprising abilities, perhaps as a form of inherited strength. To conclude their discussion, Karan instructs the guard to order the maids to install a surveillance operative in the annex so he can keep watch over every single development there. Meanwhile, Rayon reverts to his typical habit of overworking, prompting his mother to remind him of her previous warnings about this exact behavior. A little later, the 5th Seehart training grounds receive a visit from Lord Glenn. He has arrived to confer with Lemaire, the instructor in charge, whom he finds attempting to fool everyone by pretending to be asleep. After forcing Lemaire to get up, the two engage in friendly bickering, as they have been close companions for decades. Lord Glenn jokingly accuses Lemaire of having failed to mature in the slightest over the past 5 decades. Which is actually true because elves don't age like human beings. Lemaire, having sized up the situation, suspects that the Lord is here to discuss his grandchild with him. The instructor then bluntly mentions that the child's mother had already come by for a chat just a few moments earlier. Lemaire informs him that he will not reduce the boy's training regimen one bit, reminding Lord Glenn that he had previously granted him complete authority over the program. Much to Lemaire's surprise, the Lord didn't come to beg for special treatment for his grandchild. Instead, he simply asked Lemaire to either maintain or intensify the standards as he saw fit, ensuring only worthy candidates passed the training. Lemaire internally concludes that Lord Glenn's tough stance is actually a display of deep affection for his grandson, a way to make up for the love he never managed to show Sylvia. Lord Glenn's response: it'd have Lemaire decapitated for such speculation if they weren't former battle buddies. Following their highly productive, potentially threatening conversation, Lord Glenn departs from the training grounds. This leaves Lemaire scratching his head, genuinely wondering why everyone is making such a big deal about Rayon. Elsewhere, Rayon has successfully completed his 3rd flame link, resulting in significant boosts to his physical and spiritual rank, constitution, dexterity, mana affinity, focus, stamina, and pushing his water resistance up to 3 stars. As an added benefit, a single thread of the Curse of Frost disappears entirely, a piece of news that brings him considerable joy. It's evident that this success stemmed from diligent effort, not obsessive overwork, a careful balance that his mother has helped him maintain. The magical status window is apparently also quite helpful, accelerating his overall development speed considerably. Despite all these gains, none of it matches the intensity of what he'll soon face during the infamous Seehart training. Even this impressive 3-star flame link only provides a basic, solid foundation upon which he can construct a stronger future. He plans to achieve such remarkable feats that every single person who ever ridiculed him will finally shut up for good. He also intends to completely neutralize his arch nemesis, Darius Rupert. While lost deep in thought about his future, his mother approaches him late that evening, because he is scheduled to leave for basic training tomorrow. She asks if he absolutely has to attend. expressing worry that he'll ignore the pain and push himself until he suffers a severe injury during the grueling sessions. Her proposal is that he simply wait another year before going. Rayon, however, firmly states that waiting is not an option for him. He explains that he cannot tolerate seeing the contemptuous glances cast by the main and branch families toward her, nor how poorly they treat everyone living in the annex. He firmly believes that excelling in the training program will finally put a stop to this behavior. His mother finds herself deeply touched by his statements, surprised that he possesses such profound consideration for their current plight. To explain why she faces such harsh treatment, Sylvia recounts the tale of how she serendipitously met and fell for his father during an assignment. However, pursuing the relationship was complicated because he was merely a common knight. To chase true love, she destroyed her core and mana circuits, and effectively abandoned her family. It turns out that Rayon had an older sister named Sia, and they were trying to live a quiet existence with her husband. Unfortunately, a group called the Cater of Eden identified Sylvia, and launched a surprise attack on them. Because she was pregnant, and her husband possessed no significant strength, they were completely helpless against the assault. She was forced to watch her family die right in front of her eyes before she was ultimately rescued by a hidden team her father had sent for her protection. The squad couldn't reach them promptly due to the distance, and her husband and daughter had already perished when they arrived. Since it was too dangerous to remain alone, she had no alternative but to return home, which is how she became the convenient whipping boy for the Seaguard household. Upon her return, she found herself with absolutely no valid explanation to offer her father for leaving in the first place. As she finished her tale, all Rayon hears is a tale of selfishness, where she discarded family duty for personal happiness, only to scurry back for safety. He completely understands why the rest of the Seaguards treat her so harshly. Nevertheless, to Rayon, she is the individual who gave him existence and provided his very first taste of affection. Across 2 entire lives, this woman is the first real mother he has known, making it impossible for him to adopt the cold attitude of others. He suddenly inquires whether she regrets her choice to abandon the family home, and she firmly replies that she does not. Apparently, while living as a Seaguard, she felt utterly invisible, and only upon leaving did she finally feel like a genuine human being, which was all the justification she needed. She claims she was happy after her departure, and she is genuinely overjoyed to have him in her life today. Her single regret, she states, is not being a better mother to him, but Rayon quickly comforts her, assuring her that everything is fine and she no longer needs to worry about anything. Without warning, Sylvia begins to cry hysterically, forcing Rayon to calm her down, completely bewildered about the source of her sudden tears. Once he successfully soothed her emotions, he returns to his chamber to examine the condition of his flamelinks in preparation for basic training scheduled the following day. During the inspection of his flamelinks, a peculiar phantom entity materializes in his room, announcing that the time has come and claiming to have arrived following the detection of intense, boiling rage. The entity identifies itself as Wrath, the second ruler of the demon world, here to complete a revenge mission fueled by the powerful emotion. As the creature lays out its contractual terms, demanding Rayon surrender both his physical body and his spirit as payment, it completely freaks out when it realizes that a mere child actually summoned it. Rayon is equally shocked, and the pair begin a humorous interrogation to figure out who exactly they were dealing with. Wrath remains convinced that a small child could never possibly possess enough fury to summon him. However, a second look quickly changes his mind. Wrath formally accepts the child as his summoner, and insists on receiving his soul as compensation to facilitate the revenge plan. Much to Wrath's astonishment, Rayon declines the assistance, declaring his intention to carry out the revenge personally, as he wants the pleasure of severing Dareth's head with his own 2 hands. The creature immediately alters its demeanor, explaining that Rayon appears to be under the mistaken impression that this is a negotiation. Apparently, the residents of the demon world have already reached a conclusion, and Wrath intends to simply take what he came for, whether Rayon agrees or not. In a chaotic frenzy, that frosty phantom envelops our protagonist in chilly flames before charging like a caffeinated lunatic on ice skates. It attempts a hostile body snatching. This uninvited guest's sudden entry sends our protagonist's internal temperature and brain waves into a deep freeze. This ghost offers a spicy deal, promising to delete his enemies and punch gods if he lets its anger simmer in his gut. Thanks to the boy's buffed hydration defense, he manages to keep his cool and avoid turning into a human popsicle. However, the spook isn't just using ice. It is also cranking up his inner fury like a broken thermostat in hell. This spook continues its mockery, boasting about crushing skulls and consuming flesh the very moment our hero surrenders his physical form. However, the young man feels uncertain about keeping the maids or Sylvia safe if he permits such a malicious presence to enter. That entity grows grumpy, explaining that while it originally sought to preserve its new vessel, it now intends to simply consume the boy whole. This crushing spiritual gravity makes Rayon feel as fragile as a cheap porcelain vase during a massive earthquake. Our protagonist's frame begins reaching its breaking point. Just seconds before his biological machinery finally gives out, he gets a spark of genius to use fire links to thaw his mind since his wet defenses already slowed the freeze. Survival seems to depend entirely on this one desperate gamble. Our lad kicks his fire powers into overdrive, leaking holy neon light that gives the grumpy ghost a nasty static shock. That malicious entity explodes with a level of intense fury that would completely pulverize any ordinary young boy. Our protagonist vows to finish that vendetta personally, refusing to surrender a mortal shell into the care of that grumpy poltergeist. That irritable phantom fumes after being called a ghost, demanding fealty as hellish royalty, yet our hero mockingly points out such weaklings are hardly threats. Careful observation reveals this antagonist lacks peak strength, having only recently ended his slumber, which confirms his previous excuse for being weak. A notification window appears out of nowhere to grant an unknown ability, which makes the ghost scream about how he invented the entire game interface himself. Our hero discovers his phantom guest designed this digital interface, which leads him to investigate the hidden motives for building such complex tools. That irritable presence cannot hold its tongue, inadvertently spilling secrets as our protagonist wonders if these tools exist solely to catalyze his development. Our hero sees how easily this phantom's feelings show, perfectly fitting for someone whose identity is synonymous with the sin of fury. It turns out his fire links are hitting harder than his past life because they were designed as a fast track for power gains. This furious phantom issues an ultimatum, wanting his physical vessel surrendered or his mechanical interface returned at once. Our hero attempts a magic enhanced strike against the phantom, yet this physical assault fails to achieve any meaningful result. Once the demon realizes that bullying this specific kid is a total waste of time, the entity coils about the boy's arm, masquerading as a fashionable piece of dark jewelry. Since the seal recently broke, and his demonic might remains depleted, this entity intends to hide as an accessory, while waiting for enough energy to reclaim his former glory. Our hero ponders removing that jewelry, yet fears his digital interface might vanish or the phantom could potentially attack Sylvia or Helen. Managing this irritable spook from close distance serves as clever tactics for ensuring he stays under control throughout his developmental journey. Ron wonders out loud why Wrath opted for becoming a sparkly wrist adornment, but Wrath firmly declares it's his personal style choice, and Ron should just accept it. The subsequent morning, Lady Sylvia is practically vibrating with anxiety about Ron exiting the premises, so Helen swoops in to offer soothing words, as Ron finally steps out, prepared for his grand departure. The women's expressions clearly scream profound misery, like a bad sycamore run. Before hitting the road, Helen makes sure to caution Ron about not turning himself into a pretzel from overexertion, and he assures her he'll be the picture of caution. After indulging in a brief period of dramatic pouting, Sylvia manages to muster up some encouragement for Ron to give it his absolute best shot and sends him off with a little wave. Once he's gone, Sylvia seeks reassurance from Helen that her precious youngster will actually be okay, and the maid points out that Ron's fitness levels have shot up dramatically, suggesting he might actually finish the whole ordeal. Those comforting remarks managed to settle Sylvia's nerves somewhat, who had been sobbing buckets inside while Ron promised her he wouldn't turn himself into an overworked, battered mess, or sustain any injuries. A short while later, a gaggle of youngsters congregates near the entrance of the fifth proving ground, engaged in lively chatter. Meanwhile, Ron keeps to himself, musing over the fact that the training area is populated not just by kin from the main and branch lines, but also by tributary families and outsiders who snagged an invite, but also those affiliated families, and sundry outsiders who managed to score an invitation ticket. Not much time passes before some boys start trading rumors about Ron's ridiculously spindly arms, jokingly suggesting he ought to simply flee the training grounds entirely. They even poke fun at that flowery wrist and he sports, which manages to send Wrath into a spectacular, silent fury. The unseen spirit starts unleashing a torrent of verbal venom upon the youngsters. Yet they are conveniently saved, because they cannot perceive him whatsoever, once he overhears their petty complaints. Ron strides over to the group and demands to know why they aren't voicing their complaints directly instead of buzzing annoyingly like trapped summer pests. They are quite startled, but quickly adopt a combative stance, demanding to know how a child exiled to the annex from a branch family dares address them with such audacity. The comical element here is that they are also from branch families themselves, leaving their justification for demanding deference entirely baffling. When Ron points out that such a condescending tone is reserved only for those clearly beneath one's station, the boys become even angrier, and one of them lunges forward to grip Ron's tunic, sharply instructing him to remember his lowly standing in the hierarchy. A truly unsettling, almost savage look flashes across Ron's face, and he begins audibly cracking his knuckles, preparing for a brawl. Just for another young man, a main family member this time, to intervene and stop the scuffle. This newcomer happens to be Warren Seagard, the supposed wonder kid whose initial assessment preceded Ron's own during the first discovery ride. Warren scolds the rude boys for their impulsive antics, asking if they intend to embarrass the entire family in front of the external guests. The offending lads immediately backtrack and offer hurried apologies to Warren for their outburst, picking up the previous awkward momentum. Warren then saunters toward Ron and inquires if he truly hasn't grasped his inferior rank yet. He declares with great pride that Ron is merely a speck of dirt he could flick away whenever the mood strikes, and he issues a clear warning for Ron to keep a low profile unless he wishes to be summarily evicted from the Annex 2. Warren's internal monologue suggests that Ron's presence on the proving grounds is solely due to exploiting a fluke during the initial evaluation phase, not actual merit. To his mind, Ron is nothing more than a destined failure who is just waiting for the inevitable dismissal notice from the training staff. As the group of boys retreats, Warren loudly tells Ron to vacate the area if he has zero intention of joining the actual training, since there's certainly no guarantee he'd pass the requirements regardless. Just before Ron begins to move, he throws back a sharp retort, suggesting Warren should have added more genuine enthusiasm to the entire string of insults he just delivered. He reminds Warren that simply having the right family name doesn't mean a thing when you're a nobody without rank or official trainee status, essentially making him powerless. Rayon suggests Warren should run off and tell his daddy, which immediately makes the boy's face turn bright crimson with frustration. Warren could only muster the typical, uninspired retort about being insulted, before instructor Lemaire bursts through the door, shattering the moment and starting his official address to the students. Lemaire chuckles at the sight, finding it hilarious that these kids started scrapping before the actual competition even began. Rayon, despite not knowing the identity of the instructor beforehand, instantly recognized him as the legendary Sword of Light, who retired after sustaining serious core damage. Lemaire breaks up the scuffle, instructing the boys to hold off on their hostilities until after the formal admissions ceremony. During the ceremony, Lemaire formally presented himself to the assembled group of young men. Apparently, a whopping 160 participants were present for this specific training cycle, which Lemaire clearly considered far too many for his liking. He announced he would drastically reduce the attendance by 3/4, using an immediate test as the method of culling. The potential candidates were petrified that such a large portion of them would be immediately expelled on their very first day. Lemaire declared his authority absolute here, suggesting that anyone who disagreed could go complain to the head of the entire family. Immediately, the test of endurance and concentration commenced as the children started running on the track, instructed to maintain full speed until Lemaire gave the signal to halt. Wrath once again piped up, questioning why Rayon chose to lag behind at the very back of the pack instead of trying to move ahead. According to Rayon's internal logic, this exercise wasn't a speed competition, so there was no point in rushing ahead of everyone else. He concluded their instructor was likely evaluating resilience and mental fortitude, rather than superficial metrics like who finished first. He felt certain that true victory belonged to whoever remained standing at the very end of this ordeal, and he fully intended to be that person. The assistant instructors noted that Warren and another participant were leading the pack. They were confident that Runan and Warren possessed incredibly bright futures, given their natural talent at such a young age. When they eventually noticed the widely known Rayon, they observed that he couldn't maintain the pace, yet they found his effort impressive considering his delicate physical condition. The staff confidently predicted that Rayon would soon collapse and be eliminated, but Lemaire simply watched with intense focus, pondering internally. He had never encountered a child quite like Rayon. Normally, he couldn't have read the true nature of the continent's most powerful individuals because their essence was too deep for him to comprehend. He possessed the ability to visualize the metaphorical threads and colors representing the future potential of all the other children present. The single mystery was Rayon, for whom he could discern absolutely no color or pattern whatsoever. This lack of visibility only occurs when an individual's potential far surpasses the limits of his perception and understanding. The boys who had mocked Rayon earlier looked back, jesting that he certainly wouldn't survive another 10 minutes of the run. Meanwhile, Rayon found himself genuinely perplexed that simple running was considered sufficient training for this program. In his previous incarnation, training involved fleeing for dear life, as starving beasts were intentionally released to chase them. This renders their actions remarkably predictable and entirely unseasoned. A significant amount of time elapsed as these youngsters kept up their frantic pace. Lemaire expressed astonishment that Rayon maintained his momentum long after his physical resilience had completely evaporated. This clearly exceeds simple willpower, given the boy has been completely drained of all vitality. Lemaire deduced that this singular type of intense concentration only belongs to people who have withstood immense suffering and repeatedly stared down mortality. The narrative continues to escalate in intrigue, and Lemaire's personal curiosity deepens significantly. Out on the circuit, Warren observed that Rayon was sticking to him like a burr, right on his heels. He seriously questioned how this feat was even physically achievable, especially since the boy, allegedly, was ailing. He had previously listened in on the private discussion between his father and a security guard, where he confirmed the youth was genuinely ill. Feeling vexed, Warren chose to employ his spiritual energy to increase his velocity, ensuring everyone understood he wasn't playing on their level. He instantly accelerates away from the pack, leaving Runan and Rahan, who were seemingly the last two souls still attempting to keep up behind him. According to Rahan's thoughts, Warren appears significantly less mature than Runan, who carries himself with a much calmer disposition. He makes a conscious choice not to try to surpass anyone else, prioritizing his own rhythm, especially considering this exercise isn't actually a proper contest. All the other participants were observed having fallen to the ground by the trackside. Some students wondered exactly who this Rahan character was, while others felt jealous, having heard rumors that he was actually a very sickly child. Ron heard one of the other youngsters ask aloud if he ever experienced fatigue. He almost laughed in his mind, because the frigid sensation inside his body made him feel like death was imminent, and his cardiovascular system felt close to breaking down completely. The only method he's utilized to withstand the freezing cold is by activating the flame connections to somehow force out a small amount of endurance. As soon as Raph detected Rahan's exhaustion stemming from the cold, he attempted to capitalize on the moment, demanding Rahan relinquish control of his physical self so he could overtake the little pass. Warren. This offer was made with a truly insane, wide smile on the spirit's face. Ron understands the perilous situation he is entering. This turned out to be accurate, as Wrath slammed him with yet another intense freezing attack. The strike was brutal. Ron's vision started to blur significantly, but he absolutely had to keep up the pretense that nothing was amiss. Wrath was absolutely certain that no human being could possibly endure this degree of intensity. However, Ron struggled intensely to keep going, because he understood the spirit would utterly devour him upon sensing even the slightest frailty. In the end, the attack did not work, and Ron kept right on running. Wrath grew absolutely incandescent with fury, questioning why its powerful emotional attack failed to affect the small boy. Meanwhile, our protagonist, who genuinely feels like he is about to expire, struggles to maintain any semblance of physical autonomy. His ability to see is fading, and his respiratory capacity is quickly reaching its absolute maximum. Right when his lungs scream for mercy, Lemaire's shout slices the atmosphere and halts the grueling workout. Once they freeze, Warren gazes at Rahan with total disdain because he refused to quit before finishing, while Ronan simply observes him with a curious gaze. Elsewhere, the grumpy spirit struggles to grasp how Rahan survived that icy barrage, but the kid tells him to stop complaining about the practice. Far from breaking him, that spectral tantrum actually boosted his fiery connections, because it forced his muscles to work harder. Suddenly, a notification pops up saying Rahan moved way more than his frail frame allows, granting him small gains in power, speed, and health, which only makes the angry ghost even saltier. Once the tiny warriors huddle up, Lemaire gives a sarcastic nod for their survival and spills some tea, admitting he was totally pulling their legs about cutting the group down to a measly 25%. The teacher explains that failing every student immediately is poor leadership, plus he never claimed this specific exercise was meant to crush their spirits. Still, he warns that if they keep acting like lazy sloths during practice, they will definitely get the boot eventually, particularly since he demanded maximum hustle. Yet almost everyone was sandbagging like a tired snail until the very last moment, excluding Warren, who covertly tapped into his secret power. Lemaire tells them to lock in and follow orders to avoid failing, though the path ahead is rawer than a gravel sandwich. Starting now, the group remains on probation until their 6-month evaluation, where success guarantees them a lasting position. When those 6 months wrap up, Lemaire also plans to crown a top student from among. Eventually, Lemaire wanders into the adjacent forest to snag a nap on top of a massive stone, but he bumps into Lord Glenn, who asks if the kids survived their morning of torture, and gets told that Warren and Runan are basically prodigies, just as everyone had originally suspected. While the rest of the Rugrats seem sturdy enough to prop up the Saghart family business in the future, a major problem is that Lemaire is totally clueless about what is going on with Rahan. The veteran notes that the child finished despite being spent, confessing he witnessed such raw determination just once previously with Master Glenn. This drama is basically top-tier entertainment for Lemaire, who has been bored stiff since his powers got wrecked. While the leader departs, Lemaire whispers that a person he could trust with tomorrow might emerge from these current students. Lord Glenn, being a total buzzkill, argues it was just luck, and the boy has the sword skills of a wet noodle, yet the instructor refuses to swallow that line of reasoning. At the same time, Ron heads straight to the gym right after that brutal workout, proving he is a glutton for punishment, capturing the interest of some eavesdropping boys. Once the boy leaves, his peers squabble over what secret cheat a frail kid utilized to complete that distance given his known medical issues. A relative from the Crane Sacart side house mentions a spicy secret regarding what the patriarch provided our protagonist in. It seems like that elixir was the magic bean that made the lads turn quite sour when Rayan outsmarted them, so they figured a quick lesson was in order for that smarmy fellow. Right away, those chaps perform a rather dramatic treat, hugging maneuver on poor Rayan. However, the fellow seems utterly bewildered as to why these rowdies have decided to perform an impromptu wrestling match, so the boys quickly enlighten him. They are hopping mad that a kid who got the boot from the main clan dares to act so high and mighty just because he whipped out a magic potion for his escape. The youngsters start popping their knuckles, suggesting they just want a friendly chat, while Wrath gets steaming mad that someone would even put up with such nonsense. Just as Wrath finishes voicing his outrage, he's already trying to rearrange the boy's facial structures while the words are still hanging in the air. Rayan, who secretly harbors a bit of a wild side, totally digs the impromptu brawl, happily pummeling all three lads and leaving them looking like they lost a fight with a tumble dryer. The scene of the boys getting properly thrashed is so wonderfully satisfying that Wrath nearly blushes deeply as the beaten trio starts whimpering for mercy on the dirt. Ram then inquires if that fellow Warren might have put these bullies up to this whole messy endeavor. They sputter out that Warren has absolutely zero involvement, which Rayan finds hard to swallow since he's completely convinced Warren despises his very existence, but he accepts their word for now. He then issues a chilling warning to the shivering boys that if anyone ever hears about their little chat, things could get significantly more uncomfortable for them, or if they ever dare to cross his path again. The boys hightail it out of there, immensely relieved they didn't end up as casualties of the incident. Meanwhile, Lemar, who was enjoying the spectacle from behind an oat, is having a total blast, feeling like he's getting a repeat viewing of young Master Glenn's antics. This whole display just strengthens his sneaking suspicion that Rayan is some sort of secret powerhouse hiding among the known champions. When he returns home later, the system pops up to tell Rayan he nailed another objective by pleasing Wrath with his violence, granting him another point toward his manual dexterity score. Naturally, this news drives Wrath completely bonkers, protesting loudly that getting bonus points just for pleasing him is the height of system absurdity. When Rayan points out that Wrath himself signed off on the system's creation, Wrath retorts that this whole setup is brand new to him, because nobody's ever managed to swipe his system before. After Wrath begins unleashing a torrent of creative curses, and realizes Rayan isn't even batting an eye in his direction, he switches gears. He decides to toss an offer onto the table, giving Rayan the choice between earning extra stat points by winning a contest, or absorbing a bit of Wrath's own fury by failing. All Rayan needs to do to secure this deal is nail the top spot in the trainee examination, just like that Lemaire fellow had suggested earlier. Rayan notes that winning nets him a bonus random attribute too, and Wrath clarifies that he'll inherit one of their abilities, scaled down to fit his less stellar physical shell. He's also informed that the specific flavor of Wrath he'd pick up from losing is merely a faint wisp of the spirit's built-in aggression. This tiny initial dose, he's told, could balloon into a truly unstoppable force of anger down the road if left unchecked, since the spirit lays out all the fine print right up front. Rayan concludes that the guide isn't spinning a yarn. He weighs the options and figures the tempting rewards totally crush the relatively minor risks involved. Yes, it tastes like a poisoned caramel, but his past adventures should easily carry him to first place. Therefore, our plucky hero happily shakes hands on the arrangement. This immediate agreement causes a wide, hungry smile to spread across Wrath's face, growing more certain that his long-term scheme to occupy Rayan's body is moving along perfectly. A little while later, the youngsters are put through yet another rigorous session, clearly gasping for air after a morning spent sprinting madly. They finish that ordeal with a mandatory horse stance, commanded by Lemaire, who stresses that this position is the bedrock of every fighting discipline, so everyone must endure it. He tells the lads to hold fast until he calls it quits, and then wanders off for a quick snooze, to ensure nobody slacks off while he's catching 40 winks. He kindly reminds them that they, not he, will be the ones facing the final evaluation, which should keep their legs moving. Several trainees are whining regarding those exhausting fitness routines, desperate to finally begin swinging sharp metal blades instead. Following the workout, Warren rounds up the squad for independent fencing practice, worrying that their lethally sharp skills might dull from mindless repetitious motions, despite Wrath constantly pestering Rayan to ditch the squats and go poke things with the other kids. Rayan calculates that swinging steel now is entirely useless, since their current power levels resemble floppy wet noodles. From his view, building meaty muscles and lungs matters way more than boring sword training. This situation is extra spicy thanks to the annoying chili hacks, making boring foundational stuff he does a survival requirement. During the main character's intense session of lifting heavy metal, a weird lady named Runan Sworn begins shadowing his every movement. The girl feels shocked seeing a sickly kid suddenly hoist massive boulders within a mere couple of sunrises. His rapid gains defy all logic, almost as if the boy is cheating at the game of life, and she speculates whether his weird standing position is the secret sauce behind his massive power boost. Driven by pure noseness, she drifts closer like a silent ghost, refusing to utter a single sound. That intense gaze grabs Rayon's focus, prompting him to inquire why the female is loitering nearby. No response comes his way, as she internally ponders what secret ingredient is sparking Rayon's massive physical evolution. While staring at him blankly, a tiny light bulb finally flickers inside her confused mind. The girl shuffles around Rayon to park her backside upon a different metal slab nearby. She begins pumping heavy metal. That bizarre attitude seriously disturbs Rayon, prompting him to just walk away. He wanders to different equipment, yet Runan clings to him like stubborn wet toilet paper. As the girl follows, she recollects sniffing a peculiar perfume coming off Rayon earlier, which inexplicably made her frame feel weightless and allowed her to hoist massive loads. As the atmosphere gets spooky, Rayon questions the girl about any potential messages. Though she maintains her utter silence, Runan privately concludes the thought of being Rayon's permanent shadow is now her official full-time job. A brief moment later, Warren plus his team of lackeys stroll inside the training hall, and they are visibly salty seeing Runan hanging out with a kid who was basically kicked out of the house. Warren figures that repeating these nursery school drills is a complete and total waste of his precious time. That bully feels certain that the protagonist only behaves this way due to having a punny physique that cannot rival their elite genetic gifts. Gearing up for the impending trial, he motivates the crew to maintain their blade training, strictly to prevent their skills from rotting. The group departs, with Warren smugly believing the upcoming trials will prove his training far exceeds Rayon's silly little fitness routine. Eventually, a polite fellow named Dorian, who is not a fancy Sagehart, but just some random outsider, asks Rayon if he can join the fun after seeing Runan trailing him like a lost puppy. Rayon gives a grumpy nod for the outsider to join his workout. Plus, a delighted Dorian extended a delicious biscuit toward the fellow. With a skeptical glance, Rayon tried to politely hand that sweet treat back, only for him to pivot and notice Runan intensely glaring at his digits. Feeling quite parched, she sports this intensely judging yet rather pretty canine expression, which honestly gives him the willies. So he caves under the pressure and reluctantly passes the baked good over to her. As the weeks unfolded, this little threesome started hitting the weights and paths together. They even jogged side by side during their sprints, and a real friendship started to blossom. Before long, the period for budding and blossoming arrived, yet the rigorous physical drills persisted. A solid half a year had zipped by since their initial boot camp commenced, and Rayon had been pounding the pavement running like his very existence hinged on the next strike. Seriously, at this stage, Han was lapping everyone else silly in every single running competition they held, naturally excluding his usual speed demons, Runan and Warren. That is, a bit more time dissolved into the ether, and the grand day for the official evaluation finally dawned. The proud mums and dads, plus all the assorted guardians, flocked from every corner of the realm to witness their young charges performed during the bait test. Everyone piled into a massive amphitheater, and then Lemaire stepped up to address the assembled crowd. Amidst the throng, Sophie, Bolan, and the distinguished Lord Karen were spotted occupying prime seating real estate. Meanwhile, Raph swaggered over, absolutely thrilled to remind Rahan about the silly bet they had made. He felt completely certain that Rahan would stumble and have to accept their mocking scorn. Seeing as Rahan couldn't pass Runan or Warren during their training drills, Rahan swiftly brushed him off, hoping that formal examinations are an entirely different beast entirely, where anything can spectacularly unfold. Just moments later, Runan and Rahan discovered Dorian hiding nearby, looking absolutely terrified about how the test results might turn out. The mutual understanding between Rahan and Runan had definitely grown, proven when she spontaneously offered him a sugar snack. Glancing around at the peculiar company he kept, our protagonist worried he was accidentally collecting nothing but genuine oddballs. In the stands, Helen and Sylvia cheered silently, pleased their young man had bravely endured the grueling 6 months of practice with his dignity intact, and somehow managed to secure a few decent pals along the way. Soon enough, a booming proclamation echoed, signaling the arrival of the most important figurehead of the entire organization, who had elected to descend and join the spectators for this important demonstration. This attendance seemed highly unusual for him, as the assembled attendees were quite taken aback to see his esteemed presence there. Eventually, one informed observer spilled the beans, revealing that this was actually the Lord's very first time observing his particular yearly trial. When Le Maire voiced his stunned reaction to the Lord showing up unexpectedly, he received a serious explanation from Master Glenn, stating that since this assessment dictates the very future of the estate, the Lord's attendance was absolutely vital. Right as the head honcho appears, Le Maire starts the recruitment trial, despite never actually explaining the rules to any candidates until now. Without warning, giving the kids a heart attack, Le Maire blasts out a massive wave of energy, and announces that the big test involves cutting straight through his invisible wall of brain power. The professor warns the trainees that soul power is unavoidable, thus this challenge examines whether their inner core is actually durable. A bystander guardian starts whining that these toddlers just learned to glow, yet now they are expected to survive a psychic blender. Plus a group of annoyed watchers start shouting insults at the stubborn professor. Le Maire, having officially run out of patience for their nonsense, claims that psychic power is no simple light show, but instead a spirit status earned through a fighter's gritty past and victories. Truthfully, a genuine fighter never relies on sparkles to demonstrate their deadly potential. While the babysitters keep yapping, Lord Glenn shuts them up by saying the coach is right. Since every fighter grows a brain shield based on their life drama, gritty practice helps even non-magical children construct a mighty soul, and the Lord's speech instantly stops everyone from complaining. So Le Maire suggests starting the brutal evaluation, because all the belly itching has finally reached an end. A girl named Runan gets picked to go first for this trial. Le Maire informs her that his mental stench is surmountable if she actually focused during practice, and hitting him means she succeeds, showing off a truly devious grin to the crowd. A sudden storm of mental energy slams into the girl, giving her quite a nasty surprise. This mental smackdown clearly hurts, since she starts wincing in total agony. Consequently, he declares that activating magical powers means instant failure, leaving her with nothing but raw grit. Even with the increasing agony, and the invisible tsunami trying to push her back, the candidate fights across the room, eventually snatching the instructor's palm like a drowning person, which makes the man quite happy, so he grabs her before she collapses like a wet noodle. The teacher praises her dedication to the craft, suggesting she maintain that same level of intensity forever. To his absolute terror, Dorian gets the call next, looking like he just saw a tax collector or a vengeful phantom. He is ordered to replicate the feat by using his grit, though Dorian clearly believes his own internal storage of bravery is currently empty. When faced with the terrifying prospect of failing, and looking like a total loser, the boy drags his body forward, but his legs fail him halfway through. At the same time, Rayon realizes the mental weight crushing Dorian seems uniquely altered, questioning whether the instructor tailors this soul-crushing weight according to the specific talents of every single student. After much struggling, Dorian grips the professor's ankles, earning a verbal high five and a command to stop doubting his natural abilities. Sadly, the boy responds to this praise by puking his guts out across the training grounds. Warren Seacar gets dragged into the spotlight, bracing himself for the exact same soul-crushing trial his buddies just endured. That spooky energy vibe hits so incredibly hard that Warren begins questioning if his little friends actually survive this madness. Toddlers actually survive this heavy magical beatdown. Rattling like a leaf, he discovers his legs have basically retired from the job of moving entirely. Lumar chimes in to say the kid has some weirdly special mojo that makes the other recruits look totally basic. Yet he and his tiny gang spent forever swinging swords they barely understood, skipping the vital dim days for their brains. The boy gets warned about relying on his aura crutch, as cheating now brings disqualification, yet Warren simply must succeed. His brain replays that awkward family dinner where his dad went full frostbite while roasting his older sibling ages ago. Fearing his old man might delete him from the family tree, he chooses to sprint ahead with every ounce of power. Finally, he pulls a clumsy faceplant right into Lamar's shins, which somehow counts as a victory in this crazy trial. Lamar suggests he quit acting like a middle-aged tax accountant, reminding the 12-year-old to just train like a normal child. Ron Seagar is the final boss on the roster, stepping up to the plate with everyone staring him down. A massive wave of soul energy smacks him silly, nearly sending him toppling over like a stack of wet napkins. However, this spiritual smackdown is way chunkier than the previous ones, making his mom and Helen start sweating bullets nervously. Even the big boss Glenn looks shocked at the insane amount of pressure Lamar is dumping onto the poor little guy. Ron starts panicking because the atmosphere is heavier than a lead blanket, questioning if he actually signed up for this. Lamar amplified the challenge, since he noticed far greater promise here than with Runion or Warren, telling him to show off every single trick he has up his sleeve. Basically, your tier isn't about your gains, it's about how ridiculously oversized your inner ghost actually is. Honestly, Luckily, Ron carries an ancient spirit alongside lethal assassin energy gathered over his prior existence. And finally, the instructor feels completely flabbergasted. The young protagonist bulldozes through that ghostly fog, grabbing the big master's interest. As he creeps right up into Lamar's personal bubble, the man is convinced his eyes are definitely lying to him, skipping the whole falling down part. Ron simply strolls over and gives Lamar a playful little shove back. Remarkably, it is a wild scene, and the audience starts gasping like fish out of water. Lamar plus the ruler sit in total silence. The youth wears a cheeky grin, while politely inquiring whether he managed to clear the hurdle or not. Witnesses find it completely insane that this young fellow managed to cut through such dense pressure so easily. Even Corin looked like he swallowed a fly when the tiny rascal actually managed to grab Lamar. Lamar stood there gaping like a fish, pondering why the fragile fellow possessed zero magical juice managed to survive that intense marathon without spiritual energy. Eventually, the confused teacher asked what kind of creature the boy was. Rayon deadpanned that he was merely the same brat from the last half year, while the teacher argued his spiritual wall should have crushed any weakling, making the breakthrough logically impossible. The boy just gave a lazy shrug. This attitude really ground his gears. At last, the moment of truth arrived for the instructor to declare the winner and the prime student of the batch. Warren and his old man were sweating buckets when the name of the victor was revealed to be the underdog. The ladies started leaking from their eyes like broken faucets because their favorite boy snatched the gold. As the peanut gallery hummed with gossip about the shocking outcome, the sore loser bellowed that the grades were faker than a $3 bill. Those claims stunned the instructor. He had to endure the brats bragging about having way better muscles, pelt, and hidden talent than the winner. The loudmouth insisted the victory was achieved through some sneaky voodoo or a clever magic scam. A few skeptics nodded along, whispering that a guy with a frozen soul and no magic should be stuck on the floor. The whining escalated until people started wondering if the teacher was drinking on the job or taking bribes. Warren eventually proposed a physical duel to prove who was the actual better fighter. The teacher realized the kid was just acting like a diva because he craved the shiny number 1 spot. He passed the hot potato to the big boss to figure out how to stop the noisy complaining. The master asked the quiet champion if he felt like punching the loud kid to prove he wasn't a cheater. The boy told the boss he wouldn't fight for free, since he already won and beating up a loser wouldn't put food on his table. Hoping to sweeten the deal, the leader offered a shiny bronze trinket as a prize for winning the grudge match. That shiny offer piqued his interest. These special badges from House Sieghart were highly prized for their trading value, and the luxurious items they provided, which meant that obtaining such a token from the master would result in a fantastic deal with it. This fresh proposal successfully persuaded the boy. The rules stated the match would be 1 round with no magic or tools allowed, meaning they had to use only raw muscle. The duel commenced very quickly. The angry rival charged forward like a bull, aiming a heavy fist right at the champion's mug, but the hero just leaned back, letting the clumsy attack miss his face by hair's breadth. Stunned by that slick evasion, Warren attempts a frantic follow-up stomp. However, the opponent deflects that limb with ease. The bully yells that his daddy gifted him this specific move, a rushing kitten strike, plus persists in lobbing fists at Rayon, who imitates a sturdy brick wall. The crowd assumes the underdog has zero chance of fighting back, plus Warren feels mortified that a bomb, tear-side, family cousin is actually fighting him. The boy swears he shall never gift his prestigious number 1 ranking to Rayon, while remembering how his father ditched his brother for being a total wet noodle. The brain is hyper, focused on proving his worth to his daddy watching from the pews. Meanwhile, Rayon just glides around like a ghost avoiding a clumsy vacuum. Our hero waits patiently while deconstructing the flow of those punches and that specific style, and finally solves the complex riddle. Observing his rival stomp, Warren assumes the shrimp finally decided to quit. Hence the bully charges for the ultimate smackdown, yet the kid counters that strike with the knuckles. First greeting. To Warren's shock, his own arm gets blasted backward like a spring, and the quiet boy delivers a crunching blow that sends saliva flying across the entire arena. Such a massive reversal stuns the audience along with Warren's grumpy patriarch. Every single person is losing their sanity, especially Big Boss Glenn. Involves Rayon mimicking the aggressive kitty punch style, which makes the bully scream for an explanation. Rayon merely notes the other guy demonstrated the skill, so he just copied the homework. Onlookers start whispering about the ways this tiny rugrat utilized the Russian kitty strike. Plus they theorize if the kid used some illicit cheat codes. Meanwhile, Warren is still trying to remember his middle name. Plus Lemire concludes the youngster is a legitimate fighting god. The master marvels that Han inverted the feline strike using a backward whirl to cancel every bit of momentum simply by observing. To Lemire, this boy is the high-tier recruit Sigurd desired. someone destined to rule the entire land. Following a brief silence, Han gets the win, because the beatdown was painfully obvious. Sylvia simply cannot restrain her overflowing feelings. Resultantly, the lady pounces to ensnare Han within a dripping, salty, eyed clutch. Concurrently, the paternal figure of Runan enacts a nearly identical squeezing maneuver. Contrastingly, Warren stands alone save for the stiff presence of his trusty servant, while his cold patriarch offers nothing but a disappointing view of his spine, representing the exact nightmare scenario that kept him awake during training hours. As darkness falls, an awkward, suffocating quietude permeates the halls of Warren's residence. Ultimately, the parent ends the quiet by asking whether his offspring recalls orders regarding dominating the leaderboard and avoiding any loss. The patriarch asks if Warren intends to cause embarrassment by trailing the cutter, dwelling brat or some loser's child. Noting their previous opportunity vanish, the man insists the only way to earn forgiveness involves grabbing the gold during the concluding academy commencement. Exiting the area, the father leaves Warren certain that wasting this final opening would terminate any hope of residing luxuriously among the elite kin. Fury boils within the teenager, sparking a desire to condemn Han, because Warren cannot comprehend why intense exertion produced mediocre results. Pacing around in deep misery, the teenager happens upon the exercise hall amidst a massive wave of frustration. This fitness center currently sits vacant since the grueling evaluation session ended earlier this afternoon, and Warren catches sight of individual storage bins while currently exercising. That specific storage box grabs his focus, and he figures a little look. He won't hurt anyone since he totally isn't shoplifting anything. The boy feels immense shock upon discovering 10 different sets of used footwear. Furthermore, seeing Han destroy that footwear inside a mere half-year period is completely astounding. He recalls witnessing Han constantly grinding away like a possessed athlete in that specific workout hall, during moments of performing blade drills for status, or simply napping within his private room. Evidently, Han embodied the legendary cleanse spirit, whereas Warren merely mimicked having such iron resolve. Feeling blue, he tidies the stash and leaves. Eventually, a grumpy wrath, bending over his failed gamble, moans about never meeting such a weirdo despite living for millennia. Finally, the ghost interrogates Han regarding his identity, yet the youth provides zero clarification for his oddness. Messages confirm victory in that gamble, gifting the kid 2 units per attribute plus the Snowflower awareness ability, a divine blessing the demon mocks as excessive for a lowly ent. This ability expands sensory perception, though at its basic level, it only sharpens Han's mediocre awareness by a measly 1%. The spirit brags about utilizing the interface to magnify that detection field by a factor of 10, assuming he's the smartest being alive. Baffled by the Snowflower moniker, the boy interrogates his ghostly companion regarding the logic behind the label. Although the demon considers the title glorious, Rom understands the entity suffers from absolutely abysmal naming skills. Flavor, causing the grumpy ghost to throw a major tantrum. Eventually, word arrives from headquarters saying the big boss demands Rayon's presence immediately. Poor Sylvia gets super twitchy fearing her kid might die, though the fancy servant Pinky swears everything is totally chill. Actually, the legendary Sabart patriarch intends to hand over that shiny copper, Lourdes personally. Arriving at the fancy chair area, old man Glenn looks pretty annoyed about the whole deal, yet he honors his promise by offering the trinket. Our hero grabs the metal circle, plus he hears he can trade the prize for a magical favor or cool loot whenever he feels like it. The kid jumps on that deal, questioning what heroic deeds are required to put his mom back in her rightful spot, totally rattling the master. Once the leader asks if the goal is truly restoring the boy's mom back into the primary clan ranks, he notes it might happen if Rayon does something super legendary, though pulling that off is basically a nightmare. From the elders' hue, earning respect from this crazy family is like trying to jump to the stars, especially for a rookie. This tricky hurdle gives the kid a thrill, leading him to appreciate the elders' informative response, hands back the prize, and heads out. Prior to exiting, the master mentions that the specific riddle could have found resolution simply using the magical coin, so the actual reward remains unclaimed. The protagonist recalls a specific item he desperately craves currently. Thus the boy requests a power manual, though he discovers the local coaches handle such lessons during standard drills. He clarifies he needs a high-tier energy method far beyond the trash taught to newbies, requesting the big guy provide something elite. The dark shadow powers he mastered in his former life aren't nearly strong enough, so he seeks better energy to restore Sylvia's honor and snatch that villain's noggin. Following a quick finger flick, a spooky book room appears, showing off rows of dusty scrolls, which makes the youngster's jaw drop. Massive stacks of literature suddenly grow until they are way taller than the boy. Glenn brags that this tiny collection is barely a small piece of the family archives, and he instructs the boy to remain in the center, so he obeys. He keeps his fingers crossed that the upcoming skill totally outclasses his lame old shadow powers. All at once a single volume floats off the rack and flies straight toward the kid. Pause. An ancient papyrus suddenly materializes between his glassed palms, yet that specific volume totally flabbergasts the grumpy old patriarch, and the personal servant. Glenn scratches his head, wondering why the kid nabbed that specific manual. Suddenly, spacey orange noodles of fire spray right at Ron. He wonders why these magic secrets feel like a campfire accident. Cracking the cover triggers a blinding flash that rattles his brain. The boss looks completely stunned as the inferno leaks out. Ron sees a mental cinema where the master hears his daughter laugh, making him look like a very bad babysitter, but he tells the staff he cares about profits, not family feelings. According to this vision, the master once thought emotions were expensive trash while he focused on property value. He gained muscles that would scare a demon, but basically traded his soul for a very depressing trophy. Later, news arrives that some masked thugs wrecked his relatives, proving that being a stoic jerk is a bad strategy. Everyone is dead, and the old man starts shaking like jelly. Miraculously, the warrior managed to dig his feelings out of storage, but unfortunately, nobody has invented a remote control to rewind time. He vowed to safeguard the lad now, ignoring any grumpy haters who despise his late blooming kindness. Ron is confused by this magic diary, but it vanishes, injecting its secret sauce into his body like a magical energy drink for his soul. He is quickly snapped back by the old man, who asks what kind of magic trick he just performed. The boy shrugs, saying he just somehow memorized the spacing moves before the book did a vanishing act. Testing his honesty, the master demands the name, since the kid barely even touched the paper. After a very tiny wait, the young lad identifies it as the Million Spicy Fires method. A game window pops up, confirming the million spicy fires are stuck in his head forever after surviving that eternal barbecue. This is apparently how knowledge downloads work in this ancient archive, and the old man checks to see if the kid actually absorbed the data properly. The old master says the bronze prize is delivered, so the kid should scram before things get even more awkward. Once the kid departs, the servant stands there gaping at how he swallowed that legendary manual whole. Those unique fiery secrets were originally owned by the ancient dude who started the clan. Across the entire legacy here, 0 people successfully grabbed those founders' secrets, making this rookie snagging the legendary script totally mind-blowing. The butler started worrying about Lady Sylvia and Lord Ron, thinking everyone would find out about this powerful new technique. But Lord Glenn calmed him down, assuring him that this knowledge remained completely secret. Meanwhile, Ron realized that this specific volume and all its teachings were seemingly destined to be passed directly to him. Lord Glenn explained that nobody had been able to successfully utilize the technique in its original state, so it literally would have just decayed on a shelf without Ron to take it. Ron concludes that this must signal a significant change in the world's tides. Ron simply couldn't comprehend why Lord Glenn would gift him something this incredibly valuable, surpassing the combined worth of even the finest silver or gold medallions. It was obvious that this new method rivaled the legendary Firelink technique, making it absolutely essential to study thoroughly. The only minor complication, however, was that no matter how much effort he exerted, he completely failed to gather any aura. Ron didn't actually expect himself to be capable of understanding such a complicated cultivation technique instantly. Raph observed that events were not proceeding according to his plans. Then, in an unusual show of concern, he advised Ron to apply himself fully since he finally found a quality technique, warning that any interruption would turn him into an invalid. While Raph's assessment seemed sound, Ron found it strange to think he wasn't secretly plotting some diabolical scheme. The golden flame technique gathers natural mana and stores it in the core, so interrupting Ron at a critical juncture would destroy his mana circuits or core, completely incapacitating him. The cold blocking his circuits also makes him especially vulnerable to this specific risk. Ron saw Raph's smirk and immediately told him to stop considering interrupting, but his warnings were completely ignored by the mischievous spirit. When Ron finally grasped that Raph was simply going to ignore his pleas, Raph then flatly stated that he fully intended to interfere with Ron's cultivation at least one time. Still freaked out, Ron pointed out that his body wouldn't be very useful to the spear if he became incapacitated, but Raph didn't appear to care. This was because, while a regular person could never recover from such damage, Raph possesses the power to fix the body for his own purposes. In Raph's warped perspective, this situation represents a truly golden opportunity that cannot possibly be ignored. Ron attempted to look completely unfazed by the entirety of this bizarre discussion, but Raph told him to drop the performance and start shaking in fear, since the time of the inevitable assault was completely uncertain. Ron realized for the very first time that Raph was actually his enemy. This shouldn't be a shock, considering Raph is a demon, and the actual incarnation of anger. meaning he won't hesitate to devour Ron's entire body if the opportunity arises. Up until this point, Ron hadn't paid much attention to him, because he seemed well-behaved, but now it was clear he needed to keep a very close eye on the demon. Also, another urgent matter requires attention on the ground, specifically a maid that Ron has started noticing more closely. She frequently slips outside late at night without any clear explanation. Meanwhile, the maid Jutiel, secretly working as Lord Corrin's spy, compiled a report noting how there was usually nothing to report about Ron, besides his habit of mumbling to himself, but now, she finally possessed a valuable piece of information, ready to report on the extremely high quality of the cultivation technique he received from the Lord with the bronze medallion, and how absolutely extraordinary the flow of mana she detected during his training truly was. She knew the Palace of Warriors would find this information valuable, but she quickly changed her mind, thinking about how Ron was only a child, and wondering how long she would have to keep writing these boring reports. Following her established tradition, she deposited the paper onto the flowing river to carry it away, headed toward her boss. Moments later, sharp steel greets her throat as a hidden figure suggests she return home, promising a quick demise should she whisper or twitch. With salty liquid dripping from her brow, she frantically guesses which attacker is currently holding her life hostage. That cold speech and bloodthirsty vibe keep her glued in place while staring blankly at the flowing stream. Spotting the boy's mirrored facial features, he mentions detecting a stalker since his arrival, then asks if her little snooping project provided enough entertainment. This high-level detection stuns her, as the servant believed her stealth skills left zero clues for anyone to find, while she followed him, proving the youth was merely playing dumb while she thought she was being sneaky. Upon mandating that she part her lips wide, the lad slides a weird item inside that makes her do some unpleasant gymnastics. He subsequently fishes her soggy espionage documents out of the watery depths. Noticing the blank parchment, he concludes she utilized reactive stationery needing a specific elemental trigger to show the text. Following several trial attempts while monitoring her panicked facial tics, he identifies moonbeams as the secret ingredient, completely blowing her mind. Moreover, her composure crumbles when Karan's sweetheart is brought up, betraying the fact that she works for that specific master. The maid, a woman drilled for decades in the art of deception, feels appalled that her stony mask was cracked so easily. She finally realizes the nature of that swallowed pill, which is making her internal temperature skyrocket like a furnace. Consists of internal parasitic larvae. During the memory, Karan orders her to infiltrate the side building for dirt on the pair, dangling shiny prizes as bait. Within this moment, the girl tremblingly inquires whether he just made her host a parasitic anger bug. The boy acts impressed by her monster trivia skills, admitting he didn't expect her to identify the creepy crawler. No amount of gagging or dry heaving manages to evict the uninvited tenant. Essentially, this bug acts as a sentient tracker and mood ring, which can also lethally explode the host whenever the owner feels bored. Additionally, he deduces she was planted by the martial arts hall roughly half a year back, right after that fancy testing event. Sure terror paints her features, since this mission has officially stopped being the simple walk in the park she expected. Collecting intel on a supposedly crippled toddler and his mother should have been the most effortless payday ever. It never crossed her mind that a literal demon in human skin would be residing in the servant wing. Terrified of dying, she volunteers to write fake news, but the boy declines, knowing the boss would find out and think she is just bad at her job. Sporting a grin that screams villainy, he announces that she has been promoted to a two-faced mole starting right now. She must feed her old boss useless tidbits, while masking the vital stuff, provided she hands over all the juicy gossip about Karan to her new master. Consequently, the servant frantically accepts. Seeing Ron grinning like that might fool anyone into believing he was just gossiping over some fancy Earl Grey. He instantly demands some juicy secrets from her during their next encounter before skedaddling away like a thief in the night. While strolling off, Raph questions how a parasite appeared given their constant proximity, only to learn Ron used temporary venom since nasty worms are totally icky. When asked about his telepathic feats, he claims that data collection happens through various mysterious methods, and he is a total pro at it. This news is so terrifying that even Raph labels the boy a total freak of nature. Eventually, Ron concentrated solely on building up his inner energy, until the inevitable moment arrived to head back to the drill square. Even though he worked harder than a one-legged man in a kicking contest, he failed to reach his target before the break ended. Arriving at the barracks, the head count indicates that a mere 42 rugrats managed to survive the initial culling process without crying for mommy, confirming that Liamir was definitely not joking about trimming the herd down to just 25% of the original roster. Ruben finds Ron again and they engage in a silent staring contest so intense it actually makes Raph feel rather uneasy. Looking back at the Slorm Manor, we see a memory involving the daughter and her mother regarding their training. The mother inquired if Ron assisted her practice, and after Runin nodded, the parent wondered if she had actually shown any gratitude. She admitted she stayed quiet, because her old men strictly forbid her from ever initiating conversation with any members of the opposite sex. Her mother proceeded to give a long speech about how accepting aid is a social requirement, regardless of what gender someone is. Back in reality, she finally utters those magic words of appreciation, which leaves Ron looking quite confused and stunned. Wrath questions this sudden change in personality, yet the boy is just as clueless as a fish in a forest. Suddenly, Dorian reappears, and immediately begins whining about how he expected to meet his maker during their trial period as temp recruits. Since becoming official students, he suffered through vacations filled with bad dreams regarding future hardships, and his constant yapping is making everyone want to jump off a cliff. Furthermore, he loudly praises the fact that Ron absolutely crushed the scores achieved by that arrogant fellow Warren. Little did he realize that Warren was looming right behind him like a stealthy ninja. He lets out a girly scream and hits the pavement like a sack of wet potatoes. Warren approaches Rayan slowly, and they share a quiet beat that feels long enough to watch a movie. Suddenly, he bends over in a deep bow to admit his past conduct was total garbage and concede that he truly lost. He quickly clarifies that this apology isn't a white flag, promising to challenge his rival again even if it takes 100 years. Everyone stands paralyzed with shock as Warren quietly makes his dramatic exit. Rayan finds it impressive that a 13-year-old brat can actually admit when he's wrong, proving he might actually be a worthy Sigart member, rather than feeling impressed. Wrath just screams about wanting to pummel the disrespectful punk and pluck his eyeballs out for being so bold. Suddenly, Liamir arrives and offers the small children a very chilly welcome. Following some brief praise for surviving the cuts, the students learn that the real torture session starts right this second without any delay. They will continue practicing the fundamental exercises as they always do, though a few extra layers of misery have been added today. Only, text, end, mid, conversation, a neighboring entrance bursts apart, revealing a peculiar young lady on the training grounds. This tiny terror begins spewing sailor talk that would make a trucker blush, because the stubborn wood wouldn't budge. The sight of her causes Dorian to panic in recognition, leading Lamir to clarify that the girl actually washed out of the prior training group. It turns out this specific female is sticking around for the current recruitment cycle, going by the name Artist Saghart. Her expression suggests she regularly eats spicy lemons for breakfast while contemplating world domination, and she cuts off Lamir mid-sentence, ignoring his desperate attempt to describe her as a sweet and innocent flower. Her immediate goal is hunting down the previous top dog, as she detests having some supposed weakling ranked above her royal self. The newcomer proposes a duel against the fellow named Brat who snatched the championship during the previous session. This unhinged maiden insists on throwing hands immediately without waiting for a proper invitation. Rayan casually strolls forward, since she demanded to see the academy's most talented graduate. He fails her initial eye test for greatness, yet she decides to pummel him into the dirt anyway. Warren pipes up from behind the girl, questioning why she is acting like a total embarrassment to the academy. His commentary earns him a face-to-face showdown with the aggressive newcomer, who lunges forward and warns him to shut his mouth before his rambling causes a fatal accident, especially after he questions her denial of Rayan's victory, which the chief and Lord Sigard already approved. The girl mentions hearing gossip about his previous emotional breakdown, insisting he grant her the same privilege. When Warren announces to the crowd that he intends to avoid recycling his past loser moments, it becomes obvious to the onlookers that the guy has undergone a serious personality transplant. Soon after, Ronan steps into the middle of the feud and politely suggests the girl take a hike. From her perspective, the group looks like a bunch of pathetic losers playing house. Consequently, she opts to walk away and let the weirdos continue their little bonding session. Actually, her retreat is just a sneaky ruse to lower their guard before she launches her real scheme, which involves a sudden pounce toward Ray on the moment everyone blinks. Before anyone can blink, she attempts a lethal strike. However, her offensive move is effortlessly parried and avoided, leaving her jaw hanging in disbelief. Consequently, Rayan counters with a deadly fist, which she barely stops with her arms, although the pure force sends her flying across the dirt. An astonished visage results from the lightning speed Rayan used to counter her strike. Boiling with rage, the girl lunges at her opponent again. Instead, Liamir simply restrains the agitated girl. Honestly, seeing Lemaire teleport faster than a hungry toddler chasing an ice cream truck was quite a shocker for everyone. He mentions with a grin that being ghosted is rude, as while his reputation is trash, being treated like invisible laundry really dampens his spirits. Apparently, besides Ronan and Warren, Rayan has not even managed to turn his shiny aura on yet. Lemaire proposes they can have their little brawl later when he learns the ropes. causing Marta to finally back down like a grumpy cat. Once things calm down, Wrath throws a fit asking why she wasn't pulverized, suggesting Rayon should have turned her into a frozen popsicle for several centuries. Rayon reveals he is playing the long game, waiting until she has a shiny prize he likes before betting his fancy trainee crown for it. He tells the impatient Wrath to chill out, promising that a much more delicious victory is brewing for them in the near future. Eventually, the kids practice standing still, then get 10 minutes to breathe and wonder why they even signed up. Warren, sticking to the fundamentals, realizes that life is hard. Mastering the second form was breezy, but the third one is a total brain-melting mess. The crazy part is that Rayon somehow ran all 7 fighting styles in under a month, making everyone else look like they are moving in slow motion. Even though he spent 30 long days grinding those forms, he is now terrified of sharing a sword class with that terrifyingly fast learner. Warren is obviously not the only person feeling completely overwhelmed by the intense pressure right now. He asks the struggling Marta how she manages to handle this absolute nightmare. She mumbles some spacey words, convinced Rayon is a total newbie at punching things, yet he is absorbing the skills like a thirsty sponge. Rayon had 0 head starts compared to the others, and despite having a chilly curse, he keeps training like a robot that forgot to turn off. This annoying fact makes Marta want to scream, so she swears to herself that she will not be left in the dusty shadows. Everywhere she goes, folks claim her talent is more shocking than licking a battery for fun. Since joining the Sigart family, she has been the shark in a pool of snacks. She zoomed past those fake geniuses from the other branches, giggling at their sad little faces because she was the only true superstar there. Now she is so incredibly nervous that her knees feel like wobbly lemon jelly. As the sun sets, a random staff member tells Marta she did a great job, probably trying to avoid being hit by her. She ignores him like a boring piece of plain wallpaper. He halts her to insist that regardless of Rayon's lucky streak, the boy has 0 chance of beating her in this lifetime. She tells him to explain what on earth he is actually talking about. He mentions that Rayon is lugging around a major flaw that functions like a permanent anchor. As Rayon swings his blade, a group of boys wanders over to ask if he can explain how to not look clumsy. The group watches his demo, thinking his moves are smoother than a buttered slide in the summer heat. Marta sidely admits that Rayon reached her level quickly, mocking the idea that he might actually be considered a gifted genius by some. But she notes his mana skills are trash, meaning his sword work is useless, so he might end up teaching toddlers how to swing sticks. Suddenly the whole room becomes as quiet as a graveyard at midnight, which makes Marta feel like she just won a gold medal. She intended to highlight how Rahan remained magically constipated despite 4 months of trying to squeeze out some aura. Looking back, that stuffy butler had already spilled the beans regarding how the boy possessed the magical aptitude of a wet potato. He shared a tale from before her adoption, about how the fancy truth sword basically laughed at Rahan's pathetic nana levels during the big ceremony. Furthermore, that boy remains the solitary failure at the 5th practice field who cannot squeeze out some magic, and the observer assumes a bronze prize only awards mediocre abilities. This stuff is barely a step up from the entry level Link style, so since he flopped at it, Rahan clearly has the talent of a decorative rock. This update thrills Marta, as she assumes no amount of punching can save a warrior who has 0 magic fuel in his tank. Honestly, she is mostly salty that a supposed reject managed to block her move. Even while she enjoys the petty victory she just secured, she notices the girl staring angrily. Then she questions if the girl possesses thoughts. That quiet maiden physically evicts her. After sweating like a hog all day, the exhausted boy finally clocks out. This grind is fun because, in his previous life, things were darker. He never studied proper combat, only the dirty tricks needed for murder and staying alive. Playing fair and building his body through real arts feels surprisingly delightful. As per usual, Wrath is furious that Rahan ignored the insults, but the boy acts like his ears were out of order. He tells Wrath there is no profit in brawling today, repeating his earlier logic about wasting energy. A sudden rap at the door reveals Rune standing there clutching a mysterious container. Her unannounced visit really shakes him. Then he nearly faints when she presents a tiny chocolate-colored snack. Rahan is confused by the item, yet she insists he swallow. His professional killer instincts warn him against the snack, yet he doubts she would actually try to poison him with a dessert. One bite sends his brain into a sugar coma, and even Wrath admits that the demon world lacks anything this incredibly delicious. Both the boy and the spirit start freaking out over the glorious sugary explosion. Then Rune eventually reveals the snack is titled Orb Ice Cream. As she walks away, Rahan tries to yell something, but she ignores him. While Wrath demands seconds, Rahan wonders if she visited because she was concerned about his feelings. Rune clearly has a sweet tooth, and it appears she sacrificed her last frozen snack for him. Her unexpected kindness makes him grin, and he decides he must definitely pay her back. Soon Rahan heads home, and he is smothered by enough maternal affection to suggest he had been gone for months, although he actually only was. Later, Han carefully examines the monthly update that Jodiel intends to deliver to the Grand Marshal headquarters. He queries the lady about any juicy gossip from the gang, but she confirms there is basically zilch, aside from an intense directive to spy on the lad, because he was mastering combat moves like a total prodigy, though that interest vanished once everyone realized he was essentially aura, impotent. Furthermore, it appears that fancy Lord Corran has finally stopped crushing on Lady Sylvia, feeling nosy. Jodiel wonders aloud if the boy is purposefully playing dumb regarding his internal power. He ignores her query, and cheekily tosses the identical question right back. This subtle hint signals to her that she should probably mind her own business. Wrath spills the beans that the youth is actually struggling with his mojo, a tragic situation the demon finds hilariously pathetic, and beneath his own majestic standards. Motivated by the insult, the boy hits the gem to awaken his energy, causing Wrath to label him a total freak of nature. Quite bizarrely, the lad stumbles upon Teacher Lemaire frolicking with some pigeons while heading out for his daily workout. The youth asks why the man is loitering on the lawn, and Lemaire claims he is providing a bespoke crash course on elemental magic. Come dawn, Lemaire drags the boy up a steep peak, ignoring his complaints about skipping the actual magic lessons. Lemaire tells him to just have some faith. Honestly, this random cliff seems like a terrible spot for studying the intricacies of spiritual energies. Alas, the instructor remembers when he used his magic radar to peek at the boy's weird meditation style. That energy looked like bubbling molten rock, possessing a power level that made every other training method look like garbage. Rather than killing the internal frost, the power was doing something insane by hugging the ice and the fire together, supposedly. If the kid actually masters this bizarre routine, the results will be absolutely legendary. Finally, they arrive at a decent location, although the student thinks it is just a bunch of random trees. Without warning, Lemaire unleashes a massive wave of soul power that leaves the boy completely stunned. The breeze tickling his cheeks is actually a draft as lethal as a freshly sharpened kitchen knife. It turns out there are many flavors of air, from balmy breezes to chilly gusts and pointy blasts. Since he desired a gust capable of slicing bread, he manifested exactly that sharp sensation. Now the kid gets to experiment, focusing intensely on what kind of spicy fire he wants for his hot mana. Soon, the teacher leads the boy to a destination he thinks will fit him like a glove. The duo reaches the workshop of an elderly iron beater who enjoys roasting Lemaire for fun. Evidently, this shack holds the toastiest and most honest flames found in this entire frozen wasteland. The geezer asks what kind of delivery Lemaire has made, gesturing toward the confused youngster. He learns the lad is Master Sieghart's little descendant. The grumpy fellow remains unimpressed, demanding that the old boss show up in person instead. Meanwhile, Rayon found himself utterly mesmerized by the intense inferno blazing within the enormous furnace. Apparently, this specific kind of scorching blaze was precisely what he had been seeking for his entire existence, even though he had witnessed countless different types of fire throughout his previous life. The powerful heat and vivid imagery of this particular kiln perfectly matched the ideal flames he was desperate to master. The ancient fellow spoke rather impolitely, announcing his identity as Vulcan. Rayon immediately recalled that Vulcan was the continent's master blacksmith, a craftsman renowned across the entire globe. Rumor had it that he was the legendary creator of Glenn Sieghart's famous sword, Heaven's Renown. Our boy promptly bowed and introduced himself, expressing immense honor at finally meeting the legendary Vulcan. Such excessive politeness made Vulcan wonder if Lemaire had briefed the boy beforehand, which Lemaire immediately and vigorously denied. Lemaire explained that Vulcan was Sieghart's retired master blacksmith, who had begun tending these flames over a decade ago. This particular location appeared to be the single place where Rayon could properly attune himself to the element of fire. When Lemaire requested a special exception on his behalf, Vulcan suggested they just move to the general blacksmith workshop instead. Lemaire protested vehemently that allowing others to witness Rayon's cultivation technique before he mastered it would lead to trouble, prompting Vulcan to question why. Vulcan was informed that Rayon was Sylvia's child, a revelation that instantly captured the old man's undivided attention. Rayon, seeing his opportunity, swore he wouldn't interrupt anything, and practically begged for a single moment to absorb the fire's essence. A significant moment of uncomfortable silence stretched between them. Vulcan then revealed he was currently creating golden coal capable of producing heat far stronger than white or black coal, which explained his decaded, long stay here. Vulcan gruffly informed Rayon that he couldn't care less what the boy did, as long as he didn't disturb the ongoing work. This response completely delighted Rayon's determined heart. Stepping outside, Lemaire expressed his utter astonishment to Vulcan that he had granted permission to the young boy so easily. When Lemaire offered to bring some high-quality booze, Vulcan promptly made it clear the favor absolutely wasn't for him. Apparently, The kiln flames intensified dramatically when Rayan entered, generating enough sudden heat to completely ruin the precious coal. The power to intensify fire, it seemed, was an innate quality that permeated the child's very existence. Vulcan realized this kid just might be the person capable of fulfilling his long-held ambition. For the following 7 months, Rayan continued his visits to Vulcan's kiln, using the time to carefully contemplate the mental image of the flames he wished to master until comprehension finally clicked. While fire is often called the most powerful and terrifying element, controlling it completely changes the equation, making it more stable than anything in the right hands. However, Rayan still faced a significant hurdle, which was mastering the activation of the Golden Flame's art's core energy. A memory resurfaced in his mind of Lemaire, instructing him to focus intently on the exact image of the flame he truly desired. As Rayan reflected on his ultimate objectives of slaying Darius and restoring Sylvia to her rightful place, he understood a truly perfect flame must illuminate his path, conquer every monster, and possess the stubborn resilience to keep burning through absolutely anything. Suddenly, a brilliantly intense blaze erupted right in front of him. The immense power of the fire began to soak into his very core, so he decided to channel his focus and seize the fiery energy to absorb more of it for his cultivation practice. He entered a deep, almost catatonic trance, visualizing the fire as a distinct, tangible form, while pushing his concentration to its absolute limit. Ref, like an unwelcome guest, barged into his consciousness to remind him of the plan to hijack his body during this exact moment of extreme vulnerability. Rayan's entire cultivation process seized up immediately when the interruption occurred. He realized he had let his guard down over time, and completely forgotten that Wrath was not exactly on his payroll. Instead, Wrath was a hostile, scheming fiend whose main goal was stealing his life force, and to add insult to injury, he also happened to be the tyrannical king of the demon dimension. His body started to feel like fragile porcelain shattering into dust, making breathing feel impossible. The situation was clear: move and die, or stop the Golden Flame art cultivation, and die. His only option was to focus intensely, and find a way to collect his spiritual aura, which was currently fleeing the scene, in order to live. The air grew thick with anxiety as survival suddenly became the most urgent priority. Meanwhile, Rav offered some truly unhelpful commentary on his frantic struggle for survival. Rayan's consciousness grew fuzzy, and Wrath smugly announced that his entire being was now their property, because clearly, nothing Rayan attempted would ever succeed anyway. While Rayan faded into darkness, Wrath whispered that his entire existence was meaningless, effectively reducing him to the level of an aging furnace tender who just burned fuel. But Wrath, with apparent generosity, swore that he would absolutely finish Rayan's revenge mission for him. Hearing the word coal in the context of the kiln gave Rayan a sudden, desperate flash of insight, which he immediately recognized as his last chance to avoid perishing. The realization hit him. He wasn't meant to absorb the ambient natural magic being warmed by the furnace. No, he had to take the raw magical energy from inside the kiln, where the hotter, more powerful blaze consumed everything, allowing him to claim its strength as his own. He initiated the difficult procedure. Wrath began to boil with rage, realizing the boy was fundamentally altering his strategy. Simultaneously, the glowing embers near Vulcan suddenly started to crackle and pop with significantly increased intensity. He watched in utter shock as the fire violently exploded out of the furnace confines. He realized he had never seen the furnace temperature spike quite this high, this quickly, or this enthusiastically before. A sudden suspicion arose in Vulcan's mind that Rayan might be the cause of all this commotion. However, he noticed the boy was visibly shaking, which was peculiar since there wasn't supposed to be any combustible coal concentrated so near all that intense heat. No one could figure out why the young man was trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. And as if that wasn't puzzling enough, Lemaire abruptly arrived on the scene, immediately blocking Vulcan from touching Rayan. Vulcan protested loudly that leaving the kid alone would be fatal, but Lemaire insisted there wasn't a thing they could do since the boy was completely lost in a detrance state. Apparently, the slightest change in pressure around the boy would immediately cause him to start coughing up blood and drop dead. Rayan's body was covered in a thick layer of frost from the overwhelming chill he experienced, yet neither man could find any way to intervene or offer help. Lemaire, completely useless, simply hoped in silence that the boy managed to pull through. Meanwhile, inside the trance, Wrath grew increasingly furious as Rayan's cultivation continued, demanding that the boy halt immediately because he had no chance of success. Rayan flatly refused to give up easily, as he had in his previous existence, a vain life that ended without ever achieving peace or contentment until his very last breath. His resolve was fixed on avoiding that miserable past at all costs, so he continued his desperate struggle against the odds. The intensity of the heat suddenly became completely overwhelming. At this rate, It seemed highly probable that the kiln would not be able to withstand the incredible burst of energy for much longer. All of the kiln's accumulated spiritual power inexplicably began to concentrate into one singular spot. Lemaire started to wonder if perhaps Rahan was somehow absorbing every bit of the surrounding mana. Back inside the spiritual trance, the internal battle continued, finally reaching a climax when Rahan seized control of the powerful flame. The moment he grasped it, a massive explosion erupted, completely shattering the entire mental realm. This blast was so potent that it simultaneously tore through the physical roof of the kiln. When the explosion occurred, the two observers panicked about Rahan's safety, but their calls went completely unanswered by the boy inside. Moments later, the boy emerged from the fiery wreckage perfectly unharmed, surrounded by spectacular golden flames that none of them had ever witnessed before. A system notification appeared, announcing that Rahan had successfully acquired the golden flame technique. It turned out he had absorbed a huge amount of heat, increasing his golden flame art to 2 stars, granting him fire resistance, melting away 2 strands of the bitter frost curse, and completely resolving his terrible stamina issue. Furthermore, he had successfully assimilated all the melted frost that originated from Wrath's formidable chilling attack. This process resulted in him developing a new attribute called the Chill of Bitter Frost, which was immediately ranked at 2 stars. Wrath's attack turned out to be a fantastic mistake for Rahan, who certainly hadn't expected to gain so much from going through such a painful ordeal. Suddenly, because he withstood Wrath's meddling in a perilous situation, and demonstrated intense mental fortitude, the system automatically boosted all his stats by 3 points. Rahan was completely shocked by all the improvements, realizing he had achieved a level of power that would have taken years to reach without Wrath's clumsy interference. After Wrath finally realized he had been completely outsmarted, he angrily demanded to know how Rahan had managed to survive when his mental strength should have hit rock bottom. Rahan, as always, couldn't help but boast, reminding Wrath that he had explicitly told him he wouldn't be able to win. The plain truth was that Rahan came dangerously close to death, confirming that despite their growing camaraderie, Wrath truly remained an adversary. This realization meant Rahan had to ensure he never revealed any weaknesses or personal secrets to Wrath from this point forward. Soon after, Vulcan arrived to check on Rahan and confirmed he was fine, then asked if he had successfully obtained his aura. Rahan confirmed he achieved it, explaining that Vulcan was ultimately the reason for his success. Rahan immediately apologized, feeling terrible that the intense explosion had completely demolished the furnace. But Vulcan didn't seem concerned by the mechanical carnage, only caring that Rahan was safe while they continued chatting. As they spoke, Vulcan noticed a rather peculiar object shimmering within the fiery depths. When he finally used the shovel to scoop up the burning pieces, he realized these were the legendary golden coals he had been attempting to forge for decades. A flashback showed everyone gossiping and teasing Vulcan for wasting his entire life pursuing mythical coals that supposedly didn't exist. Back in the present, Vulcan pulled out the coals, and realized he had truly experienced a miraculous event himself. The golden coal, which was hotter than white coal and stronger than black coal, was finally discovered thanks to Rayon, a life's ambition realized. Rayon immediately protested, claiming zero responsibility for the discovery. Vulcan clarified that Rayon's monocultivation made the kiln surge violently. The flames then burst open as he exhaled, spreading intense heat to every nook and cranny of the workspace. The elderly gentleman eventually inquired what type of formidable warrior Rayon envisioned becoming someday. Rayon responded that he wished to be unwavering and completely steadfast, regardless of the enemy he faced or the ridiculous predicament he found himself in. Vulcan was stunned by the response, particularly because it originated from such a young boy. Therefore, Vulcan proposed that if Rayon remained truly steadfast in 3 to 5 years, when he could actually swing a sword, he should come back for a visit. He had decided to save those rare golden coals specifically for the day Rayon returned to finally track him down. Despite being officially retired, Vulcan was willing to make a very special exception to help Rayon forge a magnificent sword. Soon after, Rayon left the workshop to go home, and Vulcan genuinely hoped the boy didn't get himself killed before their next meeting. Meanwhile, Lemaire was absolutely thrilled that Rayon had finally managed to acquire his own aura. Aster Seagart suddenly materialized right behind Lemaire. Lemaire then began teasing him, suggesting Seagart must be relieved he no longer needed to visit daily to check on his grandson. Lord Seagart, naturally, issued a firm and blatant denial. Lemaire simply ignored the denial, commenting instead on the serious size and purity of Rayon's aura, potentially caused by absorbing all the kiln's intense heat. Furthermore, the boy's ability to immediately use the new aura demonstrated incredible potential. Apparently, the Lord had actually noticed one additional thing during this ordeal, specifically the way Rayon took the metaphorical burden around his neck and completely made it his own. Over at the 5th training grounds, Runan patiently waited for Rayon's return, while clutching a small box of chocolate. The rumor mill was working overtime, spreading news of Ryan's 7-month aura less streak, and claiming Lady Marta deserved the top title, as Rayan clearly wasn't living up to expectations. Runan absolutely detested hearing all the mean rumors floating around the training grounds. She began plotting a way to help Rayan, specifically recalling her mom's rule about returning favors to people she appreciated. After an extensive amount of waiting, Rayan finally appeared back at the training grounds following several months' absence. He immediately resumed his typical argument with Raph, debating exactly why he kept failing to defeat him. Much to his surprise, the first individual he encountered was Runan, who promptly gave him a box filled with delicious orb-shaped ice cream. She was concerned that he hadn't managed to develop his aura yet, so she tried to boost his confidence by telling him to look up. Meanwhile, Rayan expressed his gratitude for the ice cream from their previous encounter, a distinct, refreshing aroma, which Runan always sensed coming from him, wafted into her perception. The scent was noticeably stronger and more pleasant this time, though she couldn't figure out why the change occurred. Rayan thanked her for the ice cream once again for good measure. Even Wrath was practically giddy about the fantastic flavor, urging Rayan to immediately gobble down the other 2 ice creams. Rayan, however, considered the snack too precious, believing it was something she really treasured, and scolded Wrath to stop acting like a spoiled brat. Instead of taking another one, he simply closed the box, which completely surprised Runan, as she expected him to take more. When he politely declined more, she asked if he felt better, and he confirmed that he did. This response caused her to blush faintly. His affirmation made her extremely happy, and she departed with a cheerful attitude. Rayan, on the other hand, was amused by how enigmatic she could be at times. When the students gathered, they were informed that the monotonous training regimen would change next month to something more engaging. Because everyone was completely burned out, having spent 7 months on foundational skills and mana cultivation, it was time to finally activate their inner energy cores. This announcement generated considerable surprise among the students, who were stunned that this progression was happening so much earlier than anticipated. Lamer clarified the new plan, stating that sparring matches would begin in the coming month. This particular detail brought immense delight to Marta, who had been looking for any excuse to start a brawl all along. The results of these matches, apparently, would directly impact their graduation and determine their final rankings. Due to the high stakes, they were strongly urged to devote their entire focus to preparation for the next month. As expected, Marta rudely interrupted to demand what would happen to their friend who still hadn't managed to create an aura, and had fallen significantly behind the group, obviously referring to Rayan. As the surrounding students began to whisper, Lamer quickly silenced the murmurs by revealing that this friend had recently, and fortunately managed to generate an aura. This news visibly upset Marta. The information shocked her, and she wondered precisely when he had managed to achieve this. Despite her surprise, she quickly turned to him, and began a barrage of taunts. She teased him relentlessly for taking such a ridiculously long time to finally create his aura. She brought up their initial meeting, reminding him of her firm stance that she wouldn't follow orders from anyone weaker than her. She stated that she had been incredibly patient by allowing him to hold a title she believed he didn't deserve, but all of that would soon end, because she planned to absolutely destroy him during their sparring opportunity. Warren's hand shot out to create a divide between Marta and Rayan. He ordered her to back off, claiming there was no honor in planning to fight someone in a month when they had only just acquired their aura less than a day prior. In response, Marta made a sarcastic remark about Warren's code of conduct, declaring that true honor must be earned by those who truly deserve it. She pointed out that other losers had managed to develop their auras within a month, yet it took their supposed valedictorian over half a year to succeed. The murmuring intensified as she argued that 7 months was more than enough time to create an aura using a high-ranking technique, which simply proved that Rayan lacked any natural aptitude for this entire endeavor. She enjoys telling everyone that a warrior lacking an aura will never achieve fame, regardless of how impressive their sword skills might be. She even suggested the instructor proposed the spar purely to create a new ranking system, implying the old one was deeply flawed. However, Lemur refused to give her a straight answer. Marta felt Ron had monopolized the title of top trainee for long enough, believing his current skill level meant it was high time for him to step down. To continue their argument, she proposed a simple wager, stating the winner of their duel should inherit the top trainee position. But Ron was unimpressed, and quickly dismissed her offer. Ron pointed out that one cannot join a high-stakes poker game without chips, explaining there was no reason to risk his status when her suggested bet held no matching value. Instead of admitting defeat, she retorted by accusing him of believing everyone else in the room was on the same level as him. Ron then simply asked her if she was afraid. His comment enraged her, prompting her to accept his challenge. certain this would be the final game he ever played. To force his hand, she offered a Nine Blossoms pill given to her by her father, an elixir that enhances both physical strength and aura, should he manage to win. Her offer brought a wide smile to Ron's face, reminding Wrath of how he promised to show him something exciting by acquiring an item from Mara. 1 month later, the sparring match finally arrived. Marta was thrilled to finally have the opportunity to return the favor. She revealed she had never been struck before, not even during fights in the back alleys, and Rayon was the first person ever to actually hit her successfully. 8 months later, she finally had her chance to repay him for that specific humiliation. Since Rayon had only just started using his aura a month prior, she was confident the spar would be an absolute breeze, certain that her 3 years of experience would prove he was just a talentless kid. Despite her confidence, she remembered her true objective, which was to make sure he quickly became stronger so she could rescue someone important. As she entered the arena, she stepped forward with complete conviction, certain that today would mark Rayon's final moment. On the day of the match, the other students were instructed to observe the fight closely, as it was supposed to help them learn and plan for their own future matches. The first 2 fighters called up were Warren and Dorian. However, Dorian immediately surrendered before the fight even started. This abrupt decision genuinely surprised Lemaire. Dorian offered the excuse that he was feeling under the weather, claiming he was very sick and hadn't slept at all. Wrath, being as grumpy as ever, declared that if Dorian were his subordinate, his head would be rolling on the floor right now. Lemaire easily saw through Dorian's faked illness, so he encouraged him to at least try, explaining that he would still gain something valuable from the experience even if he lost. The sword fight quickly ended when Dorian fell to the ground and instantly raised his hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Lemaire pointed out that Warren still lacked emotional control, claiming he could have won the fight in less than 5 moves if he'd just fought properly. While Warren instead complained about Dorian, he was frustrated with Dorian for spending the entire match running away instead of actually fighting back. The next participants called to fight were Runnan and Crane, the very same Crane who previously had problems with Rayon. As the duel commenced, Crane immediately lunged forward, initiating the initial assault, but instead of dodging, Runnan simply met his charge head on with a swift counter stroke of her blade. Her return blow disarmed him entirely, sending his sword flying, much to his utter astonishment. Before the sparring match could go any further, Lemaire intervened to offer his feedback, noting Crane's grip was stiff and needed more flexibility, while praising Runnan's counterattack but pointing out her failure to extend her aura fully to the sword's tip. With the first match concluded, the next pair of participants were summoned to the ring. The final competitors called were Rayon and Mara, who instantly engaged in a chaotic, frenzied clash of steel on the arena floor. Marta executed a meticulously planned maneuver, directing her blade precisely toward Rayon's face. He casually parried the blow and instantly responded with a counterattack of his own. Maintaining her aggressive stance, she continued pressing the offensive, launching another series of strikes. To her increasing bewilderment, Rayon simply countered every move she threw at him. After narrowly avoiding one of his unexpected counterstrikes, she finally managed to create some distance between them. Stepping back to regain her composure, she voiced her surprise at his performance. She admitted that she hadn't anticipated him blocking every attack, begrudgingly acknowledging that his swordsmanship possessed some genuine skill. However, scoffing at his seemingly weak aura, she activated her own power, promising to put him in his proper place. She charged in one final time, lunging directly at Rayon with the clear intention of ending the fight decisively. She closed the distance, positioning herself for the knockout blow she believed would end the spar. Rayon, having carefully observed her tactics, quickly deflected her attack as he always did. Although the counterattack was standard, the force behind her blow seemed significantly greater this time. Frustrated by his persistent defense, Marta began to taunt him, asking how much longer he could continue to parry, given that mastering an aura requires more innate talent than simple swordsmanship. As the fierce battle raged on, she reminded him that his 7 months spent creating only a minuscule aura proved he would never amount to a real warrior. When she imperiously demanded his surrender, before she crushed him completely, Rayon abruptly switched tactics and initiated an attack for the first time, forcing Marta into an immediate defensive posture to block the strike. The relentless lecturing about natural gifts and the family's obsession with talent was finally starting to exhaust Rayon. She jokingly retorted that it must be because he possessed none of those qualities. Rayon still hadn't used his aura yet, prompting Marta to promise she would demonstrate real talent. In return, Rayon offered to show her something far more important than mere aptitude. He finally activated his personal aura, unleashing a brilliant golden flame that quickly enveloped him completely. The spectacle left Marta completely shocked as Rayon activated the very first flame of the million flame art technique. She remained completely stunned. She began to wonder about the nature of these flames, realizing the strange fire must be extremely dangerous, because it certainly wasn't normal. The mysterious inferno was both terrifyingly beautiful and clearly an unknown force. A tiny river of perspiration began trekking across her brow, plunging her blade like a lottery ticket. She absolutely refused to throw in the towel. As the situation escalated past the point of casual sparring, she deployed her signature move, the solid stone stance focal point, which is basically an arcane trick for cramming all your magical glow into one tiny location. Ryan mused that wielding such specialized aptitude at her tender age demonstrated prodigious skill, confirming she was about to chuck the magical kitchen sink at him. Prior to launching her assault, Marta complimented his durability, yet warned him he lacked the necessary insurance policy to survive the imminent impact. Aura notwithstanding, she immediately initiated a furious dash, attempting to cleave him in half, but he stood stubbornly still, only bothering to parry her weapon with his own when her blade was practically tickling his nose. The collision resulted in a ridiculous kinetic discharge, dramatically cracking the very foundation of the arena they were brawling upon. This absolutely terrified the surrounding student body. A thick curtain of murky, dramatic haze enveloped the entire fighting zone, turning the spectators into temporarily blind observers. As the airborne debris finally settled, Marta lay crumpled amidst the fractured earth, looking decisively defeated next to her recently demolished sword. Ryan stood triumphant above her, much to the utter disbelief of the student audience who were struggling to process both his surprising triumph over Lady Marta and the sudden appearance of his confusing, mystical glow. Marta displayed a remarkable tenacity by maintaining a tight, defiant fist even while technically unconscious. Ryan immediately concluded that her mental stubbornness was frankly a more compelling quality than her raw ability or inherent aptitude. Sometime after sunset, Lord Glenn reviewed the full battle dossier explaining that Ryan had vanquished Marta by utterly annihilating the specialized aura she had meticulously cultivated over 4 solid years using an absurd amount of brute force. Lord Glenn agreed that the mystical fire he witnessed when Ren first manifested his aura was strikingly beautiful, possessing magnitude far exceeding its apparent size. Realizing the secret was now public knowledge, he instructed Ymir to mentor Ren carefully, so the boy wouldn't swell with arrogance. The Lord also sought an update on Marta's status, discovering she had sustained a hefty concussive blow but that her bodily injuries, fortunately, required only the standard prescription of decent shot. Apparently, the most pressing matter was the profound psychological trauma she suffered, a devastating mental bruise that everyone just had to optimistically assume she would eventually shake off. Simultaneously, as Ryan engaged in a bit of therapeutic gardening, Wrath erupted in his standard fury over poor technique, swearing he would instantly convert Ryan into an oversized, frozen popsicle if the yard work didn't improve dramatically. Ian, completely unimpressed, snorted and told Wrath to drop the guy act. But Wrath insisted Ryan was merely exploiting his newly skyrocketed water resistance, calling it a cheap, cowardly maneuver. The reason for this sudden spike was Ryan having swallowed the powerful Nine Blossom pill, an unexpected reward fished from the water the very night he crushed Marta, which supercharged his overall capabilities. He had finally finished synthesizing his 4th flame link, resulting in pleasant buffs to his physical body, ranking, and soul essence, along with substantial increases in strength, constitution, and dexterity attributes. His prior issues with athleticism simply vanished into thin air, his terrible mana affinity showed improvement, and the water resistance skyrocketed. Essentially, the pill served as a magic button, instantly manifesting all his previous toil, though a myriad of statistics saw boosts. The undeniable champion statistic was the water resistance, which had shot straight up to an astonishing rating of 4 stars. Consequently, he could effectively dismiss the majority of Wrath's shouting fits as mildly amusing, adorable little meltdowns. Since this was his final day of vacation, he came home specifically to inspect the petunias and unwin. As Ren dug, Wrath persisted in muttering various low-level obscenities while incessantly critiquing the proper, nuanced methodology for thinning the garden dirt. Wrath kept nagging that Ryan ought to ditch the shovel and use his bare hands to guarantee optimal nutrient transfer to the blooms, prompting Ryan to question exactly where he acquired such ridiculous expertise. All this knowledge, evidently, during his previous tenure in the demon realm, Wrath had cultivated a highly praised bed of sparkling ice flowers, an accomplishment he now references every 6 minutes. Suddenly, without so much as a knock, Marta materialized nearby, but, caught completely off guard, immediately inquired what her exact purpose was for showing up. Rather than providing an answer, she carefully measured him with a judging gaze, pondering how utterly infantile it was for him to be gardening, despite being perfectly aware that he rarely behaved his chronological age. Without warning, she suddenly announced that she was ready to fight him once more. Rayon immediately dismissed her as a pathetic sore loser, but she insisted she was only here to gauge her current standing. She was shocked when he demanded a price, stating that a loser should always offer compensation when challenging the winner. She insisted that payment for a fight was unnecessary. He flatly rejected her offer, making her panic because she was absolutely determined to face him again. She briefly considered stomping all over his flower just to make him furious, but then she discovered that he didn't actually like flowers. He was just taking care of them as a favor to his mother. This news only made her even angrier than before. Defeated, she finally decided to give up and leave. Just then, Sylvia emerged and hurried over to greet Rayon. She asked who Rayon's new friend was, assuming Marta was someone Rayon had recently befriended during training. Marta, however, recognized Sylvia as the woman who had run away for love, then returned to protect her child, an action Marta thought was incredibly brave. Sylvia recognized Marta, too, and introduced herself, causing Rayon to tense up and interrupt the friendly exchange by insisting they were absolutely not friends. Ignoring Rayon's protests, Sylvia walked over to Marta and inquired about her health after the fight. Marta assured her she was fine, much to Sylvia's relief. Sylvia remarked that she heard her big brother Denayer adopted a talented child, but added that the girl was also incredibly pretty, causing Marta to blush profusely from the unexpected attention. Sylvia then asked why Marta was visiting, and an uncomfortable Marta lied, claiming she was delivering a message, and tried to make a quick escape. She didn't realize how much trouble she was truly in until Sylvia grabbed her arm and insisted she stay for a meal, stating she couldn't let Rayon's friend leave without hospitality. Despite all her protests, Marta ended up sitting at the dinner table with Rayon and Sylvia. Rayon couldn't believe his eyes, never imagining a world where Marta would sit so obediently. While Sylvia started raving about how much he loves meat stew, the casual chat continued, allowing Sylvia to learn that Marta was 15 years old, making her a year older than Rayon, prompting Sylvia to switch into a motherly mode and ask about her training. As Marta ate, Sylvia apologized, explaining that their meat wasn't as tender as the kind served at the main estate and might be a little tough. She patted Marta on the shoulder, advising her to eat slowly so she wouldn't get a stomachache. Sylvia's simple words reminded Marta of something her own mother used to say when she was much younger. After finishing her meal, Marta thanked Sylvia for the food and prepared to leave, while Sylvia, overjoyed, expressed her hope that Marta and Rayon would become good friends. Rayon remained completely perplexed by Marta's sudden calm behavior, certain that someone who came looking for a brawl must have taken a serious hit to the head. As Marta headed home, she realized Rayon must probably think she had completely lost her mind. The surreal reason she acted so strangely was that Sylvia reminded her so much of her mother that she couldn't bring herself to be rude. Eating with Sylvia had felt just like the times when she used to share meals with her mom. Marta had sworn an oath to herself after her mother was kidnapped by witch blood church villains, and Tinis adopted her, vowing never to lose a single match until she found her again. She had successfully kept that promise for all this time until she lost to Rayon. The Sighart family initially adopted her based on her perceived potential, but now, after such a crushing defeat, they might just consider implementing a strict return policy. She couldn't shake the feeling that her father, Denis, despite his gentlemanly facade, might discard her if she failed, crushing her final hope of finding her birth mother. A sharp, physical itch pierced through her as she replayed the moment she foolishly allowed herself to lose against Rayon. As she entered the building, a staff member named Camel informed her that Lord Denayer had prepared a letter for her and had been eagerly waiting to deliver it. Nervous sweat beaded on her forehead as she worried the note contained a scathing review of her performance in the recent spar. Opening the letter, she was surprised to find Denayer congratulating her on her first loss, reassuring her that one failure didn't define her, and advising her to analyze the defeat to fuel future growth. Regretting he couldn't deliver the advice in person due to his long mission, the letter finally concluded by stating that the search for her birth mother was still active, and urging her to keep her chin up, a message that resonated deeply. In reply, Marta asked Camel to pass along her sincere appreciation to her father for the meaningful message. Moving inside, she continued to reflect on the spectacular failure she had experienced against Rayon. During her dramatic haircut, she decided to ignore her defeat entirely and move forward, determined not to bring disgrace upon her father's good name. She realized that glossing over the loss would leave her stagnant, and she wouldn't be able to look her father in the eye after he had placed so much faith in her. It was time to shed her inadequate past and start completely fresh, returning to basics in order to build genuine strength. The following day began at the training grounds. The other students were astonished by Marta's sudden change in attitude when she approached Rayon, not offering a half-hearted apology for her constant challenges. Instead, she announced that she would abide by her own rule, which decreed that the vanquished must follow the victor's instructions. Rayon was left completely stunned by her decision, having assumed she would never actually follow through on her words. He wondered if Marta had undergone a real transformation in a short period, as she was demonstrating a maturity far beyond what anyone expected for her age. However, when she casually kicked Dorian out of the way for simply blocking her path, he realized her change was exclusively reserved for him. Soon thereafter, the new year arrived, bringing subtle changes that affected everyone in unexpected ways. Despite everyone's expectations, Marta kept her word and continued to listen exclusively to Rayon's direction. Warren learned to lead the trainees with greater composure and logic, while Runan's sword skills became sharper and significantly more accurate. Rayon, meanwhile, continued to train with an intensity that suggested his life depended on it, a determination he demonstrated during one particular practice session. He performed the new river walk technique so flawlessly that the students were shocked, considering they had only just started learning it a few hours earlier. His astonishing speed intrigued Lemaire so greatly that he felt compelled to report the details to Master Glenn. Lemaire theorized that Rahan had mastered the technique using visualization, which seemed unbelievable, and Lemaire's constant chatter began to annoy Lord Glenn. Lord Glenn questioned if Lemaire was his butler, wondering why he always spoke about Rahan, a comment Lemaire ignored. Certain Lord Glenn was secretly interested. From the top of the mountain, Lemaire observed the staff of the main house bustling about frantically, leading him to wonder if they were preparing for a major event. Lord Glenn confirmed that envoys from the Kingdom of Owen were expected in a few days, explaining the sudden flurry of preparations. The Kingdom of Owen, a member of the Six Lords and located in the continent's center, was one of the few powers maintaining a close relationship with the reclusive Saharts. It was a kingdom of knights that highly valued warriors and the art of the sword. The envoy's official representative was supposed to be the third prince, but in reality, it would be Duke Tartan, a man Lemaire knew to be completely unhinged. Lord Glenn informed Lemaire that every trainee across all facilities absolutely had to behave, since the third prince and his visiting knights from Owen were coming to scrutinize everyone present, and a disgraceful display by the Saharts simply wouldn't do. Lemaire immediately grew interested, largely because this visiting third prince from Owen happened to be roughly the exact same age as Rahan. He figured this whole situation had the potential to be truly spectacular entertainment, making Lord Glenn suspicious that Lemaire was plotting something disastrous, but he couldn't quite put his finger on the specific catastrophe brewing. When Lemaire returned to the training grounds, he announced to the trainees that they would be having immediate sparring matches against the Owen Knights, all in front of the third prince, starting right away. The trainees were completely blindsided by this sudden news, but Lemaire simply reminded them that a warrior must always be ready to swing their sword, even if they were still half asleep. The students began whispering to each other, realizing that the prince was supposed to visit the six training grounds instead of theirs, and they wondered why the schedule had been abruptly altered. Apparently, Lemaire had previously snuck off to have a private meeting with the third prince right after the prince found his visit to the sixth training grounds underwhelming. Lemaire had suggested the prince come to the fifth training grounds if he wanted to see some genuine excitement, promising to show him the real show. It became abundantly clear that Lemaire had deliberately delayed informing them about the competition until the very last minute. Shortly thereafter, the third prince of Owen and his squad of perfectly polished knights marched onto the training ground. The third prince, Greer du Owen, then formally introduced himself to the assembled group of trainees. Rayan immediately noticed Greer and was captivated by the sheer, overwhelming strength radiating from the young prince. His presence was palpable even from just a quick, casual glance. Lemaire, whose plan was becoming laughably obvious, immediately asked Rayan if he would be willing to face off against the prince in a one-on-one duel. Rayan figured that this encounter would be the perfect opportunity to test out how well the recently learned riverwalk technique coordinated with their powerful ignition sword arts. Rayan agreed to the challenge instantly. This pleased Lemaire immensely, who then quickly gathered 20 more trainees from their group to participate in the upcoming match. Before the combat began, Lemaire casually mentioned to the group that he had wagered his entire year's salary on them winning the fight. He warned them to win, or else prepare for death by his hands if they lost, which caused the students to visibly shudder. Despite their terror, they quickly organized themselves under Rayan's leadership. Before the first round started, Rayan instructed his teammates to look closely at their opponents' hands. He pointed out that despite their crisp, fancy uniforms and outwardly confident stances, their rivals were just as nervous as they were, evident from their slightly trembling fingers. He reminded his team that their rigorous training schedule was more intense than even what the six lords and the five demons endured. Rayan assured them that all the blood and sweat they had poured into practice would undoubtedly be reflected in the results of this battle. His motivational speech about giving everything they had and proving their capabilities instantly boosted the team's confidence, making them eager to fight. He explained that the vanguard position was crucial for inspiring the rest of the team, and therefore required a strong, reliable fighter, who absolutely guaranteed a victory. Rayon made Marta the team's vanguard. When the opposing team's vanguard stepped forward, the trainees were shocked by his immense size, questioning whether he was truly their age. Marta, however, faced him without a trace of fear. The rival vanguard introduced himself as Tart, and rather patronizingly remarked that Marta had owned her youthful physique to its absolute peak, wishing her a pleasant battle. The overwhelming disparity in their physiques made Marta's teammates wonder whether she could possibly defeat such a large opponent. The incredibly arrogant Marta cut Tars off, dismissing his fight banter, because she already knew she would win anyway. The bout began immediately, and Greer watched in complete shock as Marta thoroughly overpowered Tars in the initial exchange. Her tiny stature completely belied the enormous strength she wielded. It became obvious that the warriors of the 5th training ground were exceptionally skilled, upholding the Safeguard name, with power levels comparable to Kingdom Owen's elite knights. In stark contrast to the rather underwhelming 6th training ground, these trainees truly seemed like the real deal. Meanwhile, Duke Tartan questioned Lemaire, wondering if this spectacle was the reason he had unexpectedly dropped by His Highness' rooms yesterday to extend an invitation to the 5th training round. Lemaire responded by claiming it was simply an educational opportunity for his students, as there are few safe chances to clash with talented fighters from the 6 Kings factions. When Duke Tartan called out the obvious deception, Lemaire suggested they escalate things by making a bet on which side would win more of the 20 spars, arguing that betting was far more engaging than simply observing. Duke Tartan tried to intimidate him by mentioning that his trainees were among the most promising knight prospects in the entire Kingdom of Owen. Lemaire, however, simply insisted that he had equal faith in his young proteges. Back in the arena, Marta continued to land powerful strikes against her opponent, maintaining a consistently intense fight. After one of Marta's blows shattered Tar's sword, he expressed surprise at the incredible force behind her strikes, yet she maintained her relentless assault, sporting a truly manic grin. Eventually, she finished the match by slamming the hilt of her sword into his midsection, knocking him completely off balance. This final maneuver secured her victory. Everyone present was astonished by the outcome, and Ron specifically noted with surprise that Marta hadn't refined her technique to be more graceful following their last spar. Instead, she had simply opted to boost her speed and strength to maximize brute force. As usual, Marta then proceeded to insult her opponent, calling his fighting style pathetic because he failed to put enough power into his primary strikes. Despite strength being his main advantage, while Ron found the fight quite entertaining, Wrath found it entirely dull, claiming that sparring matches involving young demons in the demon realm were far more impressive. Before Wrath could continue his critic, Ron promptly hit the bracelet, silencing him before he could ruin the fun completely. Following a few more matches, the 18th spar began, featuring Runan against Idalia, who both stepped onto the field. Idalia immediately voiced her strong distaste for Runan's vacant and motionless eyes. She then activated a blazing, fiery aura, while Runan simultaneously activated an aura of icy blue energy. The sparring match started instantly, quickly becoming ferociously intense. The sheer power of their collisions generated so much energy that smoke quickly enveloped the entire arena. Unknown to Idalia, Runan had managed to sneak behind her when she wasn't paying attention and launched a swift surprise attack. As Idalia rapidly turned around to attempt a counter-attack, Runan suddenly disappeared, leaving Idalia completely baffled as she wondered if she had just seen an illusion. Runan then reappeared behind her once more, placing her sword against Idalia's neck in a move that caught her completely off guard, because Idalia had left herself open enough for a fatal strike in a real conflict. Runan was declared the winner of the 18th match. Idalia attempted to offer congratulations to Runan for her success, wholly disregarding the girl. Ron saunters toward the protagonist to verify whether he witnessed her recent duel. Ron remarks she finally stopped tripping over her own feet during Riverwa, praising her surprisingly decent sword-swinging skills. Currently, the Rahan crew boasts 9 victories, leaving Owen's bunch with 9 miserable defeats, making Lemaire's gambling addiction quite profitable. Bout 19 features Warren squaring off against a certain lad known as Saren Castle. As the youngsters trade polite greetings, Khan observes that Saren packs a punch, likely outshining every knight present except for that shiny royal brat. Action ignites quickly, and both lads sprint forward, eager to introduce their blades to each other's faces. Steel bites steel as they trade blows, with Saren possessing a raw physical might that mirrors Warren's brute strength, rendering it incredibly risky to blink or daydream, since their high-level prowess means one mistake leads to a painful lesson. Abruptly, Just as the pair slam their blades together with immense force, their weapons snap like brittle twigs, forcing the match into a disappointing stalemate where nobody gets bragging rights. Once Warren trudges back, Ron comforts him by mentioning he survived the rival squad's top-tier student without losing any limbs. Such platitudes fail to cheer Warren up, as he believes the Seahart family reputation demands total victory rather than a pathetic draw. Attempting to offer solace, Ron taps his back, promising he will personally steamroll the last opponent to restore their household's shiny dignity. Ron and that fancy Prince Greer enter the dusty ring to commence the 20th bout of this exhausting afternoon. Upon meeting, Greer feels confused that Ron possesses the intimidating aura of a wet Nakin instead of a legendary warrior. Driven by inquisitive urges, Greer inquires about his lineage, getting grumpy about facing a supposedly trashy branch member rather than a prestigious main house heir. The snob originally hoped to fight Runan, or that scary girl Mart. Looking for a worthy challenge, Greer negotiates a deal with Lemaire for a future duel against Ron, specifically requesting Marta, or Runan provided he easily clobbers his current foe. Grinning, Lemaire accepts the terms with a warning while Greer arrogantly suggests the girls start stretching, since this fight ends now. Planning to save his stamina for genuine threats, Greer resolves to keep his magical energy tucked away during this warm-up round. Elsewhere, Duke Tartan ponders what kind of freakish beast Ron is, considering his aura is so faint it nearly vanished. Lemaire finds it fascinating that the Duke noticed, questioning why he let the prince keep underestimating the supposedly weak boy. The Duke explains he remained silent, because the sheltered prince needs a good old-fashioned humbling before he grows even more arrogant. Still, the Duke assumes Greer's natural talent means even a genius like Rahan cannot simply steamroll him, though Lemaire definitely disagrees. Desperate to prove his point, Lemaire proposes yet another wager, confirming that he truly has a problematic betting habit. The stakes involve Rahan utterly dismantling the royal brat in precisely 5 swift motions or fewer, only texts, and, as the gambling addicts hash out stakes, Ron ignites his shiny soul glow, rattling the royal brat. The big Duke spins in surprise as Ron zips past the boy to land a spicy kidney punch, making the prince fold like laundry, and the entire duel ends faster than a microwave pizza, showing everyone that betting on 5 moves was as pointless as a screen door on a submarine. The push Niblet finally realizes that he totally underestimated the powerful Ron, proving that his late arrival was simply because he is the actual protagonist here. Old Man Tartan cannot believe Ron is a rookie when his fancy footwork and blade skills are already elite. While Ron leaves, the prince whines like a hungry baby while Lemaire explains that the scrap is truly finished. The boy claims he was just holding back, saying he would have tried if he knew he would get stumped. Marta interrupts his crying to call him a complete loser for moaning instead of accepting his obvious defeat. She mentions he smells like a failure, reminding her of the other useless guy named Warren. Once the prince spots her as the frontline brawler, she admits she has zero filter for royal nonsense, telling him to pack his fancy bags and skedaddle if he cannot handle a little verbal spanking. This upsets Adalia, who questions Marta's nerve to insult a prince, but Marta clarifies that her high family status makes her untouchable by royal trash. Lemaire stops the bickering and asks Ron if he feels like pummeling the boy a second time. Ron says the results are final, particularly since the money is already won and being a dead horse is boring. Suddenly, the little prince actually admits he lost the scrap fairly, mostly because he was too blind to see Ron's talent. Before the sword fight even started, the boy feels embarrassed and grabs his blade, begging Ron for a redo so he doesn't spend his life crying over this loss. Ron is surprised by this sudden humble attitude from the bratty prince, so he agrees to one more round of physical therapy. As they prepare, the prince knows he failed previously by ignoring the absolute monster standing right in front of him. Now he plans to go full turbo, venting a weirdly intense wave of magical energy like a soda can. This sudden power surge shocks Ron and the grumpy Mara, since they had no clue the prince had such decent hardware hidden under his cape. Ignoring the Duke's warnings about his dangerous form, Greer chooses to burn his entire mana bar on this duel. Wrath appears to mock Ron for missing the prince's secret power, but our hero remains calm and ready to win again. Wrath bets that Ron will gain 4 points for winning, or absorb 10 points of anger if he loses to this buffet. But royal, the pair starts the match and Greer lunges forward like a hungry dog to land the opening strike. The collision is so intense that their blades and energy fields smash together in a wild, chaotic explosion. That massive boom produced such a humongous cloud that every spectator went temporarily blind from the sheer spectacle. Their brawl rages on like a spicy kitchen disaster, making the royal brat realize his opponent is standing firm despite his maximum effort. Finally, he gambles every ounce of his stamina on a single knockout punch while preparing to draw out his hidden power, pumping every bit of juice into his blade. The lad immediately identifies that fancy royal fencing style from Owen, realizing the prince is charging an ultimate move and gambling everything on this next swing. Being a certified stubborn mule, our hero chooses to fight heat with heat. Having already memorized every single maneuver the prince threw earlier, he activates the initial dance of 1,000 fires, executing a twirl that a professional ballerina would certainly envy, which totally shocks the prince. That shimmering yellow glow forces the noble to react instantly, and both warriors sprint toward their inevitable collision on the grass. One dude burning like a spicy pepper while the other feels cold as ice, meeting halfway across the dirt. Their blades and glowing vibes collide with the sound of a very loud kitchen accident. By some miracle, the prince shoves the other guy's energy away, certain that he's actually the strongest person in the arena. Our main man, however, appears to be struggling a bit more than usual during this intense exchange of sharp metal sticks. Even so, he refuses to quit, retaliating with a noisy thwack that probably woke the neighbors 3 whole towns over. The blow is so intense that Greer's sword shatters into a million tiny, useless metal sprinkles, much to his annoyance. Even his fancy energy gets shoved back like a clumsy child losing at games, and the hero zips behind him, delivering a smack that certainly bruised his massive royal ego. Once more, the noble takes a seat on the dirt, and the referee yells that the young kid is the winner. From his pathetic spot on the floor, the royal cannot fathom how he lost since he was sure he was faster. Curiously, while grinning like a door, he understands that the winner used fancy footwork to negate his glowing superpower vibes. This defeat teaches the prince that the planet is actually huge and full of random people who can kick his butt. He strolls over to express gratitude for the education received, officially admitting that he got absolutely schooled by the boy. The youngster replies warmly, mentioning that he also picked up some nifty tricks from their little scrap today, and the prince says sorry for being such a judgmental, dismissive snob when they first met. Finding out the victor is only 14 makes him laugh, since he got outperformed in skill by a literal child. Suddenly, the royal hands over his shiny gold necklace, leaving the young warrior feeling a bit awkward about the gift. Yet the noble demands he take it, explaining it serves as a voucher for any future favor, while the boy questions giving away such loot, and the prince clarifies that the beating cleared his brain, making him feel lucky to lose to such a talented fighter. While departing, the prince offers best wishes, promising to spend his free time trying to reach the kid's insane skill level. Because his team lost the bet, the royal tells the other guy that the winnings belong to him as they agreed. In Iran's previous existence, apparently, he was the world's worst volunteer, obligated to finish assignments without any compensation, making these gifts feel utterly bizarre, like finding broccoli in a candy store. Clearly, his current reincarnation is not following the instruction manual he wrote. That afternoon, Prince Greer confessed to Lord Glenn the painful education he received during the spar, admitting he previously thought he was peak performance, but Ron, an absolute vision of a complete warrior, promptly deflated that enormous ego. Despite visiting 3 of the 6 ruling lords and engaging in numerous practice fights, the prince declared he had never encountered a rookie anywhere near Ron's caliber, concluding he needed serious remedial training. He intends to zip back immediately to the kingdom of Owen, eager to apply his fresh combat wisdom, a statement that piqued Lord Glenn's curiosity, prompting him to request the prince notify the king of Owen that the royal correspondence had successfully arrived. Moments later, the prince and his entire entourage packed up and retreated home. During the journey, Duke Tardan pointedly remarked that Prince Greer had busted out too much of his secret arsenal, implying the sword art used for the parry was overkill, suggesting strongly that retaining a little mystery is always the smarter card. Surprisingly, the prince nodded in full agreement. Furthermore, Tardan loudly disapproved of handing Ron the special access token, though Prince Greer absolutely refused to concede that particular point. This was due to Ron exhibiting excessive politeness, even after the prince had been a total jerk, and abruptly cut him off, making necessary a suitable repayment of that extreme graciousness. He highlighted Ron's combat demonstration, which looked suspiciously like an advanced, specialized technique. The prince slyly disclosed that his token was merely a tactical investment, causing the shocked Duke to demand exactly what kind of financial scheme he was running. The prince elaborated, noting that any youngster displaying such immense power and grit, even if from the relatively less prestigious branch family, is absolutely guaranteed to become a legendary warrior whose fame will echo across the whole continent. Building a solid relationship with someone of that caliber now, the prince reasoned, would pay ridiculous dividends down the road, and Duke Tardan was utterly fascinated by the young royal's ability to pull off such impressive long-term strategic forecasting so quickly. The prince replied dramatically that after all his years rotting in the palace, diligently absorbing the king's endless wisdom, he honestly wouldn't deserve to breathe if he couldn't manage such pathetically simple business calculations. Continuing their travels, Prince Greer found himself persistently wondering just how ridiculously powerful Ron would have become before their paths crossed again. Back in the estate's main quarters, Lord Glenn's butler, Leon, innocently suggested the master seemed overjoyed that some foreign royal had actually recognized his grandson, a ridiculous sentiment which the master immediately rejected as pure gibberish. Leon, ever the keen observer, noted the genuine, warm smile plastered across the lord's face, a joyous expression unseen for ages, which magically materialized right after Prince Greer dropped Master Ron's name. Undeterred, the lord stubbornly insisted that poor Leon must be senile and utterly confused. Leon, naturally, found this denial hilariously entertaining. He swiftly changed the topic to the mysterious intelligence Duke Tardin had delivered, wisely electing to cease further emotional interrogation. It turned out Duke Tardin had arrived previously carrying a top-secret, urgent communique specifically for the Northern Lord of Destruction, completely separate from Prince Greer's official diplomatic letter. This highly confidential dispatch was reportedly delivered straight from His Royal Highness, Lacrosse Albert D. Owen, who simultaneously holds the titles King of Owen and the esteemed Sword King among the 6 ruling lords. Lord Lacrosse's chilling news was a warning that the shadowy Five Umber organization had finally decided to crawl out from under their rocks. Later, down at the 5th training pitch, the recruits received high accolades for their super performance during the recent sparring sessions against the Owen Kingdom Knights, leading Landmar to confidently declare them ready for a super, special, high-stakes training regimen starting next week. Predictably, the students were immediately desperate to know what this exceptional instruction involved. Landmar, however, preemptively cautioned them that this wouldn't exactly be easy enough to qualify as pleasant training, since they would be deploying into the actual field, where seeing a lot of blood was practically mandatory. Their destination was slightly past Sieghart's southern boundaries, heading straight for a notorious criminal lair hilariously named Snow Tiger Point. These scoundrels supposedly have loose ties to the North-South Alliance and manage to subsist by charging meager fees through the mountain pass. But their recent attitude adjustments have become irritatingly aggressive and entitled, due to a spike in official complaints regarding sticky-fingered bandits robbing merchants, blind and unfortunately causing injuries. The students instantly deduced upon hearing the briefing that their glorious assignment was to give those thieves a much-needed permanent vacation from the mountains. However, they quickly discovered their supposed simple task was actually an intense, high-stakes adventure. Before long, news arrived that the brigands had descended upon a village south of their lair, leaving a trail of utter devastation, incinerating everything, and then vanishing into thin air like a bad magic trick. Consequently, their updated directive was crystal clear: hunt down the infamous Snow Tiger bandits and wipe them off the map. To keep everyone from getting too comfortable, Lemaire emphasized that these rascals, despite their unsavory profession, were surprisingly skilled aura users. He then briskly instructed them to gear up, as their departure was slated for the very next day. No excuses. As dusk settled, Ronan found herself engrossed in a rigorous sword practice session. She'd hoped to polish her technique a bit before their grand exit, yet her efforts were yielding results about as graceful as a walrus on roller skates. Rayon's elegant, effortless stab came to mind, a movement she simply couldn't mimic, no matter how many times she tried, feeling more like a flailing noodle than a warrior. Remembering Rayon was probably still toiling away in the training room, a light bulb flickered on. She could simply pop over and badger him for pointers, but alas, she opted against disturbing his solitude, choosing instead to stubbornly flail about solo, much to her own growing exasperation. With more dedicated practice, her previously clunky movements gradually began to flow with unexpected grace. Pleased with her progress, she opted to halt her training session. Before heading back to her abode, she resolved to bid adieu to Rayon, certain he was still relentlessly honing his skills, probably even sleeping with his sword. Then, a sudden realization struck her. Her mother had specifically requested her early return this week, promising a reward of that legendary orb ice cream. With ice cream beckoning, she quickly decided to head home post-haste, vowing to corner Rayon with her inquiries bright and early the following morning. Mid-journey home, a figure materialized behind her, causing Ronan to jump out of her skin in utter astonishment upon recognizing their face. This individual, whom she mentally dubbed Syria, clearly didn't spark any joyous reunion fireworks, despite their prolonged absence from her life. His formal designation was Sirius Lyarn, hailing from the prestigious vassal Dos. Observing her less than thrilled demeanor, he playfully inquired why she sported such a grimace after so long apart from her beloved big brother, claiming it utterly wounded his fragile sensibilities. As he reiterated his displeasure with her countenance, a visible tremor began to shake Ronan, like a leaf in a sudden, cold gust. Eventually, he grudgingly acknowledged her remarkable strength, which manifested with a speed that genuinely surpassed his expectations, remarking that Lemaire wasn't entirely useless as a trainer after all. With a tone devoid of warmth, Syria declared his paternal pride. However, he clarified, this pride certainly didn't translate into permission for her to venture into battle or, heaven forbid, risk her life even for a relaxing day at the spa. His fleeting pleasant demeanor abruptly morphed into something far more menacing. With a sudden shove, he sent her sprawling to the dirt, then quipped with a chilling smile that she appeared to have lost her footing. To truly drive his point home, he chillingly invoked the memory of Ruby, that unfortunate chipmunk she once doted upon as a pet, and, like a twisted parlor trick, he produced an actual chipmunk, vividly recounting Ruby's tragic demise, and the grim fate awaiting anyone who dared defy his commands. To Runan's horror, he then mercilessly squeezed the tiny creature, crushing it completely within his bare hands. This gruesome display profoundly shattered Runan's mental state, dredging up a torrent of truly dreadful, long-buried recollections. Her will crumbled, succumbing to the terror. Seizing the opportunity of her shattered composure, Syria assertively informed her that, from this moment on, she was undeniably his property. He chillingly implied that her existence was merely on loan until that fated day when he would finally arrive to claim her as his own. Until then, she was strictly forbidden from any perilous or challenging endeavors, her sole duty being to simply breathe and remain in one piece until he, and only he, decreed otherwise. Runan's thoughts were rudely interrupted by a sudden montage of expired chipmunks. She then remembered how, back in their younger days, her brother Syria found it hilarious to torment her with similar acts of critter cruelty. Fast forward to today, and lo and behold, history was repeating its unsettling little prank. That familiar, but wrenching sensation from her past immediately prompted her to unleash a horrified screech. Meanwhile, her delightful older brother seemed to be absolutely savoring her profound discomfort. Suddenly, a rather dramatic explosion went off nearby, spewing a plume of smoke. This sudden interruption managed to snag Sirius' attention, yet Ronan remained a quivering, petrified mess. Just moments later, Ron made a rather dramatic entrance, materializing between the siblings, a sword clutched firmly in his grip. Utterly taken aback, Ron bluntly inquired as to Sirius' very essence. Syria, however, remained completely unperturbed, calmly pointing out to Ron that good manners dictate an introduction before one demands names after simply popping up out of nowhere. Bun, naturally, found it rather difficult to grant this stranger such courtesy, especially after he'd just ambushed someone in a dark alley, surmising he was likely a cupper's or common ruffian. These wild guesses thoroughly irked Syria. With a slight, tail twitch, he clarified that he was neither a brigand nor an unknown face, but in fact, Runan's own big brother. Completely befuddled by the unfolding scene, Ron quickly peeked at Runan, only to find her still a trembling mess. It simply didn't compute that this tormentor could genuinely be her older brother. Syria, meanwhile, chirped that his actions were merely a little joke, a display of happiness at their long-awaited reunion, which, he insisted, provoked her dramatic reaction. Little did Syria know, Ron had actually witnessed the gruesome act of the chipmunk pop firsthand, which Syria laughably dismissed as a mere jest, then bizarrely claimed the poor creature was just a toy. To bolster his flimsy arguments, Syria dramatically displayed his spotless hands, declaring them entirely blood-free. Ron, however, quickly deduced that the slippery fellow had merely incinerated the unfortunate creature's flesh and blood using his potent aura. It seemed Syria was embarking on an extended assignment, a vacation from sanity perhaps, and wouldn't be gracing them with his presence for some time, so he casually dropped a dessert on the ground for Runan as a farewell gift. The absolute madman then declared that Runan had truly found a splendid companion, expressing his heartfelt wish that their burgeoning friendship would endure for ages. Offering a completely insincere apology for his little joke, he then bid them adieu, promising to catch her on the flip side. As all this unfolded, Ron suddenly realized he knew Syria from a prior incarnation, that is, as the legendary swordsmanship ways from the Slaughtern clan, counted among the fabled 12 titans destined to become the continent's next top-tier talents. Everyone knew him as both the spear and the sword. Ron had only ever heard whispers of his name in his previous existence, but actually encountering him revealed a complete lunatic masquerading as a benevolent champion. This whole encounter left Ron with a distinct, stomach-churning vibe that brought to mind someone named Rarest. Eventually, our valiant young man helped Runan to her feet, gallantly offering to accompany her to her waiting carriage. Once he safely delivered her to her ride, she warmly expressed her gratitude for his company, and he kindly suggested she avoid burning the midnight oil, as they were due to depart bright and early the following day. Later that evening, Runan finally pried open the mysterious box her brother had bequeathed her, only to discover it was crammed full of spherical, orb-shaped ice cream. Apparently, The frozen treat held little appeal, as she could only manage a quiet whimper, lamenting that her brother had indeed returned, and absolutely nothing else had truly altered. Once upon a time, her beloved companion, Kabene, had given her a minor injury, simply because the furball was a tad touchy. While navigating the joys of impending motherhood, newborns, an incident that, despite her best efforts to clarify the situation, absolutely sent Syria into a towering, illogical rage. Despite her protests, Syria, being Syria, unceremoniously ended her pet's life. He dramatically declared her his personal property, asserting she was far too precious to ever suffer a scratch, going so far as to decree her existence was solely for breathing, absolutely no ouchies allowed. He'd even brandish threats of mass annihilation should she ever confide in her parents, claiming he felt no familial attachment and would gladly ignite the entire population, graciously leaving only her unscorched. Her perpetual dread centered on others suffering consequences if she dared to utter a peep, leading her to adopt the surprisingly challenging strategy of silent existence. She optimistically believed that maintaining absolute silence would magically ensure a perfectly calm and uneventful existence. Unsurprisingly, this self-imposed vow of silence transformed her into a solitary figure, quietly enduring her own private miseries. Yet, a delightful twist of fate revealed she wasn't the universe's sole resident of loneliness, especially once she made the acquaintance of Round Sigard. Once she truly grasped his admirable character, witnessed his relentless dedication, and comprehended the numerous trials he had valiantly navigated, and observed how his sheer grit transformed public perception, it sparked a flicker of hope within her that even she might fall. Consequently, she'd been diligently attempting to metamorphose alongside him. Yes, alas, a nagging suspicion suggested she might just be stuck in her original programming. The following morning, the eager, or perhaps not so eager trainees embarked on a grand expedition to the absolute southernmost tip of Sigart territory. Destination: Zartan village. After a rather disorienting hop through a magical gateway, they promptly arrived at a spot where Lemur, with impeccable timing, declared it their designated slumber party zone. Evidently, they exited the training facility and zoomed through the portal with a certain hurried urgency, so everyone received strict instructions to nap like sloths, as this was their final chance for horizontal relaxation before mission commencement. Moments later, a friendly, or perhaps just efficient local pointed them towards their designated bunking arrangements, avoiding any awkward wandering. Upon finally getting situated, Ron expressed profound gratitude to Wrath for the subtle tip, off regarding serious, sneaky, malicious vibes, admitting he'd have been blissfully ignorant otherwise. Wrath, ever the pragmatist, declared it a small price for the individual who blessed them with orb ice cream. Given Sirius' declaration of a marathon mission, it was obvious he wouldn't be gracing them with his dubious presence anytime soon. However, the familial connection, Syria being her elder sibling, sparked a genuine concern that Ronan might struggle to bounce back. Wrath's rather unconventional instant fix for this predicament involved Ron simply lending them his physical form so they could dispatch Syria with extreme prejudice, promising a full, no questions asked return afterwards. Despite Wrath genuinely attempting to honor the sacred debt incurred when Ronan so generously provided that legendary orb ice cream, Ron, with commendable common sense, firmly declined the rather unusual request to surrender his corporeal vessel, since Syria had, to put it mildly, thoroughly traumatized Ronan. Our protagonist shrewdly deduced that merely eliminating Syria wouldn't quite cut it as a comprehensive solution. Ronan, bless her heart, held the unique distinction of being the very first person, across both his entire combined lifetimes, to extend him any semblance of thoughtful, genuine consideration. Thus, he was absolutely prepared to personally send Syria packing to the afterlife should any further misfortune befall her. By the second day of their journey beyond the Sigart domain, the team finally reached the chilling location where the infamous Snow Tiger bandits had committed their heinous acts. The youngsters, quite understandably, were utterly appalled by the grisly landscape of charred remains. These unfortunate souls were strewn haphazardly everywhere, leaving the kids utterly unable to comprehend such barbarity inflicted upon blameless individuals. It was a truly horrific tableau, so wrenching that even the most stoic and battle-hardened individuals present, including the seemingly unflappable Warren, appeared utterly crestfallen. Adding to the horror, the bandits evidently practiced a particularly nasty form of villainy, throat-slitting before the live cremation. The protagonist observes Marta handles stiff corpses like a pro, suggesting she either parties in graveyards or has experience turning people into scenery. Our hero abruptly notices the quiet girl has pulled a masterful disappearing act. She currently occupies a separate location, intensely scrutinizing a cold and breathless human remains, desperately fighting her gag reflex to prevent a sudden and messy gastric explosion. Elsewhere, the instructor gathers his pupils, explaining that those feline bandits actually caused all this carnage. He intentionally showcased the massacre area so his students stay alert while battling such ruthless villains. These children obtain mysterious noiseless instruments that only mentors recognize, functioning like an enchanted emergency signal whenever peril strikes, guaranteeing that immediate assistance arrives once they actually utilize the gadget. The trainees learn to anticipate zero kindness from those outlaws, meaning they must utilize every trick possible before activating their hidden sirens. That maiden shudders once the leader declares they must harvest criminal craniums immediately should any favorable moment present itself. Our leader organizes everyone into teams, assigning Marta and Warren to command separate units consisting of roughly 3 or 4 individuals. Currently, the maiden dwells on her sibling's weird obsession, remembering his harsh commands to remain protected while dodging every single hazardous or spacey event. That man's promise to pulverize whatever touches his sister makes ignoring his rules for this assignment feel like a personalized death warrant. Our protagonist finally snaps the girl from her internal monologue so this duo can start traveling as one. While the maiden shyly consents, the youngster contemplates hiking toward that high summit, which provides excellent visibility plus simple getaway paths, essentially creating a flawless campsite for those outlaws. Still, the lad assumes those thieves aren't foolish enough to camp in obvious locations just because they seem convenient. Besides, no self-respecting villain selects a conspicuous lair, while knowing a massive search party is currently hunting them down. Such logic points toward those specific mounds situated directly in their rear. Subsequently, our hero selects those peaks for his partnership, shunning the dense vegetation, where the remaining squads are roaming. Her jumping at shadows like a caffeinated squirrel makes the youth feel quite uneasy, so the ghost recommends offering some words. Yet the lad remains clueless about discussing messy domestic disputes with others. Furthermore, the lad remains conflicted regarding his fresh parental bonds, making him hesitant to meddle with anyone else's ancestral issues. Nevertheless, he aims to repair the harm inflicted by that female kinsman, although discovering a perfect chance seems tougher than hunting eels in hay. Once they finish hiking up those rocky mounds, these scouts discover a hidden groove nestled between those slopes, precisely as our protagonist previously hypothesized. Plus the region was deliberately wiped clean of biological traces, a tactical maneuver which probably tricks rookies but fails against an expert. However, those outlaws lack any hope against a veteran who earned his gold hunting humans during a past life. Their sneaky camouflage might deceive a common scout, but the master tracker detects their secret lair lurks extremely close. While the duo cautiously creeps onward together, both travelers encounter various lethal devices along with numerous muddy tracks scattered across the elevated landscape. They assumed nobody would bother trekking this deep into the woods, since they scrubbed their trail cleaner than a shiny bald head. Their massive blunder involved grossly underestimating the sheer persistence of the hunters tailing them, and now their secret clubhouse entrance sits wide open like a cheap buffet. Right outside that damp cavern, they notice a tiny human captive who clearly isn't there for a vacation. A pair of B5 thugs stands watch, though they lack any magical sparkle, suggesting they are just entry-level minions. However, a much tougher bouncer lurks nearby. Meanwhile, the remaining band of hooligans is likely partying inside the rocky tunnel, calculating roughly 20 hostiles lurking within. Rayon debates backing away to signal for backup, hoping a coordinated ambush might actually keep them alive. But that shivering kid looks like a human popsicle, and it is pretty obvious he will freeze solid before any cavalry can arrive to save the day. Rayon concludes that the smartest move is to snatch the hostage and delete those perimeter guards without making a peep. Suddenly, Runin starts to panic. Rayon attempts to lock her gaze, promising that saving the small lad is possible if she can just pull her act together. The strategy requires her to mute the vicinity using her energy upon his cue while he handles the heavy lifting, yet she remains lost in self-doubt. Nevertheless, she chooses to gamble on this plan. They linger in the shadows until the sentries start yawning and lose their sharp focus. Rayon eventually nods, prompting Runin to emerge and cast a magical cone of silence over the entire scene. While the thugs blink in utter bewilderment, she unleashes her power to snuff out every single sound in their immediate radius. The goons quickly notice their shouts are going nowhere, wondering why a high-level magic user is crashing their private mountain party. Seizing the perfect moment, Rayon zips toward the lead pair of guards faster than the veteran fighter can even blink. A single swift motion drops the duel, allowing him to glide right past their falling bodies. Unfortunately, he overlooked the fact that Runin has the stomach of a kitten when witnessing messy violence. Watching the guards perish reminds her of her brother's childhood hobby of turning her favorite pets into messy science experiments. This triggers a high-pitched wail that effectively pulverizes their soundproof bubble. Disaster strikes immediately now that their stealth bubble has been popped like a cheap balloon. Runin has basically transformed into a decorative broccoli, paralyzed by the carnage. Just as the bandits realize they are under attack, instantly, The master fighter aims for Ronan's skull, assuming she is the softest target in the vicinity. This leaves Ryan to manage the entire brawl solo. Before the blade connects, Ryan intercepts the attacker and slams him into the dirt like a rag doll. He warns the man that he will harvest a rib for every sassy remark, insisting on straight answers to his very direct inquiries. Unexpectedly, Ryan feels the silence return, and shoots a quick look back at his trembling partner. Though she is shaking like a leaf, he feels impressed that she managed to regain her composure and finish the job despite her internal meltdown. While Ronan snatches the kid, Ron verifies these feline felons are the snow tiger, noting 39 goons plus some extra wood, dwelling weirdos. Just as he guessed, the cave hides more than just some damp rocks and bat dropping. Their rescued tiny human blabs that his baby sister is still stuck inside, begging them to keep her from becoming bandit brunt. Overwhelmed by her inner hero, Ronan swears she will fetch the sister back safely. However, Ron thinks it is quite silly to guarantee safety when they are totally surrounded by angry mobs. Ronan then suggests they call for some extra muscle. Ron nods, so she puffs air into that weirdly quiet safety whistle. Just like Lemaire mentioned, the gadget is so hushed that Ron is completely unable to detect noise, but unfortunately, some cave-dwelling jerk has super hearing, and shouts that the cavalry has arrived. Ron is shocked that a subterranean goon heard the peep he missed from an inch away. Then suddenly, a bunch of angry dudes with pointy sticks emerge, asking why two toddlers are playing explorer in the middle of nowhere. Avoiding an immediate beating, our protagonist grabs his previous interrogation victim and uses him as a hewn shield. The head honcho, who heard the signal, asks Ron which imaginary friend he invited with that quiet toy. Ron stays quiet on the details, suggesting a classic swap of their captive for the little girl. He requests the kid back for his own prisoner, but the villain just bellows with rude laughter, claiming he cares zero about his own man, since that guy is basically trash compared to the valuable girl. The boss yells for him to drop the blade or else the girl loses her noggin, leaving our heroes in a sticky situation. Once Rahan notices these goons are just messing with his head, he tells Ronan to look away to avoid seeing the upcoming mess, waiting for his specific green light. Out of nowhere, Ron gives his captive a very permanent neck shave, and smears their ugly mugs with fresh, warm red paint. These fools never anticipated such a brutal twist, and right before they react, Ron hurls his blade like a pro athlete toward the creep clutching the small girl. When the sword adds a new hole to his ribs, our protagonist gestures for Ronan to summon a localized blizzard using her fancy magical energy. Ronan instantly whips up a thick, frozen fog that blinds every single person in the vicinity. While the bandits stumble around like blind idiots in the whiteout, Ryan snags the tiny damsel and whisks her away to a secure spot. Once the air settles, the goons notice their prizes have vanished, prompting a frantic and murderous search through the woods as they hope to slice anyone they find. Somewhere else on the hill, Ryan and Ronan move the children, who promptly fall asleep because of the freezing temperatures, complicating their getaway. Since leaving might let the villains pillage more innocent towns later, Ryan determines that it is probably smarter to just finish the fight right now, suggesting Ronan babysit the Rugrats. He gets a worried look because his arm is currently leaking red juice like a broken faucet. Playing the typical alpha male, he promises a quick return until a mysterious tug on his shirt ruins his dramatic exit. Ronan is the culprit, begging him not to play a hero since brawling with a leak in his plumbing is quite foolish. Her logic is that they should chill for the teachers, who probably heard the whistle and are sprinting like Olympic athletes. And Ryan spots her jitters. He feels her vibe, yet notes that freezing up like a cheap laptop is way worse than being a bit rattled. He points out those jerks did bad things, so they must honor the fallen locals and the brave souls who died protecting their kin by actually doing something productive instead of standing around. Plus, he mentions that some folks are still breathing and could really use a bodyguard right about now. Eventually, he addresses her sibling drama, admitting he lacks the full scope, but he insists that feeding her internal terror only makes it a giant monster that will haunt her dreams forever until she stops playing hide and seek with reality. She goes silent, realizing his point that she is the primary bouncer for her own life and the people she cares about. Rayon declares her future is her own project, then passes her a mystery item he was hoarding in his jacket pocket. While she stares at his back, he strolls toward the criminal lair. Her eyeballs get soggy while pondering his deep and philosophical speech. The transformation sounds great because she is tired of her anxiety issues, and being stuck in yesterday is getting very old, very fast, and she desires to guard her treasures, agreeing that living in a gloomy basement of despair is no longer her style, even as her face leaks like a rainstorm. She spots the plastic rodent Ryan gifted her, finding the sudden courage to stop being a hermit and embrace the sunshine. Shortly later, the cave becomes a blender as Ryan dasses the villains like he is auditioning for a cooking show. The big cheese yells at his minions to fetch that boy's noggin immediately, but his speed is insane, leaving them confused how a single toddler is basically deleting their entire workforce. When a hopeful henchman tries a sneaky backstab on Rayan, he does a stylish sidestep. However, the head honcho uses the chaos to attempt a lethal strike of his own. That swing was so beefy it literally turned the floor into a pile of gravel. Much to the jerk's surprise, our protagonist vanished like a magician, leaving the villain searching frantically. Rayan pops up in the rear, asking if he plans to keep playing boo or if he wants a real scrap. One quick swish later, the leader's head decides to explore the room without its neck. The remaining goons are shaking in their boots, unable to fathom how a tiny pin-sized human possesses the terrifying strength of a nuclear bomb. Rayan advises them to quit now since their manager just got fired, but a surprise poke from the rear proves that the snowy-haired fellow he just decapitated was not the actual boss. Big Boss Awakens strolls out, mocking his crew for struggling against a single shrimp, doubting they will ever join that fancy North-South club with their pathetic combat skills. Awakens quips about the posh vibes radiating from Rahan, betting his hoard that the kid comes from a wealthy family, charging ahead with a grin. The villain dreams of the mountain of ransom money he will collect after turning these rich brats into his personal human shields. Moreover, this brute packs more heat, slamming Rahan into the mud with a surprisingly heavy strike. Apparently, the big chief of these mountain cats actually possesses some genuine blade skills. During all the racket, a different criminal bellows about finding the girl along with the other captives. Out in the cold, a quaking Runin attempts to parry the incoming thug. She is obviously too traumatized for a brawl, making Rahan panic about needing to rush over and save her from the Kree. Awakens hates being ignored, so he insists the boy stays right here to provide some lethal entertainment. Helping the girl is impossible until our hero clobbers this nasty criminal first. Meanwhile, some loudmouth keeps barking insults, laughing at the girl's ignorance of energy powers while claiming she is way too timid to actually hurt someone. Thus, he demands she surrender the kids and quit her pathetic stalling. This thug is definitely not kidding, lunging forward to dye the ground red. Runin understands she must beat the snot out of this loser to keep the kids safe. Luckily, that loser isn't a midger, meaning she definitely has the guts to win. While recalling Rahan's encouraging pep talk, a scary mental image of her big brother pops up to ruin the vibe mid-fight. Her mind gets hijacked, as that haunting memory of her sibling forces its way back inside. Even though she knows she must focus, that old feeling of pure terror won't stop clinging to her soul. Thinking back makes her wonder about mimicking Rahan's courage, particularly since her hands currently feel like wobbly jelly instead of gripping a weapon tightly. Paralyzing dread takes over, making her doubt how a girl who has never saved anything could start behaving like a guardian. Suddenly, a roar of her name snaps her back to reality, letting her see Rahan brawling with Awakens like a caffeinated badger. Rahan peeks back, yelling that she actually has the grit to save them. His kindness makes her eyeballs leak again, though these are happy tears this time. Furthermore, the gloomy basement of her thoughts gets hit with a spotlight thanks to Rahan's super confident voice. This entire shift takes just a moment, and she pivots toward her attacker, who now appears to be wading through a vat of molasses. She feels a huge wave of thanks for Rahan's inspiration, using that newfound spunk to mentally chop her brother's scary face into 1,000 tiny pieces. Right then, the stinky criminal creeps closer, thinking he finally has her cornered. Instead, she opens his belly using a single, swift slash. Inwardly, she feels intense gratitude toward Rahan since he actually trusts her. Elsewhere, Awakens is shocked that his minion got clobbered by a shrimp, whining that finding good help these days is basically impossible. Labeling Runin a tiny shrimp really grinds Rayan's gears, who hits back, explaining that Runin basically soloed her own tragic origin story with raw determination, which proves her spirit is way tougher and more wholesome than any random person. He seizes the opportunity to kick his fancy flame sorcery into high gear, and he sprints past the dude and carves him up using the Blossom Shower move. Once the trash is clear, Rayan snoops around for any hidden traps before the instructors show up, but he stumbles upon a fancy bicolor bloom that the bandits apparently massacred a whole town to get. Suddenly, some random dude teleports behind them and asks if the party ended already. This sketchy new person clearly knows about the special plant and some guy named Awakens, and he asks Rayan with a smile if he finished the chores, identifying as Lecter, the Eternity Bandit Overlord. Naturally, Rayan finds him suspicious and asks his business, while Lecter laughs, thinking the boy's brazen attitude stems from his extreme power level. Still wary, Rayan asks if he represents the North-South Alliance, and Lecter confirms he is the boss. In his past life, Rayan heard that Lecter was a legendary genius who conquered a massive fortress with just one blade. Unlike those Snow Tiger losers, this man is actually a high-level threat. Lecter quickly scans them, figuring out they are direct descendants from one of the 6 lordly sea cart families, but lack fire badges. marking them as students. Feeling a bit bored, the man wonders if he should just execute them both and call it a day. Before doing anything, Lecter cranks up his spooky energy to a terrifying level. Rayon thinks he is a total narcissist for flashing his killing intent like a gym rat, but he forgets that our lead was a veteran assassin, so this edgy vibe doesn't scare him. The fact that Rayon isn't shaking in his boots gives Lecter a good laugh. Rayon knows he could win with a sneaky backstab, but a direct brawl would likely end his career. Even so, our boy doesn't back down, drawing his sword and inviting the man to start the dance. Lecter is entertained, warning Rayon that fighting him is just a fancy way to commit suicide. But Rayon agrees that the weak dying is just the natural order of the world. These words tickle Lecter, who wonders what kind of weird kid talks like a grumpy old man. Suddenly, Rayon's spussy attitude makes the guy change his mind, thinking it is a waste to kill him. When Rayon says warriors don't pick their grades, Lecter wonders if he swallowed a book of edgy quotes and doubts his age. Lecter adds that he is leaving not just for the jokes, but because a scary beast is watching. This talk about a fierce wind makes absolutely no sense to Rayon at all, but the man leaps away, asking Rayon to tell him his name before he disappears. Rayon boldly declares his identity with absolute swagger, and Lecter chirps about anticipating the day the kid Sphinx shakes the mountains and rivers, then pulls a literal ninja vanishing act. Our protagonist concludes they must snatch the toddlers and skedaddle pronto, an idea Runan fully supports. Just as they exit, Runan randomly checks if her performance was actually impressive. This sudden inquiry catches Ron completely off guard, who responds with a grin, claiming she was the MC. Runan actually displays a rare grin, proving she is not a robot. They trot back carrying the bandit chief's skull, leaving Warren and Marta fuming because they missed the entire party once again. But Liliamir attempts damage control by stressing Team War, then bores the youngsters with tales of his own debut mission. And this triggers the arrogant Rat, who brags about icing a whole castle during his first scrap, mocking Liamir's pathetic accomplishments. The Slorn clan eventually adopts the lonely orphans, mostly because Runan apparently developed a soft spot for the tiny humans. Upon returning, Lord Glennon summons the duo to distribute shiny bronze medals for surviving their wild field trip. The big boss actually offers compliments, shocking Ron, and he even lets him keep that fancy multicolored flower he looted. Following that meeting, things finally seem to settle into a nice, quiet groove. The only weird vibe occurs when Ron spots Dorian sneaking out of his house like a suspicious squirrel, questioned about his presence. Dorian squeals that Lady Sylvia demanded a full gossip session regarding their recent violent escapades. Ron feels a cold sweat, realizing he definitely did not want Mom learning about his afternoon spent deleting bad guys. Naturally, the clueless Dorian spilled every single bean, leaving no gruesome detail hidden from his mother's ears. Entering the room, he is greeted by a very worried parent and a stern-looking Helen. He starts stuttering excuses immediately, terrified of the lecture he will get for turning bandits into fertilizer without any supervision. Before he can finish his panicked babbling, Sylvia just pulls him in for a warm squeeze and whispers that he performed absolutely brilliantly. This reaction leaves him baffled. Sylvia reads his panicked face, knowing he expected a scolding rather than a literal trophy. She explains that their ancestor swung his sword for the helpless, establishing a family tradition of being professional bodyguards for the bullied. Sylvia once dreamed of being a noble warrior herself, so she would never punish him for playing hero and saving those poor prisoners. This news totally floors Rayon. The two women gush with pride, and Helen even threatens to shout his accomplishments from the rooftops of the mansion. Rayon remains baffled by their logic, chalking the whole weird experience up to the messy nature of human feeling. Even so, he fully intends to give Dorian a piece of his mind for being such a blabbermouth. Back at Runan's place, she messes around with that weird doll Rayon handed her during their big fight, and those chaotic memories actually bring a sneaky grin to her face. She spends all her time figuring out how to properly thank Rayon the very next time they cross paths. Over at the gym, Leomir spends some quality time reliving all the drama from earlier today, and it seems he was playing hide and seek behind a rock while eavesdropping on Rayon and Lecter. Recalling that specific sneaking moment makes a satisfied grin spread across his old face. Mostly because he finally sees a fresh royal spark blooming in that kid, reminding him of the good old days with his boss. A bit later, we find ourselves at the fancy mansion belonging to the Robert family. Lord Rarest is busy scribbling away in his fancy journal. As he writes, he spots some blood oozing from a nasty hole in his palm, and puzzles over why that old scratch from Rayon refuses to close up after all this time. 17 long years have passed since he supposedly finished off that poor Hanfellow. Despite gulping down every overpriced magic potion he can get his hands on, despite hiring the fanciest doctors and holiest priests, nobody can scrub away that pesky sword scar. Strangely, the injury stays exactly the same. acting like a permanent sticky note for his brain about that specific day. He suspects that Rayon's ghost is being a clingy ex by refusing to be forgotten. But Darius hates wasting time thinking about things that already happened. On the bright side, his ultimate dream is finally about to come true very soon. Suddenly, his magical HUD announces that his icy curse is shrinking while his flame powers and frost quality both hit level 3, plus his flowery fire resistance is way up, and he finally joined the elite amateur sword expert club. A bunch of other stats like aura speed, overall skills, sword mastery, and his funky walking style also leveled up quite nicely. His heart does a happy little dance now that he can finally call himself a pro with a blade, though he is still just a total rookie there. Wrath ruins the vibe by bragging that actual masters are just tiny insects to him, making our guy's achievement look pretty small. Ram snaps back that being this good at 15 is a big deal across the whole world, but Wrath keeps trash talking, insisting that being pathetic is still pathetic no matter how many birthdays you have had. Oddly enough, Rayon just nods along, happy that the grumpy spirit noticed he is getting stronger at all. That just triggers Wrath even more, as he screams about never giving credit to a punning mortal, sensing a tiny wobble in that scary voice. Rayon tries to poke around inside the spirit's brain to see what is up, and that boldness makes Wrath super salty because no human should dare peek at his royal thoughts, so he makes his usual eating threats. Rayon cracks a joke about how the spirit should get his old strength back soon, or else he might end up being the one getting eaten. When Wrath starts discussing his past, he inevitably begins a lengthy narration about all the lesser demons who used to draw up by his castle looking for trouble, prompting Rayon to quickly recognize where this was headed and bail out under the pretense of stretching. Sometime later, inside the training hall, Lemaire abruptly called a halt to the day's exercises, because he needed to depart immediately. This sparked protests that they were owed exactly 20 minutes of additional training, since Lemaire had been 20 minutes late in starting that day. Ignoring the complaint, Lemaire promised to add the time tomorrow, a suggestion that only reinforced Warren's opinion that Lemaire was an irresponsible elf. Once they officially wrapped up, Ron reminded everyone assigned to chores that it was time to clean up the training room. A short while later, Dorian, who had chore duty, began preparing himself mentally for the task ahead. Marta's sudden arrival made him yell, causing her to ask if he was screaming so terribly because he realized he was paired with her for cleanup, despite his insistence that this was not the case, and that he was honored to clean alongside her. She was clearly not convinced by his explanation. After successfully bullying the other kids out of the training hall so she could focus on her cleaning responsibilities, it became obvious that Ron was the only one she treated with respect, a fact that Lemaire also noted upon making a second appearance. He explained that he had returned because he completely forgot to mention something incredibly important earlier. Once they were all gathered together again, the students received the official announcement for their second mission. This information instantly caused the entire room to fall into dead silence. 6 months had passed since their previous mission, and Ron found the long wait for new assignments to be utterly unbearable. Apparently, a group of orcs had recently been sighted near a place known as Sidu Village, which sat to the southeast of Sigart territory. Their task was to travel to Sibu Village and eliminate the orcs to ensure the safety of both the settlement and its inhabitants. Several trainees reacted to the news of an upcoming orc raid with noticeable excitement. They were thrilled because they finally had the opportunity to test their swords in a real combat scenario, just as they had hoped. Lemaire noticed their enthusiasm and warned them to hold their horses because the instructors would not be joining them this time. They were required to go to CB Village alone and work as a team to succeed. The obvious question then arose about how to handle situations beyond their capabilities, prompting Lemaire to explain that a critical skill was knowing when to adapt and overcome, or when to simply give up on a difficult mission and prioritize returning home alive. He explained that this was precisely why a leader's decision-making ability was so vital, as they must accurately assess the situation and decide between a direct assault, a covered approach, or retreating completely to fight another day. Dorian hesitantly asked for confirmation that fleeing from combat was not against the rules, and Lemaire clarified that it was acceptable under dire circumstances, like encountering one of the 5 demon lords. Predictably, the main point Dorian took from the entire explanation was that he wouldn't face punishment for running away from a mission. The sudden announcement that they would be leaving in 2 days, at dawn, came as a complete shock to the trainees. The students found the urgency excessive, especially since the current day was nearly over, leaving them with practically only 1 full day to prepare. Apparently, this timeline was non-negotiable, as monster attacks require immediate attention, and they were warned that poor preparation could cause serious harm to the village itself. This infuriated Warren, who believed they would have had ample time to prepare thoroughly if Lemaire hadn't waited until the last possible moment to tell them about the mission. Rayan quickly silenced the commotion by reminding them of their instructor's constant advice to always be ready, because a mission could arrive at any unexpected moment. He urged them to stop arguing immediately and begin preparations, as they were actively wasting precious time by discussing the issue. His words quickly resonated with several trainees, who decided it was better to simply get moving than to worry about what should have happened differently. Furthermore, those tactical skills result in a very happy boss Lemaire. Rookies learn those smelly green orcs are basically bodybuilders on steroids compared to previous foes, making past enemies look like fluffy kittens. Since these brutes travel in massive, stinky groups, trainees must handle several giant attackers simultaneously or risk being flattened like pancakes. Lemaire suggests that running face first into a fist is dumb, so rookies should wiggle around like slippery eels using their newly mastered fancy footwork. Fast forward 48 hours to the dusty arena. Right as the sun peeks out for their big field trip adventure, Ron spots some nifty pouches from the family that use weightless magic. He figures the elders basically told them to survive or don't, which suits his independent vibe perfectly since he hates being micromanaged anyway. Naturally, the grumpy spirit Wrath starts chirping about his massive ego, claiming he thinks the entire universe revolves around his personal comfort. Ron claps back by reminding the ghost that he basically robbed him of his precious power points not too long ago. During their petty squabble, a sudden rapping at the entrance surprises the boy, who definitely was not hosting a party tonight. The kid feels utterly shocked to find his mama standing there. The lady shoots her son a look that could melt steel, demanding to know why she was ghosted instead of being told about his upcoming stroll. Baffled by her psychic intel, he immediately assumes that Blabbermouth Dorian spilled the beans to everyone in the village, notifying the woman once more. But the snitch was actually Lemaire rather than Dorian, causing the kid to harbor some hilarious spite toward his instructor. The youngster says sorry, yet his dear mother merely scowls back. At last, the mother abandons her stern facade while gripping his palms, declaring that commanding a squad means pointing rookies toward success instead of merely bragging about some fancy promotion. The woman explains the boy cannot perform solo, requiring him to place allies in smart spots so nobody gets squashed, as their survival depends on those choices, and Ron feels totally lost now, since he anticipated a lecture on cleaning rooms but received a masterclass in tactical warfare. She adds that hunting beasties seems simple on paper, yet it's a nightmare that involves exterminating every single pest while keeping the locals from becoming snacks. Her advice is to start acting like a full-blown soldier of the family rather than some rookie who still needs training wheels. He should strive to mimic the old house founder, basically becoming a human shield who actually keeps people safe from harm. Once she stops, the boy admits he anticipated a massive explosion of maternal rage. She admits she is pretty ticked, though her face shows she is actually just terrified that her baby boy might get eaten. Shockingly, she gives him a big squeeze, deciding that yelling at a guy right before he fights monsters is probably bad luck. Still, she warns him a massive verbal beatdown awaits his return, even if she loves how much he has leveled up lately despite her constant anxiety. Dealing with these mushy emotions feels quite bizarre for a guy named Ron. Finally, the boy relents and awkwardly offers a reciprocating squeeze. Prior to those kids departing, they get a stern warning that the world outside their backyard is basically trying to kill them, so they'd better keep their eyes peeled. The instructors mention they should trust their guts, or just run away screaming if things get too spicy for their comfort. They also hear the trip usually takes a whole month, but they are taking a super secret shortcut to reach their destination in just a fortnight. Lemaire provides those children his warmest blessings, while Ron organizes every student using specific battle layouts he earlier designed for the group. Lemaire feels entirely convinced these tiny warriors will definitely succeed. It is not merely Ron's glowing energy or combat prowess, but his gift for adjustment which ensures the task feels quite simple. As Ron barks instructions at the youngsters, he drags Dorian along to inspect their snacks and see if anyone feels sickly. It tickles the veteran that this kid is merely 15, primarily because the teenager constantly smashes every expectation like a cheap toy, ignoring previous orders. A mentor suggests they should probably shadow the minors to prevent them from vanishing, although Lemaire tricked the kids into thinking no help was coming. In the meantime, the boss tells his staff to chill out because a particular student possesses the hearing of a bat and vision like an eagle. The man actually decides to commence a professional snoring session right then, and the remaining teachers mumble amongst themselves, debating whether deserting children during a lethal quest is actually permitted or wise. Noticing their jitters, Lemaire jokes that their concerns should be focused on the monsters rather than the safety of the pupils. Eventually, inside a frightening cavern, a Wick chieftain asks a subordinate to confirm the coordinates of a nearby village. Once he verifies the destination is correct, he orders an immediate march toward Sabu and authorizes his goons to delete anyone who interferes. After a couple of days, the tiny soldiers reach the woodland area bordering the target settlement. Upon arriving at the location, the squad happens to bump into a teenager named Kensikar, He is the star pupil from the 6th unit, yet Ken simply throws the same inquiry back at the group. Supposedly Ken was stuck in a medical ward for a long duration before switching camps, though he appears completely healthy and ready for action. It seems the boy magically evolved into a sword swinging expert while hiding in his bed. Finally, the head of the 6th squad mentions they are traveling to Cebu to exterminate some monsters, then wonders why these kids are wandering around. Ron clarifies that his own unit is also trekking toward the same village for an identical monster, slaying Iran, and Ken looks confused, questioning why both squads have matching tasks, since his staff never received a memo regarding another team. Actually, the night before they left, some instructors gathered at a suburban tavern to drink and swap gossip like old ladies. A peer congratulates Lemaire on how his students beat up bandits while still in diapers, so the man brags his prodigies should handle this orc hunt alone to earn him major praise from the house. Suddenly, the boss of the 6th unit, Baton, interrupts by claiming his own squad should take over that specific mission, because killing beasts depends far more on group dynamics than raw power, which is something the 5th unit clearly lacks. Baton insists that his pupils became elite after finishing a brutal training cycle, so he plans to send the 6th group to claim the glory. Reacting to that, Lemaire mocks his rival for being thirsty for fame and suggests they deploy both squads together, an idea that confuses Baton. Since Lemaire will not be fighting the monsters personally, he suggests a competitive race to see which of the two squads can finish the job first and return home. This proposal delights Baton, who runs to get approval from the master, and now both men are excited to see who triumphs. Meanwhile, in the woods, Warren smugly tells Kine that the administrators must have bungled the paperwork when distributing these assignments. He suggests they scurry home since his squad handles things solo, which really grinds Kane's gears. Kane thinks Warren's mouth is just a megaphone for the massive egos inflating over at Squad 5. Kane argues that teamwork makes the dream work, claiming his crew has actual social skills unlike those Lone Rangers who will surely fail because they cannot work together. Warren admits the Sixers have some muscle, but tells them to stop acting like high and mighty judges of his team's prowess. Rayon observes the bickering, and suspects the bosses planned this overlap, though sending them into a blind collision, without a heads up seems like a very chaotic prank. Lamar clearly thinks that getting smacked in the head builds character, using this job as a crash course in actual survival for them. Sadly, hunting beasts demands brains and coordination, two things this group currently possesses in very tiny quantities. It appears the boss staged this showdown to humble these rising stars, and expose their flaws before their heads got any bigger. Rayon concludes that the teacher is a devious pointed, eared mastermind. He understands that his stubborn pals desperately need a lesson in why playing nice with others is actually useful. He keeps hearing his mom's voice, reminding him that a true blade swinger exists to shield folks rather than just posturing. He steps in to chill the Huffids out, pointing out that standing around shouting won't get any monsters killed, since nobody is backing down. He proposes they just settle this with a good old-fashioned brawl to decide who takes charge. Warren moans that fighting now is a drain on their stamina, fearing they might be exhausted when the real trouble starts. Since neither side is willing to quit, they are stuck in a stubborn standoff. Rayon guesses there are plenty of ugly green monsters for everyone, so sharing the workload might actually be efficient. Whoever wins the scuffle gets to be the big boss, while those who lose must play a supporting role. The boy details how they shall dismantle the orc leadership by hunting the head onco, but should the primary squad flop, the backups receive their shot at finishing the objective. Ken likes the logic, while nodding his head in agreement. They immediately start willing on one another with everything they have to establish who is the alpha dog. Everyone quickly swaps those travel clothes for some sturdy battle equipment. Victory is achieved by knocking everyone unconscious or grabbing a flag, which is much more straightforward than regular training. Rayon attempts to talk tactics, but Marta just ignores him because she thinks the other guys are complete weaklings. She shouts for them to just sit pretty and watch her solo the whole enemy team, then charges. That small powerhouse rushes a trio of guards currently stationed at that forward position. The aggressive Brett yells that brain power is for losers, choosing to hit things very hard as per usual, while the girl rages forward. Rayon activates his fancy snowflower-powered senses to scan the area for any sneaky surprises. Ronan questions if victory is possible without a solid game plan, so Rayon mentions that his cocky teammates are too busy inflating their own egos to even listen. Regarding their chances of victory, he bluntly states that the reckless idiots who charged ahead initially will surely lose given they are walking into a trap. Exactly as he feared, Marta hits a brick wall against a simple triangle defense that proves much tougher than she expected, while the brawl explodes with massive energy. The opposing team's chief mentions she is not the protagonist here, and so she should stop ignoring their genuine efforts. To Marta's surprise, the fifth group gets thrashed, forcing a clumsy retreat to their own mountain territory. Once the frontliners return, Ron grabs the chance to clarify that things are far more difficult than. He mocks their silly delusions about the world freezing while they trained, noting they only felt safe because those winners lost to the Owen Kingdom previously. He mentions that this disaster resulted from rushing in without a brain or any teamwork, which eventually forced them to burn through their magical energy just because they snubbed hard-working rivals, making everyone accept the verbal slap in total silence. And Ron claims there is still a slim path to winning, provided Marta stops her whining and starts listening to him. Ron appreciates the spicy fury in her eyes, so he begins describing the actual secret blueprint for a final victory. Elsewhere, the 6th Squad's frontmen are baffled that the 5th team is such a pushover, though their boss warns them not to relax because the enemy recently crushed that fierce so-tighter group linked to the Southern Union. During their gossip session, Marta pops up again, and the lead guy decides to finally end her career for good. Marta, acting like a total brat, promises he will get slapped if he keeps talking trash, and she lunges toward them immediately. The rival leader quickly tells his group to shove all their magical energy toward the front, but he soon realizes with horror that Marta is actually smacking them from the side, which has pathetic defenses, instead of hitting the strong wall at the front. Meanwhile, Warren strikes a different group, and those kids spot his familiar posture, choosing to use their old defensive plan again, only for Warren to trap them and flatten them like thin pancakes. The leaders of the 6th Squad are confused by this weird new fighting style, which is the exact opposite of before. Right where Marta is currently attacking, she starts to win the brawl, realizing Ron was actually correct for once. Just earlier, Ron had asked why they failed, despite having more muscle and better individual skills. They finally understood that they had the tactical depth of a puddle, unlike those nerds in the 6th group who studied stats to plan every move, leading to a loss against a much punnier enemy. Doreen starts worrying about losing again and gets a massive verbal beating from Mara, who tells him to shut up because he should never talk about defeat so easily. The truth is some are already finished, and the others are low on magical gas, putting them on the losing side of the fight. But Ron soon reveals his secret plan for them. Apparently Kandahar possesses supernatural eyesight and sharp instincts, which is how he figured out where everyone was sprinting, and he sent specific warriors to neutralize them because Marta's moves were uncomplicated despite her physical power. So Kane used B5 blade users to tank her hits just to burn through her spiritual energy, because Warren swings his blade like a very predictable pendulum. Kane sent meat shields capable of absorbing those blows, making victory seem possible only if they decide to shuffle their dance partners. Since the stubborn duo rejects that plan, Ron concludes a tactical shift is necessary just as Marta starts looking like a lost puppy. Ron notes her foes have a solid defense but move their energy like molasses, meaning she can find a hole and wreck them if she stops overthinking things. Warren fights with the honesty of a saint, which fails against instinctual types, but since those feral folks are easily bamboozled, he should try lying with his blade for once. His sharp insights make the pair realize he was definitely eavesdropping on their struggle while lazily lounging around for the entire duration. Ron admits Kane has decent intuition, but he brags his own skills are currently far superior. Ron admits his comrades are actually performing quite impressively. Defeat seems unlikely for them, but suddenly Kane creeps up behind him like a persistent shadow. It appears they are the final pieces of this puzzle, even though the momentum has clearly shifted elsewhere. Kane failed to hunt down the boy, so he just wandered toward the flag like a confused tourist. Kane realizes the winds have changed and blames Ron for giving his teammates a much-needed pep talk. However, he vows to finish this mess immediately, while also noting he is aware of Ron's spicy fire magic. But then he ignites his own fiery power. Ron is genuinely shocked that his opponent is also a human blowtorch. After showing off, Kane claims his energy is the premium grade stuff that outclasses normal warriors, asserting that Ron has zero chance of victory. Meanwhile, Ron summons his own heat, and quips that everyone in this family yaps way too much before swinging. Both captains stare each other down, ready to finally start their private little scuffle. Before clashing, Ron promises to demonstrate how his superior flames will snack on Kane's weaker sparks. In a literal blink, our protagonist lunges toward Kane at a pace that breaks the laws of physics. This speed and thermal intensity rattle Kane, though he remains convinced his own energy remains the gold standard. He plays it safe and retreats to dodge the strike, remembering the rumors about how these flames previously toasted royalty and other tough guys. Still, he is fairly sure he is the bigger boss, so he dives back in for a literal fire fight. When their blades collide, a radiant golden blaze erupts from Ron's steel and traps Kane, giving him a nasty surprise. He quickly understands he is in hot water as those golden sparks start singing his eyebrows. It baffles him that his own heat is being swallowed whole, which feels like a total glitch in reality. But Ron, ignoring the pathetic whining, doubles down with a massive strike to end the show, which Kane barely stops. However, the raw power behind the hit is so intense it triggers a massive detonation across the arena. Once the dust settles, Kane is flat on the dirt, while Ron stands over him looking very cool. Once the rest of the game strolls back, everyone feels completely stunned finding Kane hanging out at their home base, and the leader clarifies his presence by noting that targeting the boss was the swiftest method to change their fortunes, leaving the group shocked at his prophetic skills, plus the combat advice he shared, which ensured they clinched victories in their personal duels, outcomes that surely would have been embarrassing failures without his guidance. Even that prickly girl Marga admits his coaching secured the win, claiming she would have totally ghosted his leadership if his strategies were actually garbage. The group collectively salutes him as the ultimate prodigy of their division, swearing to execute his every command henceforth without any of their usual annoying sass. The hero feels proud seeing his students evolve so much in such a tiny time frame, and he concurs that this harmonious vibe represents the perfect standard for how their elite military preparation ought to function. Ultimately, he commends the whole crew for their effort, before lecturing that today's moral involves the perils of vanity, since charging blindly without a scheme usually results in becoming a corpse. As the mentor cautions the youngsters to permanently etch today's bruising occurrences into their memories, the rival lingers in the shadows observing the scene quietly, while the commander tells the group they are sleeping in the woods, and orders them to organize chore squads for security. The rival suddenly realizes that his peer is far more talented than he previously assumed. The boy formerly believed the 5th squad were just pompous jerks, though it is now obvious he was the one wearing the crown of conceit. He finally approaches the leader to offer a firm palm, expressing his gratitude for the humbling reality check he received, specifically noting that dropping his defenses early was a foolish error, and he must always devise a backup strategy for when everything hits the fan. Since he foolishly trusted some nasty gossip regarding their department, he was entirely convinced they would crush the opposition without breaking a single sweat. He completely ignored the orders and treated their duel like a silly game. He confesses that his delusions of being an unstoppable powerhouse were just pure vanity, and he has officially been educated by a superior mind. These sincere comments make the hero smirk, mainly because this kid actually has a shred of integrity unlike the other snobbish relatives he has encountered lately. Both boys quickly lock fingers in a pact, with the former enemy swearing to aid the 5th Division just as he had previously pledged. A few suns later, roughly a fortnight following their departure from the barracks, the travelers finally arrive at the gates of CP. This hamlet is a boring agricultural community lacking any interesting landmarks, so their current task is just a routine monster swatting job that occurs whenever hungry beasts bother the locals. However, for some mysterious reason, the protagonist feels a creepy pair of eyes boring into the back of his skull for a while now. This doesn't resemble the vibe of a hidden teacher, but rather a chilling feeling like a predator is carefully measuring their power for a future strike. He concludes that the optimal strategy is to monitor the unfolding drama while tricking their invisible foe into underestimating their true capabilities. Out of nowhere, the leader invites Warren to take the reins as the temporary boss and distribute assignments to the squad for this objective. This weird request leaves the boy totally stumped, and the protagonist clarifies that his peers need some glory since only he and Runen battled thieves during the Snow Tiger quest. Then he baits the boy's ego by recalling his first day boast and challenging him to finally show some real results. The boy nods firmly, eager to show his combat prowess has jumped several levels. Soon after, they inform the group that their friend is now the primary officer. Observing Marta's lack of enthusiasm, Rayon promises to justify his shenanigans eventually, though he insists she mind Warren's commands for the moment. Oddly enough, she claims that formal requests are redundant since she already vowed to shadow him, provided his schemes actually pay off. During a private moment, Rayon verifies that Wrath is also picking up the creepy vibes from those hidden stalkers. Wrath typically insults him by suggesting ritual disembowelment for missing those shadows after eating his power, so Rayon demands the total head count and exact coordinates, and the surly ghost flatly denies him the specific location of that sneaky washer, but Rayon concludes it is a solo performance just by eavesdropping on the spirit's verbal slip-ups. Wrath is stunned by that sharp deduction, unaware that his own accidental use of singular pronouns during their chat totally gave the game away. Once Wrath realizes he was tricked, he starts swearing like a sailor, though Rayon knows one spy does not guarantee a lonely mission. That solitary peeping Tom might have a whole squad hiding nearby, and the spooky atmosphere is preventing Rayon from relaxing his guard. He has a nagging gut feeling that this particular quest is going to be significantly more difficult than advertised. Meanwhile, the cultist scout scurries back to inform his supervisor about the Sigart kids, though the chief dismisses them as minor pests related to one of the Sixth Lords. The spy clarifies these kids are mere rookies lacking any adult supervision, likely on their second field trip since no instructors are in sight. boasting about his stealth. He insists he remained invisible, and his manager agrees that some half-baked students couldn't possibly detect a professional. He questions why the noble house sent students after some orcs were already boat, while the boss assumes the peasants cried for backup during their agonizingly slow search for the magic stone. The shady group has been combing the peak for a magic stone, and having struck out everywhere else, they now plan to rummage through the local village huts. The minion then inquires if they should proceed with attacking the little settlement immediately. The superior orders him to wait, even though the scout is dying to prune those fresh noble saplings while they are still green. The chief believes murdering them is trivial, but it might tip off the Savart family regarding the magic stone, resulting in a strategic failure for a tiny win. The leader commands the scout to throw a few monsters their way so the kids can feel like heroes and scurry back home. Out of nowhere, the leader dons a dust helmet, and magically transforms into a genuine, smelling orc. He tells his lackey that the real massacre begins the second those novice warriors pack their bags and leave town. At the same time, the rookie squad arrives at the settlement, and secures a cozy spot to crash for the night. Over some grub, Rayan observes Warren, and feels relieved that the guide isn't crumbling under pressure like a soggy biscuit. Despite his initial doubts, he is notably impressed that Warren didn't act like a snobby aristocrat while dropping the family name, instead comforting the village chief and commoners, while staying focused on the job. However, he figures Warren is actually the least of his concerns, as the squad can pulverize those beasts easily without needing much outside assistance. But that strange stair near the settlement is the real puzzle, especially since it vanished into the peaks the moment they entered. He ponders if this is a rigged exam from his family or a third-party scheme, yet he knows he must survive until morning to uncover the truth. Before arriving, the gang spotted some weird tracks in the dirt that strongly suggested some nasty creatures were prowling the nearby slopes. The elder clarifies that while critters usually visit seasonally, their population has tripled this time, making them far too many for the locals to handle alone. It seems they have spotted nearly 100 monsters, with at least another 200 potentially waiting to join the fray later on. Since those kiddos basically have the directional sense of a blindfolded pigeon, the village boss promises his quickest sprinter to lead them till tomorrow. When dawn breaks, a fellow named Kanbar, the official mountain chaperone, drags the crew along, while looking like he'd rather be licking a cactus. Noticing his massive case of the jitters, Rayan promises the guy he will get back home without even a paper cut to cry about. Meanwhile, Warren mentions that orcs are just muscle-bound gym rats, while goblins and kobolds are toxic cowards who use dirty poison. Because of these nasty tactics, they must stay sharp, since even a tiny scratch from those little creeps could mean an early funeral. Warren commands the 6th squad to build a defensive perimeter to snag any monsters that leak through, and Keen follows orders like a soldier. They kick off the bug hunt immediately, charging forward to give those monsters a very rude introduction to the legendary Sighart's strength. As they scream their heads off, Wrath grumbles that these trainees are absolute morons for yelling and blowing their cover after hiding so carefully. Rayan, playing the cool head, figures the kids are just screaming to scare away their own embarrassing pants, wetting terror of their first real scrap. Wrath finds it weird that Rayan is acting like some ancient philosopher, especially since this is supposedly the kid's very first time killing stuff too. However, the boy shows zero signs of sweating, appearing more like a grizzled veteran who has chopped up thousands of baddies for breakfast. Shortly after, the students bump into some stinky orcs, and the messy fight finally begins. Just as Marta prepares to charge forward like a reckless torpedo, Warren shouts for everyone to prioritize the annoying goblins and kobolds before they try to tackle the big green orc bodybuilders. Somehow, a pair of orcs manages to slip past the defensive ring the 6th group set up, and they sprint straight for Rayan and Kambar, who is currently vibrating with fear and wishing he had stayed in bed with a warm blanket. Rayan zips past the first beast with the grace of a cat, opening its throat before the monster can even blink its eyes. While the first beast is busy spilling its weird green guts, he teleports behind the second orc before it can swing its rusted toy and carves its neck like a juicy holiday ham. The two heavy corpses slam into the dirt together, while a fallen and confused Kambar tries to figure out how they just died. Fortunately, the guide is not her, which makes Rayan feel quite glad. Suddenly, Rayan asks the man if this hill holds any spooky old stories, maybe something about a massive pile of gold, or a legendary beast. Kambar mentions an ancient tale from centuries ago about a goblin king battling the Night Order here, leaving behind a magical ring somewhere in the dirt. That specific bit of gossip makes Rayan's brain click, finally explaining the creepy feeling of being watched that has been crawling up his spine since yesterday afternoon. Everything points toward a weird cult called Eden. They represent one of the 5 major pillars of darkness, often called the 5 demons. These folks are basically a collection of metal loonies obsessed with restoring the world to its original state of absolute chaos and monster rule. and they genuinely believe the ancient days of monster supremacy were a lovely vacation. So they want to wake up a dead god. If they were merely a pack of crazies, they would have been wiped out, but they contain monsters and steal their powers, making them a massive threat to Sigurd. Even the snobbiest high society aristocrats across the land haven't a clue about the weird mojo these folks possess. Nevertheless, Rayan is savvy to their secret after spending way too much time hanging out beside a Darius Robert fellow. Back when he was a professional stabber, he boxed with those villains on a job for Darius, watching his entire squad of ninjas get totally obliterated, making him the one person who didn't perish. It is super sketchy that Darius realized those creeps used enchanted pebbles early on, although even while being a top-tier boss, he never leaked that intel toward different high-ranking families. Whenever the Phantom of Fury feels his namesake vibe bubbling inside Rayan, he pops out to label that boy a jerk while questioning his thoughts per customary habit. Rayan eventually figures out his feelings are doing backflips, since the guy cannot stop contemplating regarding that annoying Dares person. Thus the boy chooses to chill out while paying attention to the mess right under his nose. Those Eden folks, going by the tale that villagers shared, are likely hunting a deceased Goblin King's ancient enchanted pebble hidden among trees long ago, mostly since the gem is stuffed with heaps of spicy magical juice. Since those villains are actually active, he guesses they deployed the beasts as a distraction to trick his group into departing, ensuring no one ruins their quest for the shiny rock. Away in the scrap, Warren identifies that particularly chunky orc as the head honcho, while attempting to delete the beast using a single move. Abruptly, Warda greedily smashes the beast until the boy loses his chance. Seeing the head honcho is toast, Warren gestures for the squad to mop up the remaining tiny minions, and then, elsewhere, Ron questions Kambar whether any glowing jewels or expensive trinkets popped up atop the heights following the goblin leader's demise. Consequently, Kambar starts yapping regarding a weird situation, which went down during the years that boy was a tiny rugrat. Apparently the village leader hiked up the peak once and dug out a crimson jewel from the top, which prompts Ron to grill him about where that trinket is kept. Kambar whispers that everyone is in the dark, but he feels sure it is hidden beneath the headman's rug, especially since the town got oddly toasty after the stone arrived. This news makes Ron quite anxious, because the whole ordeal is turning out to be way more dangerous than he first guessed. If the Eden goons do not find their precious magic rock on the mountain, Cebu village is going to be turned into a pancake. Down in the dirt, the students finish slapping the orcs around and finally complete their monster-killing homework assignment. Once the dust settles, that leader expresses gratitude to the group regarding saving the town, and points out that those combat talents truly live up to the famous Sagart family reputation. All the while, the boy just observes the scene without speaking. Out of nowhere, Marta pestered the guy about whether the specific result was actually the objective he intended to reach, claiming the girl currently has no clue why the kid decided to trade places with that Warren fellow. The boy tells the girl about his uncertainty, but promises a full explanation once the moment is perfect. Even so, the girl swears to keep obeying those bossy directions, until their little field trip finally concludes. A few moments later, Ronan tracks him down while he is alone, and the lady senses his internal jitters, since his face looks pretty grumpy, though he masks it by suggesting they join the party the local leader is hosting. What occupies his mind is how Eden will stall until they depart, only to hurl a salad of monsters at them the moment they leave. At daybreak near the town of Cebu, the students head out, while Warren reflects on the absolute dangers they accomplished throughout the entire quest. Up to now, they cleared Cebu Mountain of creeps without anyone kicking the bucket, just a few boos, making him feel like they totally crushed it. And that is likely why the captain hasn't reclaimed his authority, probably enjoying a break from being the big boss of this operation. His leadership was tighter than a pair of skinny jeans, yet he remains clueless about what Rayon is actually digging for with this experiment, but he feels fantastic knowing his commanding talents have finally ascended to the same legendary status as the other guy's management skills. Warren confidently guides the students forward, but during the trek, the leader picks up a very funky vibe that is quite unusual. He commands a full stop, making the pupils grumble about it being too early for snacks or naps while they wonder what is happening. Rayon suddenly declares the true objective starts this very moment. Warren and Key are baffled since this claim sounds totally illogical, since they already smashed the orcs and cleaned the mess. Rayon clarifies the job involves deleting beasts while keeping the local peasants totally safe, and despite finishing the initial task, he mentions a creepy peeping Tom was totally stalking their every move just a few seconds ago. Spies were watching until an hour ago before vanishing. And while one might blame a teacher, the murderous aura felt way too hostile for any educator. He explains noticing a stalker before reaching town, who then bolted back to the village once they were a decent distance away from the place. It shocks Warren and Marta to learn they had a shadow, so Rayon explains the stalking began right when they reached the nearby hill, It dawns on them that he handed Warren the crown just to play ninja, staying low, he to get a red on the baddies, and their tactics. Rayon's big brain leaves Kane stunned, as his tactics outshine the teacher's, and he is baffled he missed the weirdo watching them earlier that day. Reality strikes Warren, who demands to know why he became the leader. Surprisingly, Rayon admits he shared the power, because he trusts him, thinking he acts the leader part so convincingly that the foes wouldn't even notice him. Rayon hails his family honor and proposes making him the backup captain once the group returns to the home base for rewards. This hits Warren right in the feels, as he thought they were bros on the same level, but he was just a shining lure. Rayon notes that monsters playing nice with others is weird, suggesting someone is using some voodoo or mind control to make them team up. Their main goal is guarding the town from lingering threats still lurking. Everyone starts creeping back towards Sibiu village in total silence, making sure that absolutely not a single soul will spot them, while Rayon hints they should step carefully since they are currently lacking any fancy stealth gear or sneaky disguises. Hilariously, Dorian actually packed a bunch of secret costumes and props. Having 40 different outfits ready to go shows just how much of a scaredy cat the kid is, preparing for every possible fashion disaster or ambush as they play dress. But Rayon sends Crane sprinting to the local office to tell them things have gone from 0 to 100 very quickly. As they prepare to depart, Rayon issued a final, rather bossy decree. From this point forward, they were to follow his commands without question, no takebacks or complaints allowed. Half a day later, near Sibiu Mountain, Eden's temporary base received intel that the young heroes had finally cleared out of the settlement, prompting the villains to initiate their nefarious plan. Ambitiously named Restoration, the main villain slipped his helmet back on, instantly transforming from a normal-looking bad guy into a gigantic, truly monstrous orc. Immediately, several other orcs materialized right beside him. Ready for action, he commanded his grotesque army to completely eliminate every single villager, ensuring absolutely no survivors remained in the area. The orcs charged down the slopes toward the village, while Rayon and Warren observed the chaos from above. Warren startled to see the sheer number of monsters that Rayon had previously warned them about. Warren felt a surge of adrenaline, excitedly plotting to take down every single enemy in this encounter. Just as he was about to jump into the fray, Rayon stopped him, reminding Warren that they were under surveillance by an unknown individual, likely a human observer. The mysterious enemy's true identity remained hidden, but Warren was thoroughly unnerved by the ridiculous quantity of orcs and their armaments, fearing massive civilian deaths if they delay any further. Rayon, ever practical, explained that jumping in too soon would guarantee their annihilation, but Warren, distressed by the sight of so many monsters, desperately argued for immediate intervention, though Rayon firmly held his ground. Our group leader quickly advised everyone to exercise extreme caution, because their opponents belonged to the notorious five-demon sect called Eden, a name which, fortunately, seemed to resonate with the rest of the crew. While Rayon hadn't definitively identified the enemy as Eden, he understood that this particular monster summoning ability indicated one of two possibilities. Either the dreaded Eden sect was present, or a fearsome lord-level monster had surfaced, both scenarios demanding extreme care. Warren conceded that Eden possessed formidable power and that Rayon's strategy was logically sound. However, he absolutely refused to simply watch as a significant portion of the villagers were slaughtered without lifting a finger to help. Warren strongly criticized Rayon's passive plan, arguing that while he used to believe Rayon embodied the Sighart spirit more than anyone, he couldn't stand idly by while innocents were under assault. In Warren's view, drawing steel to protect the villagers was the defining characteristic of a genuine Sighart swordsman. He promptly leaped off the mountain towards the village below, shouting to his comrades that they need not follow unless they truly considered themselves authentic Sighart warriors. Rayon continued to stare as Warren's stubborn figure descended toward the conflict below. Rayon quickly followed. The other trainees agree with Warren's assessment, feeling that showing cowardice in the face of the infamous five demons would bring shame upon Sighart. Consequently, they resolved to pursue Warren and Runan, aiming to protect the villagers from immediate danger. Fen then took charge of the 6th training ground group, following close behind to offer assistance and engage Eden's monstrous forces. Once the majority of the group had departed, only a handful of trainees stayed with Rayon. The reality was that Rayon had fully anticipated this exact turn of events based on his observations. Understanding that his companions could never remain silent in the presence of such blatant injustice, he had already sent a subtle mental instruction to Runan, directing her to follow the group, which was convenient since having Warren and Keen in the fight meant the trainees could at least hold out against Eden for a decent amount of time. The one variable Rayon completely miscalculated was Marta remaining behind, given that she typically exhibited the most impulsive behavior in these kinds of scenarios. When questioned about her unusual restraint, Marta reminded him that she had made a strict vow to comply with his specific instructions. Her declaration successfully brought a rare smile to Rayon's serious face. He then announced that the remaining members would also enter the village, but in stealth mode, explaining that Eden would surely have additional, hidden forces waiting in reserve, not engaged in the initial battle. Rayon, however, detected an intense, ominous sense of violence emanating from a different part of the mountain, not directed at the settlement, indicating that a bigger threat was lurking, while the other trainees handled the more straightforward enemies. If they decide on a straight up brawl with this mysterious, new adversary, it's guaranteed to end in a truly spectacular fashion of failure. Back on the battlefield, Warren told his recruits to hold back from a head-on clash, favoring a strategy where they first deflected the orcs' attacks before unleashing calculated counter-strikes. He also made sure everyone knew to work in pairs if a specific enemy proved too challenging for one person to handle alone, all part of the larger goal of preventing the monsters from reaching the village. Warren observed right away that this new batch of monsters was far more vicious and powerful than the ones they fought yesterday, yet he was sure they could defend the village if this was the full extent of the enemy's power. The only problem, he realized, was that Eden rarely sent just one simple way, leading him to wonder if perhaps Ron's earlier warnings were, in fact, absolutely accurate. To prepare for any hidden threats, he warned the group to keep an eye on the high ground and the bushes for any concealed ambushes or surprise attacks. While they were busy fighting, a new squad known as Eden's Green Demon Troop suddenly emerged behind them, immediately recognizable by their matching green goblin masks and helmets. Warren quickly did a head count and determined there were more than 40 of these new foes, none of whom looked particularly friendly. To counter this new threat, he assigned Keen to keep pushing the orcs away from the settlement, instructed Runen to immobilize the feet of both orcs and demons with her frost, and took on the task of engaging the green demons personally. Runen immediately acknowledged her command, and launched a powerful frost aura attack, aiming to immobilize the entire group of monsters. A single blast from the icy aura instantly turned a nearby orc into a very large ice sculpture. With the target frozen, Warren quickly jumped in for the finish, activating his star, enacting sword skill for a decisive strike. He closed the distance in a flash, leaping toward the monsters, and delivering precise slashes to their throats in rapid succession. He simultaneously utilized a special technique known as the Sword of Autumn Wind, which sounded impressive. Unbeknownst to Warren, a member of the Eden Green Demon Squad was perched in a nearby tree right behind him, preparing for a cheap shot. The enemy soon launched a volley of poisoned needles toward the trainees, prompting Warren to shout instructions to either create an aura shield or dance around them using quick footwork. A moment later, they discovered the enemies had blanketed the ground in a toxic fog that quickly caused the recruits to begin coughing and gagging. Since this toxin was stronger than previous monster poisons, Warren immediately instructed everyone to cover their faces before they inhaled more of the deadly fumes. The trainees instantly began to collapse, losing the strength to wield their swords as the poison took effect. Warren himself started to stumble, having been exposed to the toxin in that brief window before they recognized the danger. His muscles began to stiffen, while Runen felt dizzy, yet the swarm of monsters and green demons showed no sign of thinning. Annihilation seemed inevitable at this pace. All at once, a massive explosion rocked the very center of the battlefield, turning the tide instantly. When the smoke finally cleared, the source of the destructive force was revealed to be Marta. Behind Marta stood the rest of the recruits from Rayon's group, and she commanded them to take out the trash, meaning the Eden forces, ensuring no one got away. The suffering trainees rejoiced at the sight of Marta and the backup team, and for good reason. They would have all succumbed to the airborne poison had Marta not cleared it with her recent blast. With renewed hope, they found the courage to enter the battle. Even though Rayon was absent, the situation had dramatically reversed, making victory possible again. The green demons were astonished that mere trainees could possess such strength, quickly opting to flee rather than face slaughter. Before they managed to escape, their commanding officer appeared, and questioned if they actually planned on abandoning the fight. The newly arrived figure's towering presence shocked everyone. His aura was far superior to the green demons, and he spoke in perfect human language. Based on the distinctive fighter's helmet he wore, it became evident he was the dreaded Eden Green War Demon. Despite his pathetic rank, this Eden Big Shot is hanging around this dump for reasons unknown, and since this grassy hell, Spawn remembers hearing they bolted. He guesses these rookies actually smelled the trap and doubled back, which is surprisingly clever for mere students. Based on their meager abilities, he assumes Marta was the brainy one who detected their presence, and warns that the group really ought to have coasted earlier to keep their pulses steady. Since those toddlers forgot their insignificance, he intends to erase them completely. One effortless blow sends Burin alongside Marta, and Runen sailing through the air. This chaotic scene leaves the remaining trainees in shock. They search for help only to find their leader busy hacking orcs by the fence, and since Ron is missing, they assume he hightailed it after seeing the jade-colored monster. As Marta struggles not to face Plant, the verdant freak compliments her as the only somewhat usable piece of trash, mostly because she actually managed to sniff out their presence earlier. Even so, he views her as a weak insect lacking talent or grit who is destined to be flattened. That beast hoists a blade to execute the entire bunch, and Ron suddenly explodes from the brush like a spicy sunbeam, shrouded in a magnificent aura of shimmering golden fire. While he lunges for the throat, the battle beast spots the incoming danger and dodges fast. Yet Ron successfully pins the monster's limb to the dirt using the 10,000 Flames cultivation first flame vortex. This move entertains the monster, who had purposely leaned forward to ensure his throat didn't get sliced open. Failing to land a decapitating blow irritates Ron, but the boy had a few more lethal tricks ready. The Emerald Ogre informs Ron Zigart that, although losing a limb to that ambush was annoying, that's the boy's absolute limit. This creature notices our champion apparently emptied his whole mana tank on that single preceding effort. Deep down, Ron admits this is the reality. He wasted too much power attempting a one-hit victory, and can currently barely twitch. He inquires whether the salad-colored freak is the manager of this circus. The demon scoffs that his bosses are too busy for such a flea-bitten village, and Ron smirks, noting that unhinged psychos like him are wildly unpredictable at best. This triggers the green beast, who snarls that the kid has a foul mouth for a pretty face and dares him to see how long he can keep yapping. As the monster lunges, our protagonist realizes they are both running on nothing but fumes and prayer. Seeing the opening, he swings back with a counter. The brute feels shocked that Ron blocked the impact, confessing the kid possesses far more power than his appearance suggests. Ron quips he should probably retire and pick up knitting if he failed to stop such a telegraphed swing. The monster cackles, raining down relentless blows, while mockingly praising the rookie's grit, calling him a clueless little sprout. Regardless of the savage brawl, BunRv, observing from the sidelines, questions his own vision. He witnesses Ron scrap with that emerald nightmare who once floored everyone effortlessly. Plus, our champion utilizes the celestial link sword style just as BunRv demonstrated earlier. BunRv figured he would eventually match Rayon's skill level, but apparently, Rayon decided to step ahead a few grades and leave everyone else behind. Martha made her entrance, pointing out that this was Rayon's actual potential, and what everyone saw before was just the proverbial cherry on top of a very large cake. She observed that simply being equally powerful wouldn't suffice for victory, because the element of surprise had left Rayon low on power reserves and spiritual strength. Martha wore a look of intense worry, openly doubting if Rayon had enough strength left to triumph over the bulky green war demon. Runan popped up unexpectedly, offering the helpful suggestion that they ought to assist. Martha stared in disbelief, noting that she could barely manage a proper struggle, making Runan's offer completely ridiculous given her own weakness. Regardless, Runan remained completely serene, leaving Martha utterly astonished by her lack of panic. BunRv, overcome by awkwardness for holding back, decided to join the battle, making Martha question if he remembered the demon's devastating first attack. BunRv stood firm, arguing that abandoning their comrade was simply not an option for true Zyart swordsmen. As a matter of principle, Martha conceded, but not without demanding they assume full responsibility if this ill-advised plan backfired completely. The three companions marched ahead in unison, willing to gamble their survival in a high-stakes scenario. The Green War Demon was honestly impressed that a mere beginner had lasted so long, even contemplating a job offer for Rayon Ed. Before asking for his identity, our protagonist responded without hesitation, proclaiming himself to be Rayon Zyar. The demon recoiled in surprise, instantly recognizing from the distinctive color of his eyes and hair that this was a direct descendant of the Zyart bloodline, specifically, the destructive blood of the Northern King. The demon immediately rescinded the job offer, deciding instead to kill Rayon immediately for the sake of restoration, whatever that means. Accompanied by a guttural roar, the demon powered up significantly and renewed his attack, wielding his gigantic sword. Rayon jumped back quickly, observing that his foe had become much quicker and guessing that he'd just experienced a sudden power surge of fighting spirit, and despite using his ring of fire to block, Rayon realized he still wasn't back to full strength. Suddenly, Martha charged from behind, managing to surprise the unsuspecting demon. She landed a powerful hit squarely onto the back of the massive creature, causing the demon to shout insults at her, specifically calling her wee, while the monster was distracted by Martha and turning around. Runan quickly positioned herself between the demon and our hero, ready to deploy her freezing technique, utilizing her special frigid energy called the Breath of Winter on the monster. Following up her arranged cue, BunRv launched his assault, employing his star connecting sword in conjunction with the chain starlight technique. However, the demon grabbed BunRv easily, and applied so much pressure that blood began trickling out of his mouth. Laughing at BunRv, that wicked fiend wonders if he actually expected such a stunt to succeed, adding that he is not nearly as talented as the golden-haired warrior. BunRv confesses that taking down a beast with such a move is tough, yet he firmly believes he can stall for time. That confused Hellspawn pauses, wondering what the human is actually babbling about. Suddenly, Martha lunges forward, channeling her massive titan energy into a celestial strike, yelling for the monster to eat this gift. Furious, the monster hurls BunRv directly at Martha like a fleshy projectile, slamming the pair into the dirt, while bellowing that their pathetic struggle is laughable. Nevertheless, our brave protagonist boldly declares that their hard work is going to pay off. He expresses gratitude to his crew for gambling with their lives to let him breathe, swearing their efforts will lead to victory. The creature, stunned by how much juice Rayon has left, starts questioning the identity of this mysterious guy. Our main man lifts his blade, telling the monster he should feel special, because this move has never been used on a target before. While he once doubted his own power, this brawl proved him wrong, so he triggers his 10,000 fire-breathing style, making his skin explode with heat far hotter than his earlier surprise attack. Every survival reflex inside that monster is panic, but forcing him to understand he needs to kill this human immediately. Right as he sprints toward us, Rayon meets him, slicing the demon with the precision of a master chef. Our hero delivers a spicy smackdown, sending the villain straight to the afterlife. The monster is now just a very ugly rug on the floor, while our champion stands over him looking cool. His companions are absolutely floored, struggling to process that he actually deleted that massive green war machine from existence. Rayon barks orders at his squad, reminding them the party isn't over, because more green pests are lurking, so they need to clean house for their land, tranquility, and the local village. The troops roar, promising to turn those leftover monsters into scrap metal. BunRv limps over and confesses the boss was spot on about everything. Minus his guidance, and the backup squad, they would have been nothing but smears on the grass, and the townspeople they aimed to protect would have been toast as well. He offers his thanks for the rescue while saying sorry for being a rebel, even if he still claims he would have raided the town regardless. From his perspective, closing your eyes to evil just because you are weak is a total disgrace for any Zeggart swordsman. Rayon looks away, and tells BunRv he did a solid job, noting that his effort was the reason he pushed himself so hard. He ponders the fact that if even one person had missed the party, this whole situation would have ended in a disaster. Because of that, our hero offers some real heartfelt thanks, ensuring everyone knows he is not just being polite. BunRv gets a little red in the face, confessing he is clueless about Rayon's big plans, but he vows to hit the gum so he can handle his business solo next time. Moving on, Rayon gives props to Martha, admitting his second wind was only possible because she kept that green monster busy at the very end. He offered his gratitude, appreciating her prompt obedience to instructions. Martha shrugged off the compliments, insisting she'd prefer to expire dramatically than ever deviate from the plan, before bustling away to assist with the village's reconstruction. Following the commotion, our hero, blade in hand, pondered whether the assignment had truly reached its conclusion. A wave of profound weariness washed over him the instant the adrenaline wore off, leaving his legs feeling like overcooked noodles, barely able to keep him upright. He was on the verge of collapsing entirely. Runan swooped in from behind to stabilize him, inquiring about his condition. Startled by her sudden appearance, questioned if she possessed some kind of precognitive knowledge about his imminent faceplan. She simply commented that he appeared completely exhausted, precisely mirroring his look after a particularly grueling practice session. Our protagonist let out a long breath, finding comfort in the realization that his companions were keeping tabs on him with the same level of intensity he applied to monitoring them. He expressed his gratitude to Runan while resting his head in her lap. Abruptly, the digital interface chimed in, informing him that his performance during the near-death struggle had exceeded all expectations, resulting in a single-point increase across all personal statistics. Having managed to pull off an unexpected victory against a significantly more powerful foe, he now received a breakdown of his updated status and compensation from the operating system. Ron deduced these were the spoils for taking down the Green War Demon, improved statistics, a shiny new character trait, and a prestigious title. He chose to investigate the specifics of each prize. Rising to his feet, he instructed Runan to head back toward the settlement while he conducted a solitary reconnaissance of the surrounding territory for any lingering dangers. Later, the protagonist settled down in the woods to meticulously review his updated statistics. He observed that while the trio of gifts initially appeared modest, their influence would become proportionally larger as his base power grew, essentially guaranteeing a permanent boost for future encounters against increasingly formidable opponents. The system provided an exhaustive breakdown of the specifics behind his newly acquired backstab characteristic. Ron theorized this new ability was perfect for stealthy assassinations, reflecting that if he'd had it before, his opening move could have potentially ended the fight immediately. Out of nowhere, Raph materialized, launching into a tirade about why the system was showering Ron with rewards for dispatching what he dismissively termed a pushover, questioning the very programming he himself had written. Ron expressed his gratitude to Raph, noting with a smirk that the constant harassment was actually helping him level up. Infuriated, Raph swore that Ron would enjoy no simple demise, promising to harass him for all eternity. Our protagonist completely disregarded the warnings, coolly challenging Raph to make good on his threats if he even possessed the ability to follow through, and smiled broadly as Raph continued to yell in frustration. Meanwhile, in the village, the apprentices were busy rebuilding structures. One called out for additional lumber, completely baffled by the sudden disappearance of the pile of scrap materials that had just been there moments before. Elsewhere, our young man stirred from his slumber, slightly startled that his intention for a quick 5-minute break had apparently resulted in a full-blown nap. Stepping out of his living quarters, he was genuinely impressed to find that the students had completed all repairs on the wooden fortifications during his period of unconsciousness. Runa noticed him immediately and asked if he was feeling rejuvenated, to which he replied that the brief rest had indeed done wonders for his recovery. She informed him that they needed to depart immediately, explaining that a crowd was awaiting their presence. Ron pondered who exactly might be anticipating his arrival. Runan clarified that the individuals in question were none other than the residents of Cebu village. Shortly thereafter, the team was introduced to the villagers, who extended heartfelt gratitude toward their saviors, the Zyart swordsmen. The grateful community expressed deep appreciation to Ron for protecting their settlement and demonstrating remarkable bravery during the dangerous conflict. The locals claimed the whole place would be a giant puddle of misery without his heroic intervention, and swear to never forget the grand brawl and every single thing that transpired during that messy afternoon. Ron feels totally swamped by his friend's praise and the locals' massive amount of jaw-dropping gratitude. He muses that he has never felt this bizarre, warm sensation in his life before. Back in his previous career as a professional throat stabber, nobody ever gave him a warm fuzzy feeling. Only surviving or croaking mattered then, and all his hard work was credited to Darius Robert. Regardless of how many villains he pancaked, or messy chores he finished, Darius hogged all the credit. But currently, for the very first time, Ron actually gets recognized for his own personal brand of excellence. He ponders if his icy soul has ever felt this specific brand of sunshine before. This vibe is like premium catnip, so he craves even more attention and praise from everyone around. Our champion decides to live as a blade master instead of a sneaky killer to witness these scenes repeatedly. He is quite certain that in the near future, this ego-boosting joy will become a daily habit. When the moon rises, the local peasants gather to gossip and chat about the recent events. Meanwhile, Ron walks up to the village elder and asks for a quiet moment to discuss secrets. The elder agrees and Ron pulls him aside, leaving the old man wondering what's on the boy's mind. Ron asks if he recognizes the shady group puppeteering the orcs, and the old man identifies them as Eden, those nasty demon jerks mentioned by the blue-haired knight, though he admits he has zero clue why their tiny, boring hamlet was targeted for destruction. Our champion mentions a rumor about a crimson rock found on Seadu Peak ages ago, and the elder confirms it by admitting he swiped that gemstone as a young lad. Rayan clarifies that those Eden weirdos are basically obsessed with that shiny red rock he has hidden. The elder is totally shocked that his shiny souvenir almost got everyone killed and cries about his mistake. Rayan warns him that while they kicked butt today, that glittery rock acts like a giant neon sign for trouble. The chief admits he treated the stone as a holy protector that made the soil rich and warm, never realizing it was actually a magical invitation for demonic invasions. Panicked, stricken, the elder asks if they should just unearth the cursed pebble and toss it away. Our boy says he will pack the rock, leaving the chief gasping and calling him their favorite savior. Rayan points out that Eden sees humans as mere ritual sacrifices and will pursue the rock even if discarded, making Zyart the best hideout. Though the chief fears shifting the danger to his savior, Rayan insists that this type of trouble is simply the duty of Zyart. The elder feels better and thanks him, saying they are in debt to Zyart yet again, causing our confused hero to ask for clarification. The elder explains that way back when he was just a sprout, slightly older than Rayan is now, the big boss Glenn Zyart personally saved their skins. Our main character is floored, wondering if that grumpy old head of house really performed such a kind act. The chief confirms it, recalling vividly how Glenn Zyart smashed a monster horde and was incredibly kind to everyone, smiling just as Rayan is doing right now. The youth ponders his granddad's present looks, noting how they wildly clash with the mental image the elder just painted. The geezer says sorry for his endless yapping, beckoning our protagonist to tag along toward the hidden jewel. Arriving at the burial site, the leader confesses he never guessed the rock would cause chaos, since he thought it kept the town safe. Once it's dug out, the blade wielder checks the fabric over the jewel, while the old guy claims it's a family relic meant to dim the gem's scarlet glow. The boy reveals the gem, finally witnessing the mystical rock belonging to the deceased monarch of gremlins. The youth figures that should the Eden group obtain that rock, a new beast possessing royal gremlin traits may emerge. Our hero orders the elder to conceal the magical treasure immediately, but his command gets interrupted by a massive dude looming behind them, who jokes that they missed the treasure, because that sneaky cloth hid the mana, and if not for that road, this place would be toasted. Our hero senses the danger, whipping out his steel, and asking who the heck he is, though he's secretly sweating, because he didn't hear the guy coming. The hulking stranger mocks him, suggesting he take a wild guess, before pulling out a creepy face covering. The boy thinks the face shield looks precisely like an ogre, and questions if this is the infamous blood-soaked psycho, a theory the big guy gleefully admits is true. He compliments the kid's brain for a mere student, introducing himself as the blood-praised Fend representing the Eden squad. He can quite peg the fighter's power level, but bets he's the same guy who turned that emerald war beast into scrap metal. The protagonist thinks back, wondering if this is the boss that the previous loser mentioned, even though that failure said the big boss wouldn't bother showing up. Putting on the mask, the demon explains he gave the orders, and wouldn't have bothered commuting if his subordinate hadn't kicked the bucket. Basically, the kid is responsible for this visit due to his combat skills. Our hero feels a terrifying chill of pure murder intent, knowing even a whole army of trainees wouldn't stand a snowball's chance in hell against this freak. Out of nowhere, Wrath pops up, declaring his inevitable defeat while presenting a pair of lousy options: either keep fighting a losing battle and die, or let the angry spirit drive the boy's physical form for a while. When the giant morphs into a hideous emerald beast, the situation goes from bad to absolutely disastrous. In a different part of the map, the rest of the squad is still sweating over the town's wooden barriers. The kid catches sight of the girl strolling closer, questioning her presence at his construction zone. She jokes she's just checking if he's slacking, adding that he's actually a better woodworker than he is a fighter. The lad suggests she scram, but the lady argues that being his senior means he cannot command her, especially since just a single specific guy holds that authority. Soon they spot the girl lugging a heavy bucket filled with fruit. The pair questions her foraging habits, since the locals previously gathered plenty of snacks for the squad. She notes these specific items are for the hero, possessing superior freshness. The elder girl pokes fun at her, saying she's acting like a doting housewife already, but the youngster just blanks her, and keeps walking. An enormous detonation abruptly echoes close by, immediately grabbing the gaze of the entire group. Ronan, clearly in full panic mode, bolted toward the commotion source, worried about Rayon's whereabouts, and announced it was exactly where he and the chief had gone. She frantically told everyone to grab their weapons, and make sure Keen and the 6th training ground were alerted. Barin, Martha, and Ronan raced toward the elder's home, shouting Rayon's name as if he were hiding under a couch. When they finally got there, they found him acting as a human shield for the village chief, severely hurt, and panting like a winded marathon runner. Rayon quickly passed the unconscious chief over to Barin. He then gave urgent instructions to his friends to immediately get the chief to safety and make a fast exit. Martha, completely baffled, asked for clarification on what he meant. A powerful wave of oppressive energy suddenly descended, making it difficult for Barin to breathe, crushing Ronan's lungs, and similarly affecting Martha, causing all three to collapse under the immense pressure. The Eden blood rating demon offered a predatory smile, delighted to discover a bonus round of prey had appeared. Barin observed the figure's armor closely, and realized it resembled that of an ogre, leading him to believe they were up against one of Eden's high-level managers. The demon ridiculed them for being unable to endure even this initial wave of pressure, mocking their status as Zehard swordsmen. Rayon shouted at the demon, questioning if it had some sort of self-destructive tendency, and desperately urging his friends to snap out of their daze. He warned them that staying put would lead to their total annihilation. Our determined young man commanded them to concentrate their aura, overcome the oppressive feeling, and stand up straight. He instructed Barin to take the village chief to a secure place, and get out of the house. Barin acknowledged the order and promised to return as quickly as possible. Rayon told Martha and Ronan to stay back, keeping their distance, and preparing for diversions. They were explicitly told not to engage the foe directly, but merely to observe the situation closely. He brought up Instructor Rimmer's favorite saying, reminding them that this was their chance to surpass their limitations. This, he declared, was the moment they needed to push past every physical and mental boundary. The demon complimented their fighting spirit but stated he highly doubted that simply pushing harder would make them a formidable opponent for him. Meanwhile, Rayon knew the villagers and trainees were all depending on him. If he failed, everyone would perish. So he desperately searched for a weakness in the demon's defenses, but couldn't shake the feeling that he was trying to climb an insurmountable cliff. This foe would have been challenging in his past life, let alone now with his current power level. The demon noted Rayon's readiness for battle but sarcastically asked whether he would attack or just stand there frozen, adding that it didn't really matter either way. He warned that if Rayon wasn't willing to advance, he would initiate the attack himself. The moment the demon made his move, Rayon instantly realized the creature's speed had increased dramatically since their last interaction. Our protagonist launched his attack using the 10-0 flames cultivation technique, igniting 10 distinct flames with his revolving sky technique. The monstrous brute lunges forward, politely mentioning he admires the quality of the production. Even though the inferno was raging wildly, the fan powered right on through it, compelling poor Rayon to adopt a highly precarious defensive posture. Rayon somehow managed to parry the massive strike, barely nudging the incoming assault off target. That devil's right hook totally pulverized a nearby gigantic stone. Deep down, our brave lad realized he only just redirected the behemoth's mighty paw using his fiery circle. Otherwise, it'd currently be room temperature. He desperately considered beating a hasty retreat, yet understood his buddies were currently spectators, needing to witness his methods for their eventual self-preservation. Since a sliver of hope trumps 0, the protagonist launched another attack, but the big red guy simply chortled, apparently enjoying the intense workout immensely. The Finn declared things would be dreadfully dull if Rayon's fire disappeared after one hit, demanding he continue the scuffle. The monster chucked another devastating haymaker, which Rayon barely managed to sidestep like a champ. Plumes of debris and thick gray haze instantly choked the entire atmosphere. The brute conceded that Rayon's inferno operates on a superior tier compared to mere average energy, finally grasping how the clumsy emerald battle demon was defeated. Although that prior defeat still felt horribly embarrassing. Then he noted that combustion proves utterly useless against him, inquiring if Rayon understood the reason. Our main man replied with confidence that he certainly did, explaining it was the protective hedger forged from royal ogre plating. Rayon elaborated that ogre monarchs, the forest royalty, routinely endure fiery devastation without a scratch, capable of crushing fortresses even after absorbing zillions of burning shafts. And since this manic devil has that ogre mojo, fire spells are simply pointless. Upon absorbing this insight, the colossal demon playfully joked, stating Rayon should realize that whatever spirit energy he uses will be completely ineffective against such perfection. Our daring champion simply retorted that if heating things up fails, he'd just utilize a different strategy entirely. No big deal. Immediately activating his chilling, frigid spirit energy, the big baddie was visibly flustered by this instantaneous pivot, having already been impressed by Rayon's phenomenal control over flames, yet now seeing identical skill with the frosty liquid attribute. Utterly bewildered, the fan demanded to know how this mere youth could command such intricate elemental energies and manage his power with stunning accuracy, causing him to seriously speculate about Rayon's sexual background and lineage. The protagonist jokingly pondered whether this monster fully understood he was about to get soundly thrashed by these exact extremities. Highly irritated by Rayon's boundless swagger, the massive fan dared the young man to test how much of his fighting spirit remained intact. Somewhere far off, a group of warriors wielding blades noticed the savage skirmish and immediately bolted towards the action. BunRv, feeling terribly worried, yelled questions to ensure his companions hadn't been vaporized, subsequently halting dead in his tracks upon noticing Rayon courageously battling the gigantic devil. BunRv was flabbergasted, witnessing frozen energy instead of fire, quickly realizing Rayon actually possessed mastery over dual elemental powers. He simply couldn't fathom exactly when their friend had transformed into this unbelievable master of the blade. All over the land mass, methans get sorted into different cubbyholes depending on their muscle mass, and this rule covers all pointy sticks, including butter knives. The whole sorting hat routine relies on how much magic juice they leak, and folks just starting to spray the glowy stuff are known as rookie sparklers. Once they stop accidentally stabbing themselves and start pumping energy into their gear, they become certified glow ogres, and as their power levels climb higher, they hit the pro tier status, where they can finally shoot laser beams from their metal sticks. Now BunRv figures out that Rayon has evolved into a high-tier pro capable of manifesting sharp spirit vibes, which should have been a logical impossibility for a child. Yet our protagonist is currently dancing with the angry Crimson Freak. BunRv is totally flabbergasted to see Rayon, who looks like a confused goldfish, balancing on the edge of pro-level mastery, while keeping his head attached. Still, He has to begrudgingly confess that the massive gap in their punching power is pretty freaking obvious to anyone with eyes. Catching Burns' sideways glance, Rayon sends a secret wink. The kind of weird telepathy shared by bros who have sweated together in the game for way too long. Burn gets the hint instantly. Rayon wants a group beat down the moment he spots a tiny chink in the villain's plot armor. Runim and Martha, catching the spacey vibe, start charging up their own flashy moves to join the fray. The trio shares a quiet nod, because this village needs saving from being flattened, and they actually believe they can pull it off by working together with him. Right in the middle of the messy scrap, our main man yells, telling his buddies to throw everything including the sink at the bad guy. The three dive at the monster's meal on while he is distracted by Rayon's flashy footwear and annoying presence. They are totally dead, set on winning using nothing but their own stubborn grit. Sadly, the horned jerk confesses he has been baiting them like a seasoned fisherman waiting for a nibble, exploding with a wave of cosmic gas that eats all three of them into the next county. Burn immediately spots the scary amount of juice, realizing the demon has graduated from the pro leagues to become a total grandmaster boss. Snickering, the blood-crazed weirdo thanks Rayon for rounding them up like cattle, enjoying the way their optimistic smiles melt into pure, unadulterated terror. He giggles, asking if Rayon really thought he could win, then warns he is about to become a permanent stain for forgetting his place. But our hero screams back that he isn't the only one who has been camping out for this moment. Rayon dumps every bit of stabby intent he saved from his previous career as a professional hitman, mixing the chilly shivers of frost into his spacey fire sword skill of 10,000 burny things. He concentrates every ounce of his being into a singular, pointy end, intent on making a very large hole. Rayon finally touches the demon's spectral muscles, shoving his pointy metal toy deep inside him. The blood-thirsty lunatic drops to his knees like he missed a step, but after a heartbeat, he stands up again, grabbing the toothpick stuck in his ribs, and the monster wonders if Rayon timed that poke for the split second his shield's lag, admitting he would be a corpse if he had tripped once. Then, with a meaty, placed haymaker, the monster yeets Rayon into the atmosphere, and crunches his metal stick with his fingers, saying the kid is too much of a shrimp to close the gap. Our little blade wielder groans that even though he poked him when the glow was weakest, he could not penetrate those chunky, steroid, adapts. Our hero grimly realized the fiend had blocked his strike by merely hardening its skin and muscle, a feat unmistakably marking it as a truly seasoned aura master, perhaps one who never skipped leg day. Rayon quickly assessed the grim scene, realizing the plan was absolutely caput. As the top trainee, he barked orders for all Zygarde cadets to beat a hasty retreat. Pronto, he emphatically stressed that winning right now was about as likely as a goblin winning a beauty pageant, then directed the squad to prioritize evacuating and rescuing every single resident they possibly could. Abruptly, he roared at Baron, proclaiming that such a pathetic demise was entirely unsuitable for any self-respecting Zygarde swordsman, who, presumably, preferred a more dramatic exit. Our hero commanded a full retreat, insisting everyone escape the blood-raving demon at all costs. Some battles simply aren't for winning. The team obeyed his command, Baron quickly taking the lead to organize their hurried escape. Quite the multitasker. As they ran, Renan called back to Rayon, emphatically telling him not to die, which felt rather obvious. He responded with fierce, unwavering resolve. Concurrently, the monstrous fiend began playfully mocking Rayon, inquiring if he genuinely harbored the delusion that his companions could actually outrun it, or perhaps he fancied himself capable of single-handedly restraining a creature with the subtlety of a runaway freight train. Right then, our plucky young man loudly hailed Wrath, rather boldly suggesting a little gamble, because apparently, this was the perfect time. Wrath, absolutely itching for his turn, playfully quipped that this felt less like a friendly bet, and decidedly more like Rayon's very final moments, before inquisitively asking for the stakes. Ron proposed betting on the ultimate outcome, specifically whether the demonic beast would finally finish him off or if he would miraculously live to tell the tale, to which Wrath scoffed, clearly doubting his chances. Yet our hero candidly confessed it was practically hopeless, and that, my friends, was precisely why. For even a minuscule glimmer of hope, he desperately required Wrath's assistance, pledging to embrace Wrath's raw fury in return for the full restoration of his physical form and spiritual energy. Wrath, logically concluding that Ron was destined to bite the dust regardless, and he certainly wouldn't reclaim his vessel without this bargain, readily agreed, proceeding to utterly douse him in pure, unadulterated fury. Our protagonist was instantly racked with agony as Wrath's furious energy surged through him, quite the discomfort. The demon, meanwhile, watched utterly bewildered by Ron's sudden recovery, clearly suspecting some form of cheating. The baffling spectacle simply spat in the face of all common sense, for it certainly didn't look like he'd just chugged some invigorating ogre or troll blood. making the whole affair utterly inexplicable. With a smirk, merely jogged the demon's memory that he had already made it abundantly clear the exact how was utterly irrelevant, and none of its business. Endowed with reinvigorated power, he defiantly challenged the beast, swearing to keep it thoroughly engaged until the sun cheerfully popped up, making it late for breakfast. BunRv commanded everyone to strictly adhere to protocols, ensuring the injured, and those unable to walk received proper assistance. Admitting their pain and terror were valid, but sternly insisted they pick up the pace, as time was fleeting and a quick dash to safety was paramount. Two trainees murmured, completely uncertain about the pandemonium, and if they'd make it out in one piece. Catching their anxious whispers, Wartha passionately reminded everyone that Ron had gallantly remained to face that monstrous creature, all for their benefit, valiantly battling to safeguard the villagers and his comrades, even while sporting a rather inconveniently broken arm and a dislodged rib. Abruptly, Wartha's patience snapped, as she furiously bellowed at a nearby officer for simply standing there like a particularly decorative garden gnome, indignantly asking if he intended to casually discard all their lives with such a lackadaisical demeanor. BunRv instantly galvanized the scattered company, barking commands for everyone to pick up the pace, and reassuring them that Crane had already dashed off to a local outpost to summon backup, which, with any luck, was currently speeding towards them, probably with sirens blaring. Just then, BunRv spotted a huge monster lumbering closer, causing someone to panic, asking if it was an ogre and what on earth it was doing in town. BunRv found himself equally bewildered, completely incapable of grasping why the venerable monarch of the entire force decided to pay their humble little village such an unannounced, destructive visit. Martha then casually pointed out there was another ogre, because one giant monster wasn't enough excitement. Suddenly everyone realizes they are surrounded. Some guy screams that ogres are pinceering them, though he doubts those idiots can even plan. Martha suddenly recalls Eden's weird knack for handling beasts. She suspects that's why the crazy demon ignored Ron, since he released those ogres earlier. Knowing this mess would happen, a random guy loses hope, weeping that their life subscriptions are about to expire right here. But BunRv keeps his cool, demanding they keep swinging since Rayon is busy babysitting the demon, adding that dying now would be too embarrassing to ever look their brave friend in the eye again. Martha actually supports BunRv for a change, arguing they need to ditch the peasants quickly to go rescue Rayon from his solo suicide mission. BunRv agrees, saying that staying alive and saving civilians is the best way to show respect to their buddy who was currently getting beat up for them. The trio then lunges to butcher those freaks. Out of nowhere, a funky breeze starts slapping the ogres, and BunRv identifies that Draft's origins instantly. Currently, the demon is busy roasting Rayon on field, labeling him a tiny parasite, and suggesting he just quit. Our lead, looking totally trash, leans on a stone, then glares at his mangled limb, pondering if slicing it off would help his kill count. However, he stalls, questioning why he tolerates this misery to battle a giant freak. This hurts way more than his last life ever did, back when he would have bolted like a scared rabbit. Just then, Rayon hallucinates Sylvia looking at him with that judgmental motherly gaze. She prods him to be a legendary Zaykarp blade master instead of a quitter. She hugs him, refueling his low battery. Our lead understands that her nagging, and the memories of his weird buddies are what keep him going. He recalls Runan, who appears totally aloof, but actually possesses the biggest heart. BunRv, who began as a crooked jerk but now remains remarkably firm in his goals. Plus Martha, who acts like a cactus, but stays incredibly determined. He confesses they have finally infected his heart, so he wants everyone to survive and graduate as real warriors. Standing up, Wrath pops in to call him a moron for taking damage while using dark energy, then asks if Rayon bought enough time for his friends, and the kid simply agrees. Wrath goes absolutely ballistic, screaming about the price of such power, asking if he really thinks he can stop the demon and run back home when he is currently a human noodle, then yells that giving up control means he is never coming back. When Rayon chugs more anger juice, the physical agony becomes ridiculous, and he hits dirt, shrieking. Noticing he is toasted, the demon claims Rayon is finally done for, then announces he has a brilliant new plan. He intends to slay Ron's buddies first, leaving the kid for the grand finale, enjoying the mental image of forcing our hero to watch every neck snap. Despite feeling like a human pincushion, Ron stubbornly declared a hard nope to the demon's escape plan. He clenched his jaw, resolving to play glorified bouncer and stall the raging Finn, buying his friend so much needed getaway time just as it started packing its infernal bags. Our hero, standing tall, dramatically announced his own name. He grandly proclaimed himself a direction of Glen, that famously destructive northern monarch, asserting his destiny as the continent's future, undisputed blade master. With a steely glint in his eye, he solemnly promised that as long as his ticker kept ticking, that Finn wasn't getting past the spot, not even for a coffee break. The demonic entity, momentarily taken aback by such gumption, actually considered Ron possessed a commendable pluck, vowing to keep his mic stored in its infernal Rolodex. As the monster poised itself for the decisive blow, our wary hero privately confessed, with a heavy sigh, that his dodging days were officially over, his reserves completely tapped out. He merely shut his tired eyes, but then, a sudden, tremendous gale materialized, miraculously freezing the impending strike in its tracks. BunRv, arriving just then, casually deflected the creature's powerful strike. Ron, with typical deadpan, couldn't help but point out Rimmer's rather tardy appearance. Rimmer, mumbling an apology for his untimely slumber, then calmly ordered the young man to leave the remaining unpleasantries to his capable hands. The entire demonic squad instantly identified Rimmer as Zygarde's legendary Sword of Light, to which Rimmer responded with a casual wave, commenting that it had certainly been a minute since their last delightful skirmish. The furious demon then shrieked, demanding an immediate explanation for Rimmer's unexpected presence in their nefarious activities. Rimmer retorted, explaining he simply couldn't permit such unsightly refuse, meaning the demon of course, to stomp all over their promising new recruits, who were growing like little weeds. The demon scoffed in return, sneering that dispatching an ancient relic like Rimmer to babysit a bunch of newbies merely highlighted Zygarde's alarming newfound squishiness. Their explosive battle then dramatically ignited. The demon observed with keen interest that even in their current skirmish, Rimmer was visibly struggling to parry such a potent blow, especially while off balance, and mused aloud if the whispered gossip was accurate, namely that Rimmer was fundamentally broken, his very core power source utterly demolished. Rimmer, with a practiced eye roll, casually brushed off the whole notion as utterly unfounded chatter, suggesting his opponents seek out more current tabloids, since demons purposely lagged behind on the latest scoops. He added, almost as an afterthought, that he'd hung up his frontline boots ages ago, baffled as to why those tired whispers continued to circulate. The demon, refusing to buy the act, outright called Rimmer a fibber, declaring his blade, once a conduit for overwhelming deadly malice, now felt about as threatening as a mild afternoon zephyr. Indeed, his weapon seemed too feeble to even scratch him. With a renewed ferocity, the two combatants then brutally collided, while Rimmer, in fine form, thoroughly vexed the Fiend, frequently labeling him a truly barbaric oaf. Meanwhile, our wide-eyed hero kept a vigilant watch from a safer vantage point, meticulously studying how instructor Rimmer executed his flawless dance between offense and safeguard, moving with all the effortless grace of a dandelion puff in a gentle breeze. Ron observed Rimmer's unexpected assaults were absolutely perfect, and the man was even effortlessly manipulating cosmic energy. He pondered aloud, to himself of course, why Rimmer was deliberately stretching out this whole confrontation. It clearly could have been over ages ago. Our perceptive protagonist began to harbor a sneaking suspicion that Rimmer was intentionally showcasing his dazzling blade work, even amidst such an incredibly perilous situation. If that were truly the case, he mentally concluded, then Rimmer had definitively lost his marbles. Amidst the furious skirmish, Rimmer cheekily inquired why the demon found itself unable to conquer him, even in his supposed enfeebled condition, then casually added a caution that, at this pace, the Fiend would soon be bidding farewell to its rather spiffy hedger. This comment, quite understandably, inflamed the demon's temper, which then bellowed at him to cease the silly shenanigans and engage in an actual, proper fight. Rimmer realized his attempt to hold back was failing miserably, so he decided it was time to wrap things up. His educational methods, apparently, were getting slightly out of hand. He then yelled over to Rayon. He commanded the young pupil to observe carefully, explaining that this specific fighting style was the pinnacle of Zygarde techniques, a legendary level Rayon himself must eventually conquer. The process begins with the formation of the sword field, quickly followed by the infamous Eye of the Storm maneuver. The demon inwardly questioned if the raging vortex surrounding Rimmer truly was his legendary sword field, noting how Rimmer's overwhelming energy field sealed off every potential exit. With options dwindling, the demon concluded that the only viable solution was a desperate head-on collision with Rimmer. He lunged ahead with a ferocious roar, demanding that Rimmer be instantly pulverized. Rimmer responded instantly, confronting the enemy mid-flight. The two warriors rapidly closed the gap, but Rimmer possessed superior velocity, causing their respective strikes to impact each other. The impact generated an enormous, mushrooming plume of dust visible for miles around. As the dust dissipated, the demon admitted Rimmer successfully halved their physical power and aura by channeling the gentle breezes into his blade, a textbook example of a swordfield's devastating effectiveness. The demon, still confused, questioned how Rimmer, who lacked Zygarde blood, could possibly deploy such a field. Rimmer corrected him, explaining it wasn't a genuine sword field, but a high level imitation created through his elven affinity and natural power manipulation. The demon gave a nod, conceding that even a frail, aging tiger remains a deadly predator. Turning aside, the demon lamented his failure to murder Rayon, stating he should have prioritized eliminating the boy at any cost. The demon continued, claiming this oversight would cripple their operation. Rimmer cut him short, warning the demon that he wouldn't allow a creature like him to lay a finger on their young monarch. The demon grudgingly agreed Rayon displayed suitable kingly qualities, but cautioned Rimmer against overconfidence, noting that Eden's talent rivaled Rayon's, at least in the present moment. The demon, defeated by Rimmer's powerful sword of light technique, finally gave in and collapsed completely from the force of the final blow. Rimmer slid his blade back into its scabbard, then turned to Rayon and asked if he had successfully witnessed the specific skill. This is the exact skill he must learn as a Zyart, a technique known as the sword field. This differs significantly from the mana-based barriers created by traditional magicians. A sword field requires immense spiritual development and an explosive aura release, forged from every past experience, personal success, and future aspiration. Since Rayon is a direct descendant, Rimmer guaranteed he would eventually master it. Rimmer advised him to seek further instruction and gain more worldly experience until that time arrived. Rimmer mused to himself whether Runin, Wartha, and Burin had been observing the fight as well. The trio of companions hurried over to Rayon, experiencing profound relief upon confirming his safety. Martha showed her relief openly, and Burin immediately expressed his happiness at seeing their comrades still alive and well. Watching their reactions, Rimmer mused on the difficulty of maintaining a pretense that everything was perfectly fine. For individuals outside the Zyark bloodline, activating a sword field demands exceptional talent and vitality, draining so much energy that it effectively reduces their natural lifespan. Because his energy core was fractured, activating the sword field brought Rimmer excruciating agony, yet he felt absolutely no remorse for using the technique. Rimmer had observed something significant in the young hero when he finally reached the battlefield. That singular observation confirmed his belief in the emergence of a new monarch. Right then and there, he committed his allegiance to Ron, embracing him as his newly appointed, fabulous overlord. After his own rather dramatic, crippling injury, Rimmer felt he was just floating along, quite purposeless, much like a lost balloon. However, these spirit, youthful blade wielders unexpectedly supplied him with a vibrant, renewed purpose for being alive. Hence, he harbored absolutely no regrets whatsoever regarding investment of his final days into this promising venture. Naturally, before his own personal expiry date arrived, Rimmer earnestly yearned to witness Ron's Zyart lineage ascend gloriously as the undisputed ex-Zyart king. Meanwhile, over at the Grand Royal Palace, Ron's esteemed grandfather, Lord Glenn, was currently double-checking if our plucky young hero had actually squared off against that infamous, blood-curdling demon hailing from Eden. Rimmer confessed he had fully anticipated Glenn's astonishment, even rushing there just to savor the reaction, declaring it entirely worthwhile. While a still, flustered Glenn barked for him to just cut to the chase. Rimmer asserted that, despite its outrageous nature, even to his own seasoned eyes, he had personally observed every single detail, pledging on his honor that the tale was entirely factual. Not only was he a witness, but so were every single trainee from both the 5th and 6th training grounds, alongside all the good folk of Cebu village. Beholding Ron bravely confront the terrifying, blood-crazed fiend entirely by himself, Glenn mused aloud that such a demon was usually a match for a formidable swordmaster. If Rimmer's wild story proved true, he inquired about the cost. Rimmer replied that most only suffered minor scrapes, but Ron took a severe beating in the arduous fight, and somehow clung to life until Rimmer dramatically appeared. Glenn then raised an eyebrow, questioning if Rimmer genuinely expected him to swallow such a preposterous claim without batting an eye. Rimmer conceded it sounded utterly absurd, yet emphatically declared that Glenn would be utterly convinced the moment he witnessed Ron had soared into the exalted realm of a sword expert. He further elaborated that Ron had remarkably managed to withstand a demon wielding a master's formidable power, and thus, applying the precious Ulvran sap to him, was a decision Rimmer absolutely did not regret. Lord Glenn, visibly taken aback, retorted that the sap from the mythical Second World Tree was an unparalleled, priceless treasure, but Rimmer firmly insisted Ron had unquestionably earned it, achieving such a magnificent feat. Glenn mused Rimmer seemed to be quite openly playing favorites, a notion Rimmer met with an audible sigh, explaining with exasperation that he simply aimed to nurture Ron and the rest of the budding talent. Glenn nodded, comprehension dawning, then directed Lone to immediately summon all the division leaders, announcing that a vital meeting would convene once the trainees made their grand return. Lone, ever efficient, promptly confirmed the directive. Quite unexpectedly, Glenn actually praised Rimmer for a job well done. Rimmer practically glowed, practically sashaying closer while internally calculating it had been a good 2 decades since Glenn last tossed a kind word his way. Glenn, however, abruptly reined him in, advising Rimmer not to let it go to his head, adding he likely would have heard more praise if he wasn't such a magnet for reckless shenanigans. Glenn subsequently inquired about the trainee's anticipated return date. Rimmer quickly responded that their grand arrival was practically upon them, outside Zagart's imposing palace. Ron reflected how the entire Cebu village mission had, quite remarkably, concluded with total success, though Eden's unwelcome meddling had sadly unleashed unforeseen levels of destruction. Consequently, they lingered to assist in the village's arduous restoration, and with our valiant hero rather severely wounded, he took a much-needed, lengthy recuperation stay at the kindly chief's residence. The moment he first blinked back to awareness, he immediately assessed his winnings from the rather unique wager with the ever-grumpy Raf, naturally, attempted to completely invalidate the outcome, griping vociferously that since Rimmer had dispatched the demon, Ron, the bet was clearly null and void. Despite Raf's obvious fury, the fresh stats gained from his victory were immensely pleasing, especially because of the formidable iron will trait Ron had acquired. The system coolly clarified that it consistently generated the exact ability the user most needed, much to the complete and utter dismay of Wrath. He continuously muttered that without that pesky iron will, he surely would have commandeered Ron's body long ago. Wrath grumbled, insisting the kid needed to cool his jets, since he basically had forever to get things done. The demon's strength was bouncing back with alarming speed, and he had already successfully corrupted Rayon's mind. Wrath admitted that while the boy was developing quickly for a mere mortal, ultimately, the victory would belong to him. Rayon's very essence and physical vessel were destined for demonic ownership. Once Wrath succeeded, Rayon would be condemned to spend eternity stuck beneath a giant block of ice. Meanwhile, back at the palace gates, every single new recruit formed a perfectly straight line. Billy Hewen, Zagart's field commander, stepped forward to greet the exhausted group, offering a formal welcome home. Dorian dreamed of nothing but sleep. Runan inexplicably craved beet-flavored ice cream, and Martha just kept repeating that she truly believed this was the end for her. Burin noted that simply returning alive counted as a victory. The commander agreed they looked worn out, but informed them there was still one more thing left on the agenda. He directed the wary group towards the main building, Lord Glenn's personal estate. There, every trainee dropped to their knees in a show of respect before Lord Glenn, offering their salutations. A wave of murmurs swept the room, questioning if Ron Zahart really beat a pair of demons, including the infamous blood-raving Tide. He still just looked like a decent swordsman. While bowing to Lord Glenn, Ron acknowledged his initial nervousness about the summons, but quickly realized it was a golden opportunity, especially with every high-ranking official present. Our hero understood that he had gained valuable experience from the journey. If the difficulty level kept rising, he absolutely had to level up his strength immediately. With squad commanders, department heads, and even masters from the direct family line gathered, Glenn Zahart clearly wasn't messing around about this whole situation. Given that Glenn meticulously separated work business from personal feelings and consistently paid for services rendered, this gathering represented an excellent chance to showcase their success and acquire new combat techniques. Lord Glenn specifically called out Ron, admitting he'd heard Ron was the most important person on the trip, and requested a complete breakdown of events. Ron agreed to speak. He began explaining how everything started when they first landed in CB, noticing a suspicious look that led him to ambush the Green War Demon during the hunt for the Goblin King's Stone. Ron detailed how, following the first clash, the blood-raving demon appeared, and he deliberately became a decoy to keep the other trainees from getting hurt. Just then, Taran jumped in, loudly yelling at Ron and claiming the entire story was a fabrication. He demanded to know if Glenn truly believed such nonsense, arguing that the Green War Demon alone was far too powerful for a bunch of kids to defeat, let alone the blood-raving one. As if on schedule, our protagonist ordered Dorian to present the proof. Dorian stepped forward, placing the helmets of both the green and blood-raving demons right in front of Lord Glenn. A ripple of disbelief swept through the assembly as they were forced to acknowledge the accuracy of the entire account. Ron asked Glenn for permission to unsheath his weapon, and the Lord nodded in approval. He pulled out his sword. The sword was engulfed in flames. The court was stunned by the sight of a real aura blade and intense fire. Whispers spread, recalling how Rayon's magical energy had been completely average a decade earlier. Now understanding how he managed to beat the Green War Demon, Rayon then stared directly at the impolite nobleman and sarcastically inquired whether this display had settled the matter for him. That salty high-born, humane with envy, begrudgingly admits Rayon officially joined the elite leagues after flashing those shiny trophies. The big boss Glenn then speaks to the crowd, celebrating Rayon plus those top-tier students from various training grounds for their stellar performance. Our hero later reflects on how the old man's shocking kindness floored the entire estate, as the man usually only grants a simple nod for miracles, yet for the first time in ages, he used the word superior, making people think the world was ending. A few tears actually started leaking from their eyes, holding their breath, because such rare kudos are practically legendary. Once the debrief finished, Rayon handed over the monster's glowing core, and spilled the beans on the cult's plot. Then while the others got bronze trinkets, he snagged a silver medal for his pocket before the party ended. Stepping out of the court, the young man wondered if he was dreaming too big, since he expected a fat bonus for his detective work, and it looks like he can kiss those dreams of a fancy new fighting style goodbye for now. Suddenly, a grumpy ghost pops up, whining that Rayon got shafted despite leaking top-secret intel to the Elder. The spirit grumbled about how he briefly trusted the boss after that firepower, but clearly, he was just being naive. Just as the warrior prepares to bounce, the subordinate stops him for a chat. Rayon feels totally confused by the random invite, yet the man asks for a midnight rendezvous at the side building, leaving him wondering why. The messenger mentions the big cheese wants a private meeting. Apparently there is a second prize waiting for his hard work. Upon reaching his crib, the maid yells to the lady that her golden child, Rayon, has finally made his return. Mom is beaming with pride, and both women meet him at the front door to check his vitals, as she heard about his scrap with the cult, and asks if he is broken, but he promises he is mostly patched up. She gives him a giant squeeze and says sorry, wishing she hadn't told him to copy that famous legendary ancestor. The mother clarifies she was just acting like a worried parent, since he went solo against those scary demon fanatics. Rayon pats her back, saying he actually found her motherly pointers to be super helpful during the fight. He admits that when the crazy blood demon showed up, he almost wet his pants and thought about ditching his teammates to save his own skin, since he was totally outclassed. But then, her voice popped into his head, telling him to act like a real legendary blade master from the family. That mental pep talk gave him the guts to stay and fight the monster. The sole reason he stands tall as a legit fighter today is because she spoke up, and he is seriously thankful for it. Our hero is shocked to see both ladies sobbing like babies. The maid wonders when he became such a stud, and Rayon asks why the water works started. Later that evening, he asks the girl if anything weird happened while he was out, and she says the main office wants her back, which basically means they want to fire her permanently. He guesses they want to scrap her for hiding his promotion and to vent their anger over the meeting room fail, so he decides he cannot let his double agent die, especially since he spent way too much effort keeping her alive and kicking. The lad tells her to stick to his plan if she wants to keep breathing, and the spy looks stunned as he suggests she write the boss, saying she is now Rayon's personal assistant, because his mother is paranoid about his health, which he claims will stop the suspicion and make the villains think they have a front row seat to all his private secrets. Furthermore, he suggests that if those villains get suspicious, she should report the kid is healing well, though only the patriarch and the wild mentor know, making her seem like a top-tier informant. He commands her to mail the letter now and keep a straight face to avoid getting caught, and she finally nods. Then, the fire spirit pops out to roast his choices, asking why Rayon keeps such a trashy secret agent around. The protagonist snaps back that she is actually quite handy, since she will be a juicy lure for the villainous Koran. Our hero won't throw her away, recalling how he previously got treated like garbage. Having wrapped that up, he trots off to handle his final chore for the afternoon. Soon after, inside the palace, Rayon says he to Glenn, mentioning he showed up as requested. The big boss cuts the chatter, asking which specific leg movements Rayon utilized during his recent journey. The young fighter is baffled by the random question, then rants about how leg skill saves lives, admitting he just used the basic river footwork. Lord Glenn agrees, noting that while the river footwork is fine for babies, it is useless against a truly terrifying enemy. The master declares that, since Rayon discovered the secret plans of those Eden villains, he will personally show Rayon a special way to move his legs that does not look stupid. Our hero is floored, wondering if the old man has finally lost his mind and decided to be helpful. Glenn stands up, barking at Rayon to keep his eyes wide, because this performance is a one-time thing. When the master dances, fire begins circling his ankles and his entire frame. Rayon is totally impressed, guessing this is how the world's strongest guy walks, and figures he better not screw up this chance. The crazy foot patterns Glenn shows off are completely bizarre, mixing snail speeds with lightning bolts and diamonds with gelatin. It looks so wild, like he could teleport to a bakery, and even with the ring of fire, our boy cannot figure it out. The leader mentions those funky movements are known as the Supreme Harmony Steps. A magical pop-up tells Rayon his ring saw the moves, so learning the first part, The heavenly advance will be easy now. Glenn asks if he paid attention, so the boy says sorry, confessing he only managed to see the very first wiggle. The boss nods, ending their little meeting. Plopping back down, he tells the boy that this gift was his payment, and he better not waste it, so Rhea leaves. Afterwards, Lone mentions to the boss that it was pretty shocking to see him share those supreme harmony steps with the kid, wondering out loud if the little brat can even handle a style that is more complicated than advanced calculus. Lord Glenn grunts that, even though the show was short, Rayon actually caught the vibe of that first heavenly advance. This movement acts as the primary building block, and roughly 50% of that supreme harmony flow. He notes that, while the boy is currently clueless, he will eventually figure out how to dance like a pro. Hanging out in the yard, our hero realizes a week went by, and while he is grinding hard with the system, he still sucks. So Wrath mocks him for being a weakling, yet he stays positive about his future skills. While he is practicing, his mother screams at him to go take a nap, and he wonders if she is faster than Rimmer. Sylvia is super mad, yelling that he promised to stay in bed, so he quits, terrified because she is scarier than the devil. In the end, his workout session is totally ruined by Sylvia's constant complaining. The lady promises that if he gets caught working out again, things will get very ugly. When he attempts to sneak out, Helen and the maids act like bodyguards, making it impossible to do any training. Relaxing on the grass, he realizes the women are having a blast ruining his life. Yet he admits that a lazy snooze is quite the treat. Suddenly a servant scurries over, yelling about a total dumpster fire. Raiden Zahart has dropped by, making the boy curious why this spawn of Balder, who is Glenn's fourth kid, showed up. He probes why that peacock visited the side house, but the lady says they are clueless. However, the visitor started getting physical with Sylvia and her staff immediately. Near the side gate, the jerk bellows at Sylvia for the dusty bushes, demanding to know why she missed his mail, but she gently notes that his span never reached her. Feeling slighted, the guy claims she thinks his servant failed or he is a giant fibber, so she denies the jab and asks for time to groom the area, immediately rounding up her girls to scrub the dirt away manually. Inside his noggin, the boy seethes, thinking everyone should worship him after he smashed a branch of that white blood cult. Still, nobody gives him a gold star, and they only care about that Ron kid, which is annoying because a non-royal brat shouldn't steal his glory. Getting really cranky, the bully screams at the lady to move and hawks a wet one on her hand. Glenn, sake of his nonsense, snaps that he is crossing the line, regardless of his fancy pants bloodline. He mocks her, then delivers a slap so hard she kisses the floor. The jerk brags his royal blood makes him her master who could kill her for a tiny 2-day timeout, yet she still dared to argue. Unexpectedly, Jadiel shows up, and tells Sylvia to watch out, choosing to block the bully before things get even hairier. While the boy lifts his boot for a stump, Ron arrives with steel, making the jerk think this is a lucky chance to meet the local celebrity. He gestures at the steel, asking if the kid really plans on swinging the oversized toothpick, demanding he put the metal away without another word. This loudmouth introduces himself as the Zahart named Raiden, Balder's child and kingpin of the true martial palace. Ignoring the fancy titles, a furious Ron tries to give the guy a very close shove. Suddenly the lackey blocks with a blade. The brat screams insults. However, Ron answers with a massive fist to the face, sending the minion flying away. The bully yells to ask if the kid knows who he is hitting, but the hero just snaps back, labeling him a common housebreaker who just crashed his private party. Startled, the jerk wonders what garbage he is hearing, claiming he is the rightful king of the castle. Ron boots him in the stomach, proving that his claim is complete and utter baloney. The bully drops down while crying and swearing revenge, but the fighter says he is nothing like a master and this place is not his house. It belongs to his family. Just as the hero prepares to finish his business, the warrior pops up, telling the youth to halt immediately. Ron notices this fancy guard from the cheer squad, confused why such a big deal is hanging around. The bratty noble orders the troops to kill our hero for touching a high-born legend like him. The guard insists he only obeys the master, telling the noble to scram, while the brat calls him a common mutt. However, the servant suggests backing away to prevent a brawl with an elite fighter from the top squad. The angry noble finally decides to leave. He threatens that the boy will regret this, promising a world of pain and total social suicide. Helen offers her regrets to the lady for being useless, but the mother thanks her for the bravery shown. The woman plans to fix the issue herself, though the protagonist suddenly jumps into the conversation. The lad vows to manage the situation, begging the women to simply have faith. A bit later, the two youths bow down in front of the patriarch, who commands them to rise. The leader mentions he already heard about yesterday's circus. Raiden lies about mailing an invite to the annex, complaining he was treated like garbage upon arrival. He whines that the protagonist jumped him at his aid for no reason, acting like death was knocking. Our hero thinks the kid has a future in theater, seeing how his story contradicts the previous reports. The boy calls out the nonsense, remembering how the noble looked like a screaming tomato earlier that day. Losing his sanity, the brat grabs the hero by his shirt and curses in front of the master. Ron barked at the angry child to stop, reminding him of their current location. Witnessing the circus of conflicting tales, the patriarch decides it is time to summon an observer. The elite soldier arrives and salutes the master, identifying his rank before explaining the spicy details he witnessed. The soldier claims that, in his view, the nearby annex didn't actually get any mail from the boy. The mother was simply pruning her flowers alongside the helpers when the noble showed up totally uninvited. The hero is shocked the warrior chose the truth over family loyalty, as he expected a total cover. After hearing the facts, the master scolds the brat. The patriarch highlights the massive contradictions, wondering how the child could be so dishonest while standing before him. Raiden argues that a lower-ranked kid hitting a noble is the real scandal, claiming it ruins the family order. The big boss agrees that hitting a royal is bad, but decides both idiots deserve a harsh penalty. The brat yells for blood, yet the protagonist agrees to the sentence as long as he can complete a final task. The patriarch is curious, asking the boy to explain his idea. The hero spills the tea on his cousin mocking his mom and hurting the staff. The bully has not compensated for those nasty deeds yet. The elder grumbles that everyone is acting like noisy toddlers and needs to hush. The old man wonders if the boys know their current location. Feeling the heavy vibe from the boss, the bully gasps for air like a fish. The boy demands a legal beatdown, citing house rules about sharp metal solving family drama, so he requests a formal scrap to settle things. The patriarch thinks a little gladiator action sounds fun and gives the green light. He declares the big playground will host the weapon swinging party in 7 days. The bully tells Baldur about the upcoming fight, explaining the little brat actually had the nerve to speak up in public. Victory means the punk's mana gets trashed, but defeat forces those nasty jerks to say sorry and permanently avoid the cottage. The father sneers that the kid is just a nobody's son and wants his boy to show some royal class. The son laughs it off, claiming he lacked a blade before, but his new high-tier skills make the cousin look pathetic. Dad says not to get too carried away and kill the cousin, because funerals hurt the brand. He suggests just slicing some wrist strings instead to make sure the kid never fights again. The son accepts the cruel guidance. Back at the clubhouse, the mother and maid watch the hero practicing his deadly moves. The maid is shaking like a leaf, asking if they should really let the boy fight a monster. She points out the massive power gap, suggesting it might be better to quit while they are still ahead. The mother agrees it is a risky move, admitting things got messy because people lost their cool earlier. She warns that the opponent uses a wiggly style that cheats by finding every tiny hole in a person's defense. Even so, mom says to trust the kid, while the maid asks if she has lost it. The mother admits her stomach is in knots, but she thinks the boy has a secret plan. She chooses to finally put all her faith in her own child. While the hero is working up a sweat, the girl brings snacks. She hands over some handheld bread, telling him not to eat the food too fast. He gives thanks but notices a mysterious manual tucked right next to the snacks. The hero sees it as a tactical guide on how to beat wiggly blades and loves the simple reading style. He is baffled how she found all that data and printed a book so quickly. He thinks about her standing up for his mom and now bringing a cheat sheet. The boy is overwhelmed with thanks for everything she has done. Time, meanwhile, dragged on, allowing both sides to get themselves mentally ready for the inevitable showdown. The long-anticipated day of the sword duel finally dawned, drawing every member of the household to gawk as the two opponents faced off in the training arena. Raiden dramatically announced he had been anticipating this precise moment, practically salivating at the chance to utterly destroy Rayon for everything that had transpired between them. He vowed to utterly dismantle his opponent, ensuring Rayon would be unable to even hold a sword handle ever again. As the referee signaled for them to approach, Raiden was already picturing the look of utter despair on Rayon's face at the end of the match. But our hero scoffed, countering that he doubted Raiden would be in any condition to observe anything by then. A powerful drum roll echoed through the arena, officially signaling that the duel was underway. Raiden, completely convinced that Rayon was just full of hot air, boasted that the bluff wouldn't work again as he charged in. However, in a shocking blink of an eye moment, he suddenly discovered Rayon was no longer in front of him. The truth was, Rayon had already slipped behind him, and now had the tip of his sword casually resting on Raiden's shoulder blade. Raiden stood absolutely frozen in astonishment, demanding to know precisely how and when Rayon had possibly circled behind him. The protagonist declared that Raiden was going to lose 8 different times before the day ended. Then, he simply let go of his sword, before anyone could react. He launched a punch so devastating that Raiden was sent rocketing clear across the training field. Raiden, now bleeding from the mouth, was in total shock, admitting to himself that he hadn't been able to follow Rayon's movements in the slightest. Rayon stood over him, and simply commanded that he rise immediately. Reiterating his promise of 8 losses, he delivered another punch, announcing that this specific one was for the blatant lie regarding the letter. Raiden scrambled back to his feet, let out an angry curse, and attempted to retaliate, promising to make Rayon regret not ending the fight instantly with the initial attack. But just like before, he was completely flummoxed by Rayon's sudden and inexplicable disappearance from view. Our boy then announced his location by saying he was now on Raiden's left side, immediately following up by smashing him in the face with his sword handle. He then proclaimed that this painful strike was the payment for spitting on his mother's very favorite, cherished flower. Then another punch landed, this one specifically for trampling all over that flower. The hero then delivered yet another powerful blow, stating this one was for physically abusing Helen. While collapsed on the ground, Raiden was in complete disbelief, realizing that Ryan was only employing simple star, connecting sword and river footwork techniques. He was supposedly only a novice expert in a lower skill realm. Still, even as he was getting completely thrashed, he simply couldn't figure out exactly why he was losing the duel. Observing the entire exchange from the sideline, Helen noted that Ryan possessed enough skill to have finished the whole match with just his initial strike. Instead, he chose to methodically trap Raiden, realizing this wasn't just about winning, but about exacting retribution for all the violence they had suffered. She mentally processed how much lineage meant in this family, where your birthright decided absolutely everything. Now, even the lowest maids were seeing justice served by a hero challenging the direct line on their behalf. Elsewhere, Lady Sylvia was completely overwhelmed with emotion as she watched her son effortlessly succeed in the match. She thinks about her pops, always chasing clout, making the manor feel like an icebox, and how she never really fit in regardless of her noble genetics. Eventually, she bailed, failing to confront the ugly situation or her mean relatives when she really ought to have flexed her internal toughness to get through it. Right now, Ron is showing the world that being tough means swinging back, no matter how stacked the deck seems against him. While the swordplay keeps dragging on, our main man faceplants Raiden into the dirt, making Sylvia realize her kid is teaching everyone that charging forward beats retreating like a total coward. The official at last screams that Raiden is basically toast, crowning Ron as the undisputed king of this sharp blade competition. And once the ref yells about Ron being the champ, Baldur loses his absolute mind, screaming at his kid about how he managed to fail such a basic task so spectacularly. Amidst the chaos, Rimmer is doing a literal victory dance, loudly telling everyone that he totally called this outcome, because he is a genius. The entire squad, including Dorian, Martha, Burin, and Ronin, starts partying hard, because their boy actually pulled it off. During a quick break, Lone tells the big boss that despite his ancient career with the Sage Hart family, he has never watched a crowd go nuts for a sign. Branch kid, while completely ignoring social hierarchy. Lord Glenn nods, admitting the friendship power is weirdly strong, but what actually knocked his socks off was how the fight itself went down. Ron, being a total newbie, did not stop him from using those fancy harmony steps, a dance move Glenn invented after surviving his empty face, which is so hard most people die trying. Yet the kid mastered it in a mere fortnight despite its extreme difficulty. The Patriarch also witnesses the kid becoming a massive icon, while the whole arena screams his moniker like some legendary rockstar. Lord Glenn muses that his own hunger for gains turned this place into a jam, broke paradise where only the strong survive, and he is too old to change it. Even so, he thinks that since our hero knows what it is like to be treated like garbage, he might actually fix this messy family eventually. Hitting up, Glenn announces that because the beating is finished, it is time for everyone to pay up on those promises they made. He tells Lone to slash the true Marshall Palace allowance by half using any shady excuse, and Lone just chuckles because he loves being a bit petty. With Glenn watching, the losers are forced to settle up their debts. Raiden admits he was a total jerk to everyone, getting down on his knees to beg for forgiveness from Ron's mom and the cleaning crew. The palace gets a stern warning to stop messing with the nearby building. The house of keepers finally breathe a sigh of relief, sobbing with happiness because the nightmare is finally over for them and their little group, plus the group can finally leave. Afterward, Lady Sylvia asks her boy when he got so buff, and a blushing Ron begs her to stop hugging him in front of everyone, just a bit away. A girl with a ponytail notes that Ron looks like a totally normal kid now, losing that scary vibe from the arena. Another lady mentions that Rimmer probably was not lying about the demon fight, and a dude nearby agrees his skills were totally cracked and beyond just talent, leading the ponytail girl to insist he would be a perfect recruit for her own squad, while the dude claims he will snatch Ron for his tighter squad. though the woman tells him to chill out before he pops a literal vein. An elderly lady mentions the rookies are about to finish school, and once the final test is done, they have to pick which club they want to join. Even though Ron is a total beast, he is hardly the only monster lurking within that specific practice zone today. That trio of Martha, BunRv, and Runan possess enough muscle to conquer NEP, so the next picking party looks like a total riot. Inside the sleeping quarters later on, Judil queries her little boss about his master plan for that blade scrap, and he confesses he mostly rigged it for his own win. Judil claims he has one spooky dude, yet way more importantly, he has a heart of gold, which leaves our lad totally stunned. She tosses in some thanks, remembering his heroic rescue from that mean old Zircoran fellow, then tells him to sleep tight before making her exit. Staring past the glass, Han ponders how Judil looked totally ominous, and seeing her shield Sylvia proves she is legit, so he figures he can admit his previous anger was just some Oscar-worthy acting. A bit later, inside the big castle, Rimmer says hello to Lord Glenn, flaunting hands covered in more shiny gold than a dragon hoard. Lone and Glenn watch him with big suspicion. Glenn wonders about all that bling, so Rimmer brags he cleaned out the martial master in a bet. Credit to Han's skills, he snagged some magic juice for the whole training crew, prompting Glenn to tease him about basically robbing his own kid blind. While slurping his brew, Glenn figures this flashy show is just a distraction, so he demands the elf spill the actual beans immediately. Rimmer mentions he has a spicy idea, which sparks Glenn's interest, since he thought the elf already controlled every training detail, but Rimmer explains it is not about the drills, but rather the big final test for finishing school. Glenn wants the full squab, so Rimmer notes the usual routine involves teacher permission or just beating up another student, though these tiny warriors already tangled with those fancy Owen Kingdom knights, and walked away from a suicide run. Those kids endured way more chaos than any normal student should ever see. Thus he thinks the fifth group needs a fresh nightmare to conquer, and Lord Glenn asks for his master plan. Rimmer pitches a wild survival trial, where the students must thrive in the wild without any help or using their family's famous brand, because even if they are rookies, they should reach for the stars. Glenn mulls over the concept, noticing that Rimmer has definitely evolved, which makes the elf ask for some clarification. Glenn points out that ever since his Manhwa core broke, and he quit the war, the elf always looked pretty miserable and gloomy. But hanging out with those fifth group kids has brought back his fire, making him look just as hyped as them. Rimmer gets all shy, and says it's awkward, while Lone nods along that he is acting much less grumpy lately. Rimmer claims he finally found his true calling in the classroom, not only for swinging blades, but perhaps even for coaching the next big boss to replace Lord Glenn. The patriarch wonders if the main hero is the chosen one, yet the instructor jokes that Berman, Martha, or Runan could easily take that spot. The big boss commands a full briefing on the upcoming test within 7 days, threatening to delete this entire meeting from his memory if Rimmer flops. The lazy instructor smugly asserts his paperwork is already finished and simply awaiting a formal review. Students gather at the main arena, questioning why their mentor is absent after calling a meeting, though they joke he likely just crawled out of a casino. The door slams open as Rimmer bursts in, blaming his tardiness on a fake charity visit. While Dorian whispers the man needs to invent better lies, the elf swears he is telling the absolute truth, then pivots to a major update he finalized after staring at their hopeful faces today. He reveals the final assessment is approaching, because nobody can be a professional student forever, prompting a confused trainee to ask for more details. The teacher points out they have already faced Owen's elite warriors, the South, North Union, and that nasty ambush by Eden, making them basically veterans, since they have survived so much. He is skipping the boring duels and throwing them into the wild world to see just how big the planet is. Staying alive is the primary goal for this upcoming final graduation assessment. Within 30 days, they will ditch their rookie titles to fend for themselves globally with only a blade, though cowards can opt for a different route. Runan leans over to check if the hero is game for this madness, and the protagonist gives a firm, careless nod of agreement. The girl immediately vows to join him in this crazy endeavor. Dorian hops on the bandwagon, figuring the teacher has a plan, while a cucking Martha brags that she was practically born surviving in the wild. The elf looks stunned by their quick enthusiasm, particularly from the main hero, and wonders if they actually understand the death traps he has planned. He identifies the prodigy as the group's trendsetter, worrying the others are just following him blindly, but the boy admits he knows things are about to get ugly. However, the kid believes his teacher would never assign a mission that is truly impossible to finish. The man likes that spirit, yet promises no mercy before finally listing exactly where each of them will be struggling to breathe. Burn departs for the Levine Dunes. Martha travels to the Cyan Ravines. Runan navigates Chiton's thick woods, while Rayon investigates that northern Haban fortress. Our hero quickly remembers the fortress' terrible reputation. Rimmer describes it as a meat grinder where beasts from the sea and mountains strike constantly, giving nobody time to rest or even clean their weapons. The teacher stares directly at the protagonist while saying this, then tells the group to pack their bags, because they leave in 4 weeks. Sometime later, the boy is sweating buckets in the royal gardens while his mom and Helen keep a close watch on him. Helen worries he is training too hard and neglecting sleep lately. She wishes he would skip the test because that castle is notoriously deadly. Sylvia acknowledges the danger, yet she sees potential for a massive power, explaining that he is likely sharpening his skills for the coming storm. She vows to support him quietly, allowing him to concentrate fully on his drills. During his exercises, the kid feels the exhaustion of a brutal week, yet a nagging voice in his head insists he is still too weak. Those Haban beasts possess thick skin and huge bodies, which makes slicing through them feel like trying to cut a brick with a butter knife. The clan style balances hitting and blocking, but he suspects he is still going to have a rough time out there. The 10,000 flames method is impressive, but it drains his energy so fast he might faint mid-swing during any extended brawl. While that glowing ring of fire has been a reliable buddy, he realizes relying on a shiny accessory forever is a recipe for disaster. Since there are only 21 days before he hits the road, the main guy decides he should probably research some facts about Haban Castle. He specifically craves a fresh way to hit people, a spicy offensive move to fix the holes in his current combat toolkit. He decides that splurging on his own skills is the best investment. Momentarily, Rayan meets the big boss Glenn, who wonders if the kid really wants to dump his hard-earned silver tokens on sword lessons. The young lad says yes. Glenn mentions it as his own business, although he assumed the boy would use the loot to get his mom back into the family. He confesses that was the plan, but fighting in CDU and that recent scuffle proved that mediocre efforts only earn cheap silver, never gold. Recalling the warning about the difficulty, our hero acknowledges that only those shiny gold plates will actually fix Sylvia's social standing. Rather than hoarding worthless silver pieces, he figures that powering up now is the only way to snag the golden treasures later on. The old man concurs that this strategy makes sense, especially if he plans on surviving the chaos at Haven Castle. He throws a dusty manual his way, suggesting the boy pick another volume if he thinks this particular choice is total garbage. Its leather cover says, Fangs of. Since Glenn chose it personally, the kid knows the manual is definitely top tier. He takes the prize with a bow, while the leader hopes he manages to master it without exploding. Just as the boy heads out, Glenn interrupts with a query. Since he understands that Haven Castle is a literal nightmare, was he not terrified about the testing site, and why did he not just say no to the whole ordeal? The youth explains that brawling with N taught him a very significant lesson. The elder demands further details. Our hero claims that barely avoiding the Reaper gave him more experience than boring drills, and he realizes that he must find deadly challenges to truly level up his abilities. Furthermore, he believes that Coach Rimmer would never assign a quest that was actually impossible, so despite the pain, the outcome should be worth it. The boss gives one final tip, noting that there are various ways to swing a blade, and thinking outside the box is vital. The kid shows gratitude for the smart advice. Unexpectedly, Rimmer teleports from behind the big guy's chair, yelling that this exact attitude is why he likes Rayon, as he loves it when pupils actually get his cryptic plans. It makes our protagonist much better than BunRv or that mean girl Martha. While Glenn mocks Rimmer for being a trashy educator who gossips about kids, then shows shock that Rimmer permitted the boy to take Fangs of Insanity, a move that normally costs a whole mountain of gold. The teacher teases Glenn about his hidden soft spot for the grandkid, and though the old man tells him to zip it, Rimmer claims he is being quiet. Nevertheless, he acknowledges that Fangs of Insanity is a brutal style, and he feels slightly concerned about whether the boy can handle the madness. Since the manual has been delivered, his shift ends, leaving our lad to either become a god or a total failure. The elf teasingly remarks that despite Glenn's tough talk, he'd basically showered Ron in grandpa hugs disguised as wisdom. Glenn snaps that if the loudmouth has enough breath to keep flapping his gums, he must be healthy, so he prepares to throw hands, while Rimmer frantically pleads for mercy, claiming his fragile body remains broken. But the boss stays firm, and prepares a spicy slap. Standing near the gates, Ron jumps when a thunderous crack echoes from the building. Eventually, our main man rests his weary buns on his bed, scanning the pages while questioning if these flashy moves are actually worth a whole expensive slab of silver. Deranged dentures, as the title implies, is a gut-feeling blade style of elite quality, emphasizing eternal violence, designed to rip out throats like a hungry stray dog. You cannot learn this by reading manuals, as real skill requires getting punched in the face. Consequently, the lad continued dueling his companions, skipping sleep until his final evaluation. fixated on attaining a state of absolute excellence. Once everyone else was too bruised to move, our hero finally grasped the vibe of the crazy biting style right as he had to leave. The evening prior to the big test, Ron hangs out while Jadil patches him up, winding medical tape around his many colorful lumps. She asks why he looks like a human punching bag, noting he overdid it right before the finals, and warns that Sylvia will faint if she sees his mangled skin. Though he confesses that getting beat up daily was the price for the new sword skills, she questions if he simply requires her assistance, and he provides a quick nod. Prior to his exit, Ron mentions he has a secret to spill, and the lady says she is all ears. The lad admits his scary story about feeding her a tummy parasite was just a big fat prank. He suspects she might have smelled his blood, judging by her incredibly calm face. However, she clarifies that while she lacked proof, she definitely smelled something quite fishy. She remembers how initially she was absolutely terrified of that imaginary stomach bug. Being scared of dying made her gullible enough to believe any lie he told, but the cozy vibes of the house softened her heart, as the tiny boss treated her with actual respect without wanting any favors. Seriously, once she saw him shield his mother, and noticed the kindness hidden in his gaze, the maid guessed he was just playing a role, yet she stayed uncertain until this moment, making Ron wonder why she is sharing all this. The lady explains his growth influenced her soul, much like how she watched his progress. He usually wears a poker face, but recently his real emotions have started leaking. When the angry cousin caused a scene at the house, she was genuinely prepared to catch a bullet for the ladies. Then, spotting the northern fork of state as she meticulously gathered resting on his duvet, the maid realized her massive urge to provide support. The young champion provides a very heartfelt appreciation. Next she spills the tea concerning her tiny male sibling. They got split like bad assets during a sale, leaving her clueless regarding his current whereabouts or fate. She played follow the leader with royal demands, hoping for a family reunion. Salty-eyed juice flows while she begs for some serious forgiveness. Ron shucks her by swearing he will rescue that little bro of hers. He says since Koron is chasing him like a debt collector, they will meet. Then he will definitely hunt down her brother, provided he is still breathing. Judy L asks to grill him. He agrees. Then she wonders why he spilled the rage worm beans since she could have snitched to Koron. Our hero speaks true, claiming he simply trusted her. She calls that answer pure comedy. Then he asks for her next move. Judy L signs up for his fan club, asking him to bark any orders he likes. Ron leaves that annex under her watch while traveling, pledging his total confidence in that lady. Darkness ducks out for the sun, and suddenly it is time for the final school test. Rimmer herds the squad and declares they must not die alone for a year before showing their faces again. If they win, they will definitely level up their game. Typical Rimmer requests the top student give a talk, even though Rayon feels totally misplaced. Still, our guy stands tall and talks, citing the proverb that survivors of a first scrap rarely crow, and despite their random skirmish, they all live, pushed to the edge. They stuck together like glue, which is why they will endure, bulk up, and return proud to keep the fifth ground famous. He finishes with a roar, telling the squad to conquer, stay alive, and hit the road. BunRv, observing from the rear, muses how he always suspected Rayon was a weird anomaly. Beyond just having raw talent, our main man has a chill brain, a big soul, and a grind that just never stops. In their last practice bout, Rayon actually learned the crazy biting style, catching Rimmer off guard again. He only fought because Rayon had already turned every other student into a pile of mush. And somehow he took the damage, thinking it was pretty rude, while he grinned like a fool, quietly rooting for Rayon to stay breathing so he can see a fresh monarch appear. Moments later they must bow to the big boss, and the crew thanks Rimmer for the trauma, plus the man tells those kids to scram, bulk up, then reappear. Dorian mumbles to Rayon about getting B5 during this term, so Rayon must avoid letdowns. Martha mimics that thought, claiming she owes that guy, so he must not perish unless she hunts his ghost. Our guy thinks his pals rarely say what they mean. Ronin Ninja moves a tiny sugar bomb into his palm. It is veggie, flavored frozen dairy, and he gates, wondering if she truly intends to forfeit such a cold treasure. She shrugs, claiming her stash is bottomless, then sends him packing with a cheery farewell before vanishing. While our main man waves his last lingering adios, he notices Dorian just chilling like a floor rug. He yells that departure is imminent, yet Dorian starts whining immediately, demanding a reason for this forced march toward Heaven Castle. The protagonist clarifies that a mandatory pit stop comes before everything, yanking Dorian behind him. He mentions they are hitting the trade hub, Changlilium, to grab shiny gear before the stabbing starts. Currently, amidst the chaotic bazaar of Canaloon, the duo ducks through throngs of people while hunting desperately for specific magical gem. Despite the mountain of trash for sale, his target is missing, making him think the spacey stuff is hidden in shady back alleys. Dorian finally interrupts the quiet, inquiring what specific treasure his boss is hunting since it is obviously not in these shops, while also mentioning that his legs are tired, and wondering if they will ever enter a building. Rayan inquires about the local dark bazaar, and Dorian confirms his knowledge, sparking curiosity about how a supposed newbie knows where the crimes happen. Smirking slightly, Dorian reveals that beneath his rugged exterior lies a pampered merchant brat who knows every trick of the trade. Lightbulbs flicker in Rayan's brain as he realizes Dorian's odd vibes were just latent capitalistic instincts from his secret merchant lineage. Now that the cat is out of the bag, our lead decides to cut the fluff and suggests they hit the crime market pronto. Dorian mentions that entry requires finding a hidden hole in the wall, then asks if Rayan has a map. Luckily, Rayan remembers some drunken ramblings from Rimmer, which makes total sense to Dorian since that gambling addict would know every basement casino. Side by side, they squeeze through the top secret crack in the wall, emerging into the massive subterranean shopping mall of Cameloon. Dorian is totally floored by how massive and suspiciously hygienic this illegal lair is. This place looks cleaner than the legal shops, making him wonder if the desired loot is actually here. The leader suggests they simply check the fancy list of upcoming sales. They park their butts while Rayan aggressively scrolls through the printed paper. It barely takes a minute before he spots the dark butterfly, which is hitting the block tonight for 10 gold coins. Dorian peeks at the steep cost and asks if he really wants it. So Rayan confesses that blowing their whole travel budget on one bug is a bit too much of a gamble. He decides they must visit a local hawk shop to fatten their wallets, dragging his companion along to trade some old gear for the extra cash needed to win the bidding war later. 60 minutes pass before Dorian finds his master window shopping instead of rushing to the sale, though Rayan just wants to see if any hidden gems are lying around before the show starts. Even with heavier pockets, the shelves look like trash, though he hopes some legendary relic is masquerading as a paperweight, just sitting there for a sucker. But since the junk is boring, he declares it's time to hit the main event. Just as they depart, a peculiar band grabs Ron's attention, looking suspiciously like something he has seen before. He contemplates if this belongs to Zighart's original patriarch, remembering a vision triggered while mastering those spicy 10,000 flaming techniques. Finding this relic here was truly a surprise. Strolling toward the merchant, he asks about the cost. The seller praises his taste and demands 5 gold coins for supposedly boosting muscles and brain power. Dorian looks absolutely appalled, accusing the vendor of daylight robbery since the guy clearly snatched the trinket for a few measly silver pieces. Fuming, Dorian insists that real mental buffs belong in fancy boutiques rather than this dusty shack, questioning if the power even matches a budget ogre glove. He mocks the plain cracked design and doubts it contains actual gold, concluding that even a dumpster would reject such a pathetic piece of junk. He basically calls it a glorified paperclip that probably gives the wearer tetanus instead of strength. He offers a single gold coin, which is a total joke. The baffled merchant, realizing his scam has been exposed, grumpily accepts the deal, earning Ron's genuine admiration for those legendary haggling powers. Wrath pops up to mention the jewelry hides a mystery, laughing at Dorian's scary bargaining persona, while Ron decides his friend is a savage negotiator even if his taste in relic is questionable. Overall it was a solid shopping trip. Suddenly, a mysterious lady in a mask strolls up with her lackey and asks if Ron has finished buying that specific jewelry, to which he simply nods his head. She promises to pay 10 times his purchase price, demanding the sale because a broke adventurer like him should jump at such an easy profit. Dorian looks visibly shaken, while the merchant starts sweating, contemplating whether he accidentally sold a priceless treasure for the price of a sandwich. Dorian wants to take the cash and run, but Ron senses this lady actually understands the real power hidden in the metal. Her tone suggests the value might actually exceed 100 gold pieces, yet he gives her a very polite hard pass. The lady keeps jacking up the bid to 20 then 30 times the initial amount, but he remains unmoved, even when offered 50 shimmering coins of pure yellow metal, explaining calmly that he is not fond of losing his stuff, no matter how many buckets of gold are involved. The lady's fancy servant advises him to think twice, suggesting that saying no might lead to a very uncomfortable health situation. Staying cool, our hero mentions that fancy titles do not scare him and tells the duo to buzz off and stop annoying him. The girl loses her temper and orders him to surrender the ban, while she is still acting somewhat like a polite human. Ron watches her mask of politeness slip, musing that she probably just enjoys waving her rich kid status around like a flag. She starts throwing threats, claiming the world is a scary place for people who do not bow down, suggesting he will end up as a forgotten footnote. Totally bored by her drama, he tells her he is heading out since she is just repeating herself. Then he starts walking. She snaps at her servant, Satyr, saying their next stop is the auction house to handle business. Convinced that Ron is heading there too, she vows to outspend him on every single item he even looks at. Within the grand auction hall, The loud talker on stage reveals the first fancy necklace of the afternoon. It goes for 70 gold coins, followed quickly by a shiny silver stone and a band that supposedly glows with angry fire. So far, nothing has piqued Ron's curiosity, and he starts questioning when that elusive black butterfly will finally make an appearance. Eventually, the host unveils a legendary dark butterfly that apparently treats expensive monostones like its favorite snack, explaining the fatal charm and the struggle to keep it from turning into a ghost. This sale kicks off with a tiny price of 2 shiny coins. It hits 7 prior to our guy betting a lucky 13. Praying this big cost makes the others wet their pants. Suddenly, the masked lady drops 50 gold, making the shocked seller named her the winner for that massive record price. She tells her guard they are leaving, seeing the kid only wanted the bug, so she is finally done dealing with his annoying face forever. Dorian spots her previous face, and notes she is acting quite nasty, questioning their plans, since those dark bugs are very scarce at such events. Rayan tells him to relax and find some sneaky pajamas for a night trip, leaving his buddy quite shocked by the weird task. Our guy says he will just steal the bug back from her, which makes his partner look totally speechless. Every legendary killer in the land has a gimmick like being fast, slick, or having very pointy knives, but in his old life, Round was the sneakiest person ever, using special foot movements that left no trace behind. He thought he was done being a creep in this life, but things changed and now he needs his old sneaky footwear. A short while ago, his friend delivers the dark clothing, receiving praise for speed before being asked for secrets regarding the hidden lady. The sidekick exhales, making the hero ponder why he is acting weird. At last, the partner whispers that this mysterious female is specifically Princess Jaina, a crown girl belonging to those Balkar lands. This girl was a mystical prodigy from birth who finds relics for the crown, so his buddy thinks they must quit since she is a famous elite in the criminal world and probably quite lethal. However, the lad argues that staff are currently inspecting the prize, and since it hasn't reached her royal suite, this moment is perfect for a haste while the market remains the owner, telling his friend he will be right back. He runs off while neglecting all the worried yelling, peeking behind a door. He confirms the expensive bug is sitting outside the room like a free donut. That auction guy is crying, because the lady spent 50 big ones purchasing an insect, whereas his gambling partner suggests focusing solely on cards. He spots the dark moth, while the staff is busy, remembering these fragile things need open homes or they just die from boredom or lack of air in small boxes. Our guy knows the next move. The insect loves those rocks for their super clean magical energy, but once it smells his even better fire energy, it will escape its jail and release all that shiny magic power. The boy observes a dark insect escaping its nest and landing softly upon his palm like some pet. But the haste is over in a blink. One sentry spots the empty cage whereas his buddy remains occupied attempting to win that poker match. It takes a moment to sink in, and then the workers start running around like crazy people, as our main man vanishes with his new bug. During this time, his friend is sweating, certain that the boss getting nabbed will trigger a massive international brawl with Balkar. He feels his pulse racing and kicks himself for not tackling Ron earlier. Amidst his frantic fretting, the master's tone abruptly slices through the heavy atmosphere. The sidekick freaks out while asking about the abrupt return, but our protagonist softly says he simply walked inside, eyes bulging. Dorian pieces together that the grand heist actually went perfectly. Ron confirms the win, flashes the fancy pouch holding the bug, and tells him to haul tail back to their quarters. During their return trip, they bump into that mysterious lady wearing the face covering. Obstruction follows, as she notes surprise regarding his arrival, guessing he feels bitter, then insists she possesses deeper pockets yet proposes trading the bug for that ring, suggesting he ponder deeply. She claims this is his final opportunity, making the master annoyed as he asks if she has hearing problems regarding his previous refusal. Giggling, the woman hints the boy ignores such benevolence right before her speech becomes freezing, vowing a painful outcome regarding his obstinacy. Without warning, a panicked bidder, boss gallops inside notifying the noble woman about how that shadowy insect sprouted wings and vanished. Some bandit grabbed the loot, causing Ron to smirk, while observing how situations reverse since she currently faces immense hardship. That aristocrat rapidly links everything, assuming our hero acted as the main burglar, particularly his irritating grin and snarky demeanor, which reflect her personal shortcomings, make the lady sure he did it despite lacking proof, branding him a filthy looter. That girl inquiries about his knowledge of royal standing, yet Ron maintains her background carries zero importance, dropping that concealment. The royal female identifies herself as the prominent Jaina representing Balkar territory, cautioning the fellow against exhibiting that level of rudeness hereafter. The lady commands her servant to take care of the kid, plus that worker promptly strikes. Unfazed, our protagonist meets the challenge directly, set on lecturing these snobs regardless of their high-ranking titles. Ron instantly demolishes that valet, resulting in the fellow hitting the dirt extremely fast. That princess feels shocked, yelling toward her servant regarding failing against a boy she deems completely lower than her. And right then, BunRv suddenly arrives, noticing our hero, then labeling him a gifted weapon master belonging to those Zyart ancestors. That man clarifies the Zyart house follows nobody except the destructive monarch ruling the north. It dawns on her that the legendary monarch is famous for having golden locks and crimson eyes. Those physical attributes Ron definitely exhibits. Horror dawns while dread consumes the girl, so Ron rotates toward her, questioning the earlier label regarding being a malicious burglar. The youth mentions his tolerance as P, pondering whether such allegations constitute a formal affront from Balkar against Zyart. Ron offers a final shot at an apology, telling her to chalk it up to being a naive kid, while the shaking princess mumbles she had no clue who he was. The boy alerts the lady that lacking a regretful statement, his teen shall submit a bureaucratic grievance concerning her slander and annoying behavior. She just melted into a dramatic, tearful mess, pleading for a quick pardon. He graciously accepted her mea culpa, making it perfectly clear he had no desire to turn this into a full-blown dramatic spectacle. Meanwhile, Rayun and Greer got ready for their grand exit. Greer delivered a stern lecture, advising her to adopt a more suitable demeanor and certainly not to disgrace her royal domain. Greer inquired if his arrival was poorly timed, but Rayun merely shook his head, secretly thrilled and utterly thankful for the perfectly timed chaos diversion. Greer quickly calmed his nerves regarding Jaina, vowing to deliver a truly gentle scolding, a warning as soft as a kitten's whisper, and our hero, naturally, expressed his gratitude. Greer then politely probed Rayun about his grand endeavors in Cameloon. Rayun clarified he was indeed on a vital quest, wondering aloud why young Zyart was so incredibly far from his usual stomping grounds. Our young master then confessed his true reason. He was merely there for his graduation exam, and a quick shopping trip for essential gear. Greer, absolutely thrilled by the exam news, then queried what specific trinkets Rayun was hoping to acquire. Our protagonist responded that he required a shiny new sword, explaining his present blade, while certainly adequate, had simply overstayed its welcome, like a guest who refuses to leave. Greer promptly suggested a particular workshop nestled in the esteemed Western Craft District, emphasizing the resident blacksmith's almost mythical talent, and graciously extended an offer for a personal introduction, lamenting that his own pressing commitments prevented him from joining. Rayun, filled with an appropriate amount of appreciation, extended his thanks. Prior to his departure, Greer declared he eagerly anticipated their reunion, especially with Rayun and Owen, once the arduous exam was a distant memory, and naturally, he extended his best wishes for success. Dorian exhaled a dramatic puff over Lee, absolutely astonished by Rayun's staring antics yet utterly thankful for Greer's opportune assistance. Our leading man, Evermotives, confessed his meticulous planning, though he grudgingly acknowledged Lady Luck had undeniably lent a hand. Dorian inquired if their immediate destination was the bustling workshop, but Rayun, with a sly wink, determined they'd postpone their visit until the morrow, as he had a rather delicate personal engagement scheduled for the evening. Subsequently, as twilight draped the world in shadows, he settled silently within his chamber, a mysterious black butterfly rather conspicuously resting upon his outstretched hand. Our hero then breathed a hushed, dramatic declaration, announcing the opportune moment had arrived for the enigmatic butterfly to finally complete its destiny. The mysterious winged creature could guzzle magical energy, or mana, but alas, it couldn't actually process it, while the mystical Teuton flower, conversely, spent its entire existence utterly incapable of collecting any mana whatsoever. Yet, when these two peculiar specimens were united, they miraculously liberated each other from their peculiar, individual afflictions. The Teuton flower eagerly siphoned the gathered mana from the black butterfly, ultimately morphing into an absolutely top-tier, magnificent elixir, capable of elegantly balancing the chaotic forces of both flame and fluid. Rayun mused to himself that insight into such an arcane process had to be remarkably uncommon. Indeed, he only possessed this rather niche information courtesy of some rather vivid recollections from his 10,000 flames cultivation practice. Precisely at that instant, the ubiquitous system helpfully pinged our main character. A pesky thread of the curse of frost had conveniently evaporated. His very core and magical conduits were now significantly sturdier. His vitality and mental fortitude had dramatically surged, and all his overall attributes had gracefully ascended. Subsequent to downing the wondrous elixir, the ever-attentive system promptly unveiled his dramatically upgraded personal metrics. Come morning, Rayun briskly informed Dorian that the hour had arrived for their grand excursion to the bustling workshop. Dorian instantly perceived a rather astonishing metamorphosis in the young master's very essence and emanating presence. silently pondering what magical shenanigans might have transpired throughout the previous night. He found himself utterly flabbergasted, bordering on genuinely stunned. Initially, Dorian confessed, he was simply captivated by Rayon, utterly puzzled by how he maintained such rigorous training, even as practically everyone, including the Sudi direct heirs, consistently dismissed him as the utter disgrace of the family. However, upon forging a deeper connection, Dorian dramatically ascertained that the young master authentically personified the noble Zygarde lineage far more magnificently than any other individual residing at the rather peculiar fifth training ground. For this precise reason, even though they were currently dispersed like dandelion seeds in a hurricane, the loyal disciples of the fifth training ground had unequivocally decided to pledge their unwavering allegiance to Rayon. Dorian fervently held the conviction that, armed with the young master's formidable might, he might just be capable of single-handedly resolving his own family's rather intricate domestic dilemma. And nevertheless, that particular ambition wasn't the sole driving force behind his loyal adherence to our valiant hero. For a brief, contemplative interval, he floated away into a fleeting daydream, before abruptly jolting back to reality, when Rayon's voice sharply cut through, asking precisely what shenanigans he was up to. Rayon sternly reiterated their need to depart post-haste once they secured the blade from the workshop, instructing Dorian to maintain pace, as a significant journey lay before them, which sounded exhausting. Dorian, with newfound conviction, determined he would dedicate himself to cultivating immense power, faithfully shadowing Rayon. He felt utterly certain that every single challenge would miraculously resolve itself, provided he simply remained tethered to Rayon's side. Finally, he chirped back to Rayon, confirming his imminent arrival. As they embarked on their travels, Rayon casually announced he'd be diligently refining Dorian's connecting sword technique all the way to Habham Castle, given there was, shall we say, a considerable amount to overhaul. Dorian, naturally, questioned whether that was a truly brilliant strategy. Following a respectable duration, they finally presented themselves at a rather unassuming little workshop, grandly declaring their patronage under the esteemed Sir Greer's personal endorsement. The metal-pounding geezer wonders aloud if they are blathering about the third royal brat, Prince Owen. Ron nods, admitting he only visited because Prince Greer promised the service was not total garbage. Initially full of doubt, the ancient metal masher nearly drops his tools after finally seeing the boy's face. Despite looking like a child, the lad radiates a vibe far more lethal than Greer, standing there like a sharp weapon. This craftsman detects a spirit unlike the prince, questioning if the lad is a Zygarde. While Dorian wonders how he knew, Wrath pops in to praise the man's talent, though Ron tells his chatty companion to please be quiet. The veteran admits he has seen many warriors, but never a specimen like this, so they finally exchange names. The smith introduces himself as Kubaran, joking that he only hammers because the Grim Reaper keeps missing him, which Ron remembers. He is the mythical craftsman responsible for the legendary gear across the continent, making him a true metal-working celebrity. The youth didn't anticipate meeting a celebrity in this dump, so the smith questions their arrival. The youth describes his need for a quality trekking tool, mentioning he is currently just a trainee since a different artisan already claimed his debut blade. The veteran correctly identifies Vulcan as the planned manufacturer, and the boy gives a nod to validate that specific legend. The senior smith giggles regarding Vulcan's professional comeback, opting not to snatch a student from that competitor while providing a short-term blade. Since the fossil only crafts top-tier gear, the kid can select anything. While even Dorian receives permission to join the shopping spree, the pair expresses gratitude before they start hunting for gear among the shelves. The boy explores the shop and admires the craftsmanship. Every tool here works perfectly. A crimson blade suddenly captures his full attention. Dorian looks baffled by the abundance of treasures, but the smith tells him to stop stalling and just pick something sharp. Unexpectedly, the old geezer detects an incredibly bizarre vibration, rotating his ancient body. He spots the boy gripping that crimson curse and bellows for him to drop it. That hardware is haunted by a nasty spirit that loves to turn its owners into mindless puppets. Dorian thinks the senior is overreacting, but the hammer wielder gestures toward the visible purple fumes of doom. However, he stares in disbelief as the evil aura fails to even scratch the surface of Ron's skin. The inner demon explodes with absolute fury, referring to the weapon's malice as a weak parasite for attempting to infect the great monarch's chosen host, vowing to turn the blade into a popsicle. While Ron tells his inner demon to take a chill pill, the inner demon argues that the boy would have been devoured without his shield, yet Ron clarifies he is not property, and resists alone. The smith wonders if the kid's skull is cracked, yet the youth insists he's okay despite the bizarre nature of the knife. That elderly fellow cautions him about the cursed reject, basically a metal stick full of ghosts. He starts spinning a yarn about a southern town called Siren, where folks worship a big tree named Uthalul. filled with peaceful hippies who would not hurt a fly. Suddenly, those pale, blooded fanatics crashed the party, butchering half the town and snatching the others, making sure nobody got out alive. After hearing about the mess, Gooberhead hammered out a knife using a branch from that holy tree, wishing to give the dead a nice tribute. However, as soon as the steel cooled, the whole thing turned blood red because all that leftover village anger crowded out his good vibes. Since then, nobody has managed to hold that spooky glow stick without losing their mind, at least until this very moment. Gripping the handle, our main man gets slammed by a wave of old flashbacks from that poor town of Siren. Rage, me, frustration, and sadness wash over him as he ponders why those cultists decided to ruin everyone's weekend so violently. He notices lots of tasks remain unfinished. Ron swears that even if his schedule is tight, he will definitely help the sword get its revenge if he bumps into those creepy cultists. He politely invites the haunted toothpick to tag along. Kubrit notices the scary vibes calming down, and thinks the knife might have actually swiped right on Ron as its new boss. The kid realizes the steel was made to soothe the angry spirits, so he asks it once more to join his squad and names it the Blade of Requiem. The lad thanks the crusty smith for the cool gear, noting he did not expect to walk away with a normal sword plus a ghost stabbing tool, but the old guy says seeing a pro use his toys is a huge win. Ron promises a fancy welcome if the smith hits up Zekart, and the veteran maker hopes the boy survives long enough to actually graduate. Following their farewells, both lads head out. While they walk away, the smith thinks he underestimated the kid, who did not just survive the spooky knife, but actually made it his servant. Most people call that sword soul merging, but the smith realizes the hero's power is way bigger than that fancy technical term. The Zekart reputation is destined to go global again. While walking, Dorian whines about trekking north for forever, and leaving that Canaloon place in the rearview mirror. Now, every single thing is buried in white fluff, making the boring landscape look exactly the same in every direction. Ron mentions that they have finally reached the destination. They arrive at Haven Castle for their big final test, and the building is absolutely chunky in size. Dorian plugs his nose at a weird smell, but Wrath loves it, claiming the odor of war gives the King of Essence a massive energy boost. Our main hero wonders why the spirit is hyped up since the walk here was basically a stroll through a park. Dorian's jaw dropped because he cannot believe the audacity. The temperature plummeted as they approached the castle, but Ron just forced him to keep jogging every time he mentioned his frozen toes. Dorian mumbles that the leader critiqued his form all day, and even made him do solo drills while everyone else was sleeping. The poor sidekick grumbles about his total lack of shut-eye and asks how anyone could say this trip was easy. An annoyed Wrath agrees that the dummy actually has a point, begging the hero to chill with the training so even a ghost can get a nap. Without warning, those heavy iron doors creak apart, revealing Tyrion, the local second-in-command guy. The officer questions if those slow mercenaries arrive, declaring himself the man currently in charge. This fellow clarifies being the person holding their leash from this moment forward. Rayon claims he is pumped to start, while Tyrion checks if Dorian is dying, though Rayon insists the boy is always this pathetic. Content enough, Tyrion commands a mart, while Rayon hauls a whining Dorian inside despite the kid's desperate pleas for his mommy. Our hero observes the atmosphere here feels much grittier than any gossip previously implied. Crumbling masonry speaks of endless sieges. The locals look like zombies, and the bricks reek of old barbecue and rusty copper. Jujiel's intel was spot on, making Rayon wonder how that girl gathered such juicy gossip without ever setting foot in this dump. As the group nears the palace, a lady stares like they are total circus freaks, pondering if those faces are unfamiliar, and if they are hired help. As she is Yuo from Frost, the elderly father shouts for assistance starting the business, and the daughter is thrilled to aid her aged parent, staring the leading man's focus. Entering the office, Tyrion reports to that big cheese and presents a fresh batch of paid muscle, really just Zyart military students. Boss man Mylan says hello, checks their aids, and claims his title as the ruler of this frozen rock. Rayon suspects the old guy knows their secrets, realizing he is looking at the legendary warrior himself. Know him as the Northern Behemoth, a dude who has guarded this fortress for 2 long decades. Wrath mumbles that this geezer possesses a general stare unseen since the Essence King's era, which Rayon notes requires decades of survival. The leader explains that their true names are classified, meaning nobody outside this office knows they are fancy aristocrats. The boss realizes Rimmer delivered Rand to this location for some genuine toughening, but doesn't expect school books, because here they only serve freezing storms and none stop rolling. The leader cautions that folks hunting for luxury ought to bolt for the exit immediately. Dorian asks if that exit offered is still valid, but our boy declares they are here for gains, and won't back down. The leader likes that spicy attitude, though he bets it will vanish once the actual stabbing starts. He notes that their status is now equivalent to dirt, serving as basic grunts at the absolute lowest level. He tells his helper, Charles, to shove them into the 3rd Scout Squad for cleaning duties and dangerous skirmishes, while the assistant guides them to the dorms. With Rayon waving farewell as they exit the room, Tyrion admits he hates these new kids, prompting the commander to ask why he is being such a hater. Tyrion argues that the shaky kid is useless and the chill kid is too cocky, predicting they will be a total disaster, and notes that Rayon's floral jewelry makes him look like a gardener, so maybe they should just fire them now. That officer notes how visual impressions frequently bamboozle the observer, and mentions to Tyrion that both survived Sigurd's legendary torture masquerading as practice. He suggests monitoring their conduct first, a plan which Charles promptly endorses. Then Myelin asks why bi-weekly spying is required, wondering if Rimmer suggested it in his recent meal, but the commander explains the mandate originated from the family leader's headquarters. Charles realizes the Northern Conqueror ordered this, and the boss says reporting every single action is mandatory and totally weird. Old man Glenn feels quite baffled by what that warrior actually wants. Elsewhere, Ron feels stunned that Dorian revamped the quarters during a tiny toilet break. Our protagonist remembers the place looked miserable earlier and asks where Dorian found things, like that golden drag. While Dorian claims he hauled everything inside his portable sack, Khan inquires about various shades, and Dorian insists that fabric walls are absolutely vital. He probes for Rahan's preferred palette, pausing the hero to scrutinize that magical pouch. Suddenly a youngster walks in, asking if they finished tidying up their gear. This newcomer identifies as Raiden, the captain of the 3rd exploration group they joined. Noticing the messy arrival, Raiden commands them to pack because departure orders arrived. Inside the main Zykar ancestral residence, the patriarch wonders why the annoying Rimmer suddenly decided to appear today. Rimmer smirks while discussing the cover feast investigating Rahan, teasing Glenn for finally liking his relative. Glenn groans, assuming Lohan blabbered the truth despite being ordered to stay silent. However, Rimmer gloats about Rahan taking the bicolor plant and humbling the snobby princess, though Glenn argues that larceny is a bad habit that creates angry neighbors. Yet Rimmer notes the boy only reacted to her being rude. The youth simply defended himself, and he believes the judges will never find the hidden insect. Sadly, Rimmer discovers Glenn recalled the pair, and asks if he isn't curious about the new cube-brewed weapon the hero obtained. Glenn clarifies they were sent away to minimize family friction, and are now allowed back. Unexpectedly, Rimmer points out that Glenn receives secret intel from the Haven Fortress. That subordinate Lohan mutters under his breath that he didn't spill those juicy secrets. Then the red-headed elf keeps yapping, suggesting Glenn should just tell Rand he is a total legend. Rimmer suggests that if this continues, the feud will end, and Glenn might love Sylvie. Glenn gets furious, and stands up to pummel Rimmer, who tries making excuses. The loudmouth still catches those hands, and bellows like a wounded animal. Meanwhile at Haven, Rand thinks he just heard a distant shriek of agony. Only, text, end. Briefly thereafter, the commander hauls our main man and his buddy toward the freezing heights of Mount Sterling. His landscape mimics a frozen abyss packed with beasts, yet the surrounding scenery is absolutely stunning. The commander then proposes a little exam to see how much talent our hero and Dorian truly possess. He grills both trainees concerning specific prints in the powder, making Dorian guess a chilly behemoth made them. On the contrary, the champion argues that behemoth prints mimic people's feet yet appear way bigger, whereas these specific markings certainly belong to a quadrupedal carry cliff jumper rather than a troll. The commander feels absolutely flabbergasted. Then he inquires if our lad recognizes when those marks surfaced, so Rayon inspects the mushy soil, and calculates a successful hunt toward the west. The leader points out some scratches on a trunk, and our lead guy coolly mentions they are from. This creature utilizes sharp nails to tag wood like a fuzzy vandal. Although the beast responsible has already kicked the bucket, he clarifies that massive wolves inhabit specific zones, and these signs are ancient, proving the animal is definitely a goner. The boss feels absolutely shocked by the heap of facts our fighter possesses, remembering that new recruits usually face bullying designed to prove that book learning is garbage in the wild, mostly by giving them pointers in a way that makes their blood boil. However, quite shockingly, Rayon is a walking encyclopedia, and this is becoming less of a prank. Raiden then shifts his eyes toward Dorian, and orders the poor guy to identify the markings on the stake he is holding, but Dorian starts whining about it immediately, but the leader eventually talks him into answering. In the meantime, the kid decides on inspecting the landscape using mythical powers, while his magical sword starts shining, searching the perimeter by itself and feeding data to our main man using its ghostly fuel. Our hero remembers this blade sucking soul juice from slain monsters and transferring it, which explains his newfound ghostly skills. All at once a demon emerges and grumpily demands why our hero utilizes such garbage moves rather than the monarch's superior Radar, claiming it is supreme. The brave guy calmly says the blade is doing the heavy lifting, so he doesn't need to borrow any grumpy demon tricks. Feeling quite annoyed, the demon snaps that such Radar represents a tiny portion of true greatness, while our hero questions how to measure quality. This inspires the spirit to brag about previously reigning as the toughest ruler of hell, but our lad ignores the chatter completely, noting that because the magic comes from a weirdo trying to steal his skin, he worries about catching some demon cooties. Following a tiny quiet moment, Raph tells him to chill out, since the fancy trick he is sharing only uses the frosty vibes the kid already has. Rayan looks shocked, questioning if he just accidentally stumbled into a massive jackpot. Afterward, our hero rests quietly on the dirt, while Raph describes the glacial move, which normal losers cannot master without having freezing blood in their veins. He informs our hero that getting good at this takes forever, so he should just sit still and focus his brain. The youngster needs to sync his inner sub-zero vibes with the chilly air outside. While monitoring this power, the protagonist notes that Wrath's frostiness perfectly mingles with white powder, but Wrath clarifies that looks are deceiving, since both elements share a frozen heart, teaching Rayan that bonding these vibes is key. The lad struggles since using ice powers this way is totally alien. Visualizing the actual link proves vital, allowing him to zoom in on distant objects like a high-tech telescope. Basically, the local winter weather transforms into his personal sensory network, feeling everything. Following some brief moments, the boy feels his anatomy becoming quite sluggish, yet his perception grows razor sharp. AC vision identifies the pair, Dorian plus Raiden, plus a giant dire wolf munching on its fresh, unlucky lunch. Witnessing where people hide plus exactly what they are doing feels like cheating at life. Detecting immediate peril, the youth dashes over to warn Raiden that a toothy sand shark moves rapidly toward their current position. Even though the captain assumes Mount Sterling's peaks are safe from wet monsters that shouldn't live there, those weird underground swimmers pop up right there. The leader concludes they must flee to warn their military group. Regrettably, right as he moves, the boy fumbles his footing, while that creature snarls with pure malice. The kid pounces immediately, swinging his blade and acting like a human shield so that Ellie might fetch reinforcements. Acknowledging those lingering suspicions, our hero pleads for faith in his lethal steel. Raiden hauls Dorian away, while exiting, advising the youngster to stay safe. Instantly, the ground sharks swarm the brave lad with hunger. Luckily, the hero unsheaths that rabid weapon to stay safe, promptly discovering that gear works way better than anticipated, without using glowing magic juice. The protagonist repels those monsters by solely employing clever blade maneuvers. Keeping a chilly link with his surroundings boosts those combat maneuvers while helping him anticipate every fishy attack. Mastering these tricks, he understands, takes lots of practice, and getting hit in the face, the fighter slashes at those underground beasts, slowly mastering his fanged blade, while adjusting to glacious magic. The lead hero gains knowledge fast, agreeing that traveling to Haven Castle was a smart move for finding growth opportunities. Shortly, Raiden arrives with several backup soldiers, but discovers Ron already pulverized every toothy land beast into tiny fragments by himself. He stands paralyzed since those beasts normally murder entire platoons during a combined assault. During this time, the winner sees that Raiden acts totally silenced by shock, completely speechless because he distrusted the recruit and nearly caused a massive disaster. Unexpectedly, Raiden performs a low bow to apologize and thanks Ron for keeping them alive. The man confesses his skepticism caused a mess, then shares heartfelt appreciation for the life-saving help. Ron suggests that similar skepticism might have occurred if some random person joined his unit acting like that. This new insight allows Raiden to respect the kid's genuine nature, which makes the legendary fighter feel a bit bashful. Currently, Raiden thinks this fresh recruit represents a divine guardian dropped from the sky to rescue everyone. To honor the rookie's opening victory, Raiden tells his whole group to assemble inside the pub. Once evening arrives, the entire crowd congregates inside the noisy drinking hall. A doubtful warrior questions if our champion actually annihilated every single earth shark by himself, observing he appears younger than 17. Yet Raiden immediately defends the boy. Simultaneously, Wrath obsesses over snacks, claiming cheese and pineapple are a godly match, although our lad thinks the food is gross. Dorian then pokes fun at his young master's extremely bizarre tongue, admitting he could never survive eating the strange pizza Ron is currently chewing. Suddenly, Yua pops up and mentions how attractive the young champion looks, introducing herself while pointing toward various other things on the food list. Scanning the list, the boy finds out that Wrath demands a minty cocoa frozen snack. He feels unsure, Yet Yua swears their particular recipe is fantastic, because homegrown herbs are picked daily. When Devil Dorm mentions teaching Ranata, secret martial arts move, our hero finally relents and buys the treat, still wondering why a pub serves sherry ice. Hungry for details, several warriors inquire regarding the way he smashed half a dozen beasts at once. A soldier questions how the youngster became extremely powerful, yet offers deep gratitude for surviving the encounter. The group assumes he will rise through the ranks soon, so they desire a conversation before his schedule fills up. The young champion feels extremely uncomfortable during the acclaim, because he rarely encounters such glowing flattery. At last, Yua delivers the green frozen treat, and Wrath begins acting like a happy toddler, excitedly hyping the flavor, bragging the sugary snack is icy and precious exactly like he is. Out of nowhere, the main dude wonders if Glacia has any spicy hidden features. The entity becomes hyper, shocked the kid actually connected the dots already. He clarifies this skill does more than find things. It turns Frost into a tactical nuke. The boy catches on that he can freeze faces and save his own hide, learning that 12 months of hard work could produce a few killer moves. But that 12-month wait seems extremely boring. Thus the boy suggests a gamble to master those skills within half a year. Wrath pauses, remembering he is the world's most pathetic gambler lately. Yet once the main man cuts the deadline down to 5 moon cycles, the spirit says yes. After some chill tavern vibes, the hero heads back to the boring dorm. While the hero and his pal move for the exit, the girl wanders over and the buddy presents fruity treats created using the remaining tropical garnishes from that pie. The boy expresses gratitude while she suggests a return visit for extra treats. Simultaneously, up on the frosty peaks, the third unit sprints for the fortress to deliver some news, telling the head honcho that some icy freaks are lurking nearby. Come sunrise, Rodden tells the duo they must delete those frosty giants. The sidekick loses his mind since they just started, but the mentor says the big bosses gave the order. The kid recalls the boss got news today regarding a troll pack lounging by Zone 4. A dozen plus 1 monsters are hanging out, and the vice boss wants them killed prior to visiting Hole 5. The big boss tells his assistant to grab the elite squad plus those furry sellswords to slay those frozen beasts, and check the surroundings prior to coming home. Out of nowhere, the second in command drags the third squad along, because the rookie wiped out the shark beast solo without a scratch, making him a useful meat shield. Back in reality, Raiden tells the guys to pack gear and catch some. Once the instructor exits, Dorian starts sobbing about having zero downtime before the next lethal mission. He wonders if pointy metal actually works against giant frozen monsters. Our main man ponders how frozen ogres possess fragile hides because of the frost, making them easy targets for glowing blades, even if they heal faster than a lizard tail. The lad starts vibrating like a broken phone, fearing his own demise. But the leader promises that nimble feet can dodge any giant, and when the poor guy remains a shivering mess, our champion suggests something else. He invites the blonde to spar instead, reasoning that surviving a sparring session makes chilly monsters seem like cuddly kittens. Naturally, Dorian decides those snowy beasts are total pushovers, and instantly passes out for the night. At daybreak, by the fortress entrance, the second in command starts counting every nose. Dorian looks like a total zombie, claiming that facing certain death is preferable to one more round with his terrifying friend. Abruptly, a fellow named To, leader of the wolf pack, walks up to greet our wandering warrior. This leader mentions his hired blades are itching for a scrap. The pair lock palms, mentioning how much they enjoy this upcoming group effort, before the mercenary boss wanders off to watch over his goons. Afterwards, the grumpy spirit mutters his disapproval, telling our lead to keep one eye open around that guy, insisting that it has the shifty gaze of a serpent, and such folks usually wait for your back to be turned. The hero pays attention, since he also sensed a chill when their eyes collided. Out of nowhere, Yu shows up with the snacks. The soldiers cheer, noticing she gets more charming, and her recipes get more edible every single day. Watching her win everyone over, our lead realizes she is basically the adorable living Lucky Charm of this entire stony fort. She surprises him with some dried meat prepared by her family, explaining it is a little gift for his big outdoor adventure. Ron gives her hair a soft rub. Soon, the commander tells the group to assemble for some trip instructions. He states their goals are hunting frosty titans and wandering the snowy paths between the high peaks and the chilly ocean. Meanwhile, our hero spots Wrath wearing a very odd, stern face, though the spirit claims he is fine, even though some funky vibes are drifting down from the high cliffs. Eventually, every single warrior marches away from the stone walls. Shockingly, the hired swords demand the trailblazers haul their heavy luggage before they even leave. They order the scouts to cherish those packs like secret girlfriends, then laugh at the poorer guys for being hopelessly and miserably single. Ron ponders why those snowy punchers think scouts are unpaid interns for their dirty work. Raiden clarifies that these big shot warriors supposedly need to save their muscles for brawls, like lazy cats. Thus, the low-ranking scouts follow orders like puppies, since this has been the routine ever since this team arrived. Previously, the scouts acted as janitors, lugging heavy equipment back and scrubbing the battlefield like it was a crazy kitchen. Ron suggests the lad should not let this nonsense sting his pride, since getting grumpy only makes life more annoying. Our hero thinks this scout mistreatment is totally ridiculous. These brave souls gamble with death by sniffing out traps and villains first, yet they get treated like yesterday's garbage. When dealing with this frosty assault team, teamwork is as non-existent as a snowman in a scorching desert sauna. Raiden notes their boss, Ezekiel, thinks this toxic mess is normal. The weirdo. Upon learning that, Ron silently vows to smash this terrible habit by giving Ezekiel a very thorough, painful lesson. When the entire group finally reaches the spot, they are shocked to find no icy trolls, which is quite disappointing. Raiden swears he spotted 13 frosty monsters lurking around the edge of the woods earlier. Captain Ezekiel scowls, grumbling that scouts should never wander off solo, and need a real swordsman to hold their hands. Regardless of the whining, the second-in-command tells the group to fan out and hunt for giant footprints. Following several boring hours of looking, they still have found absolutely squat. Our protagonist figures that, even if these cold giants are stealthy, they must have left some crumb of evidence behind. Ron walks up to the deputy leader to request a chance to go poking around some more on his own. Suddenly, Ezekiel butts in, barking at him to pitch tents, instead of acting silly. But Tyrion decides to let him try, even though Ezekiel keeps whining about this being a massive waste of their precious time. The main character activates Glacia to look for clues. That captain keeps up his belly itching. Out of nowhere, the youngster spots the monsters, claiming the beasts are in the icy canyon northwest of that Mount Sterling peak. Ezekiel instantly calls him a liar, asking if he actually found them, or is just making stuff up to look cool. The lad verifies everything. Ezekiel fumes, yelling that this is no time for bad jokes, but our hero coolly replies he is not that dumb. Then things calm down. Tyrion wonders how he tracked them, so our kid explains he used a radar trick he learned from a true master. Ezekiel bickers that the icy glen is way too distant for some magical radar to actually work properly. Inwardly, the second-in-command shares those doubts, thinking a rookie like Ron is probably just dreaming big. Yet, those crimson eyes slice clean across reality, rendering skepticism a very poor fashion choice. That deputy recalls just a single Zygarde resident famously navigates wild terrain like an internal floor plan, specifically Rimmer. Plus, since the boy studied under that legend, he seems credible. The legendary guy bent his sachets frontward, voicing fascination plus inquiring about travel duration. This fellow calculates 30 minutes for arriving besides additional time for locating a superior vantage point. Benta feels flabbergasted that Ron previously whipped up a secret recipe for clobbering those big green monsters. Grinning widely, this youth tells that boss they should investigate, because Sunlight won't be quitting for another couple hours. Ignoring that grumpy Ezekiel whining, Tyrion instructs every soldier for scaling Mount Sterling, claiming such a move might halt catastrophe before things get hairy. Noticing that grumpy captain still remains doubtful, this main hero offers spicy wagers. Should those giants appear exactly as he guessed, those chilly soldiers shall converse politely with scouts, lugging heavy luggage plus assisting with camp scrubbing. Should his guess fail, Rayon will perform any silly task Ezekiel dreams up. Ezekiel agrees, telling the kid for preparing against a giant serving of failure pie. Afterwards, those warriors march toward the icy canyon, where is a mysterious caped dude watches from some bushes like a creep. Stunned to observe the bunch walking straight toward the monster's secret clubhouse, he feels completely confused because they located the hideout despite him scrubbing the trails cleaner than a surgeon's hands. Noticing they might reach those giants sooner than expected, he determines for stalling their progress even more. Suddenly, a particularly nasty idea enters his brain, a concept he likes much more, so he promptly calls some nasty beasties to join the party. Surprise! Those troops bump into a wall of cranky trolls hogging the road. Ezekiel mashes those molars, irritated because Rayan tracked some monsters starting from quite significant ranges away like a bloodhound. This youth saunters nearby, referencing their gamble plus declaring that following combat, those snowy troops shall handle every task, since any leader ought to value his oath. Ezekiel fumes while the boss steps in, noting how lucky Rayan spotted those brutes plus advising the whole group to prioritize that objective rather than weeping. Tyrion rays every squad for battle plus delivers the signal for starting to shoot arrows like angry bees. Those giants, feeling like pincushions, start to wobble on their feet like drunk toddlers. That leader tells his squad for staying aggressive so those ugly things cannot heal their nasty wounds, pausing each blade. These are for chopping those foes down before anyone can even blink. The lead guy watches how solid group tactic keep those frosty goons totally pinned. Yet, Beto is unique, switching from a mellow vibe to having terrifyingly sharp murder eyes in seconds. Dorian sees Rayon just chilling behind, and asks why he is not sprinting into carnage, as the lead says their goal is guarding those fresh recruits. He also mentions having a private date with a different villain. Shortly, the scout team gets told to play backup from the very back. Raiden tells the Blade guys to poke trolls in the face while the shooters annoy them from afar. He admits they are actually kicking butt, because the squad jumped those chili jerks so hard they forgot how to swing back or even breathe, while Raiden punters grabbing a souvenir for Rayon. Danger vibes suddenly hit him, spinning. He sees a beefy troll soldier and a magic nerd walking up. The giant lug pounces toward Raiden, who knows he is too slow, but Tarion and Beta salvage his clumsy skin. They tell him to wake up. Beta notes these buff trolls are built way different. Man, unexpectedly, they get blasted since the wizard troll is camping on the hill and spamming some flashy spells. The second in command yells at the winter team, and Beta to bully the soldier while the scouts shut up that chanting magic guy immediately. While Raiden tells his team to reload, some weirdo in a robe shoots freezing sticks at them. Luckily, that main dude appears and smashes them, which makes Raiden look speechless. That creepy hidden guy walks closer, complimenting Rayon and Tarion for being actually somewhat decent. That second leader spots the hooded jerk named Eden and flips out over the obvious ambush. Eden makes a glowing circle in the sky, and summons some nasty frosty dark phantom hacks, and claims he is staying for the whole party. Every grunt hits dirt like some drops sack of flour, pinned under are frosty hacks which feels like bad winter. Regarding that big fixer, upper project, Eden shouts, he is definitely going to end their careers. Luckily, our young champion lunges ahead and clobbers the villain, shocking the bad guy because he can actually wiggle around despite the spooky magic. Ron mentions he has survived a lifetime of gnarlier hexes and much more freezing vibes. Swiping his wild tooth blade and performing a feral tooth jig, our hero goes for another round. Once that strike connects, he notes that leaning too hard on spooky mojo makes a person lose their actual combat muscles. With Eden fading, and the hacks vanishing, Edekil stands stunned, seeing Ron smash a spell that even put Tarion on ice, fast as lightning. Tarion tells every squad to squash those ugly monsters prior to them getting organized. Once the mess is gone, Tarion gets in Eden's face, mocking him for not deleting even a solitary soul, and asking why he threw this party, offering a quick nap instead of pain for info. Eden chuckles, rejects any mercy, and spills the tea about splitting the castle's crew, then mentions a spicy little parting present, and suddenly, a massive bang rattles the big house. While the noise echoes, Eden brags that their fancy home is going to crumble like a stale cookie. The whole army loses their cool when they notice the barbecue smoke rising from the fort. Raiden, looking totally rattled, screams that the fortress was marketed as a completely invincible stone box. Meanwhile, that blue ghost guy, Eden, admits their first idea was just to bait the big boss. Nilint, out. Since the first act flawed, he improvised a second one, using a magic chant to bring a bunch of ugly monsters into the lobby. Those oversized green dudes are probably redecorating the interior with heavy clubs right about now. Losing his temper, Tarion serves Eden a very high-speed knuckle sandwich, shouting that their home is far too tough to be broken by a few stinky green guys. Our hero concurs, thinking that as long as the legendary boss is home, the property value remains totally safe. Suddenly, that cobalt phantom starts cackling like a maniac, while the entire floor starts doing a very aggressive, wobbly dance. The troops start looking quite perplexed. But our hero gets a feeling this is not just a standard geological rumble. Eden gloats about pulling every string perfectly, claiming the heroes have been dancing to his tune the whole time. He brags that nobody can do squat but witness the fortress crumble into dust from safety. Next he giggles crazily, mocking the soldiers of Tarion. Boiling with anger, Tarion deletes Eden right there. He subsequently tells every squad to head back to Avon Fortress now. Currently, the building is cooking like an oven inside. Indoors, Nilane tells his army to save the peasants first, telling the primary group to douse the flames, while the second crew tackles the chilly giants. Luckily, Tarion arrives back with every single soldier. Nilane says that frozen monsters attacked them, wondering if the group spotted any weird business during their little field trip. Tarion explains how Eden planned the sneak attack, mentioning they slapped the blue spirit that was bringing in those frosty pests. Yet he cautions, considering the evil speech and the rumbling ground, the villains are likely brewing something worse than blue monsters. Nilane debates if the bad guys actually benefit from capturing the dusty old Heaven Castle. However, Tarion argues that this mess could spark a massive monster marathon way too early. Between frosty beasts, ugly creatures, and the shaky floor, The giant tsunami of monsters is definitely coming for them. The grunts start sweating bullets, fearing their broken home cannot survive an incoming parade of hungry, biting things. Milan screams at the top of his lungs for silence, scolding the guys for behaving like frightened little kittens. He mentions that Haven is the big metal wall of this land, and if they lose, everyone's grandma and dog will be defenseless. Using a very emotional monologue, Milan makes the army feel brave again, begging the boys to swing their swords for their sweethearts, not just their skins. His talk quickly makes everyone feel heroic, making Ron look totally shocked by his boss energy. Milan tells half the boys to babysit the locals and scrub floors, while the others must guard the brick walls, telling Dorian and the hero to stay inside, though Tyrion thinks it is smarter to drag both of them to the battlements too. Milan pauses, saying that those two will become monster snacks once the first round starts. Nevertheless, Tyrion argues that the lead guy killed that blue ghost with just one smack, while Dorian came back without a scratch, so do not think they are weaklings. Eventually, Milan tells Ron and Dorian to get their butts up to the stone walls for defense duty. Standing high, a scout sees a very strange thing coming. That leader watches the scene, feeling quite paralyzed. Bent asks his friend Edequiel about seeing such soggy before, but the guy admits this is his debut. Staring at the smelly crowd, the boy thinks of those descriptions of heaven being a perpetual war zone, where one smashes icy North Sea beasts and mounts sterling ghouls without rest. Right now, a giant flood of ugly trolls is sprinting toward the front door. The chief wants a head count, so Tyrion says 1,000 are visible, though the constant flow suggests many thousands more are coming for a snack. Ron feels dizzy, noticing his magic nose cannot even tally the massive amount of beastly bodies approaching. That commander queries whether the lad recognizes these floods, yet our champion admits having slight knowledge. Thinking back, the lad knows stopping such surges typically results in many funerals, hence why squads go on journeys, practicing for such disasters to keep the body count down. Walls can be patched up, but dead guys are notoriously bad at coming back. Right now, the kid must ensure few fighters end up in a coffin today. Those beasts howl loudly, and the boss tells the gang to lift their pointy toys, even if their knees are shaking. He pumps them up, shouting that heaven graduates survive any trial, then brandishes steel while promising a round of booze later. Guys with plates and sticks stand in front, while the bone nerds climb the high rocky bits. Once the leader shouts, sharp sticks fall on fuzzy target, maiming dials. Yeah. Some lookout screams about a beefy green enemy sprinting toward the giant wooden portal. Those grunts try stopping him, but the chunky guy simply does not care. That boss moves ahead, swearing to guard the portal solo. Additionally, green thugs start climbing the bricks, so the troops must use magic glows once the enemies reach the P. Even with their hard work, one green intruder hops the fence. This causes a nearby grunt to shriek for a savior. Luckily, our lad zooms over, deleting that green beast using only one hit. The boy gasps, thinking this place is a total dumpster fire, even after he turned hundreds of beasts into rugs. It seems his current efforts are as effective as trying to tickle a stampede. Suddenly, command screams for everyone to grab something sturdy, because a spicy bonehead is currently hugging the eastern wall. That creature just went boom on the castle stone, sending our main man face planting into the dirt. While he panics about his fellow soldiers, he hears the symphony of guys having a very bad day. Noticing that gravity just claimed several buddies thanks to the explosion, he gets ready to play combat meta. Suddenly, a magical voicemail from Milan pops directly into his brain. She tells him to guard the standing bricks, lecturing that sweating the small stuff leads to a giant collapse of everything else. The guy gets it, because ditching their posts to rescue friends would just let the monsters in for a buffet. However, since he lacks a fancy officer title, he sets a private goal of keeping every soul away from the afterlife. Without warning, the brave lad dives off that ledge to guard his hurt buddies. This makes Wrath scream that he is nuts, doubting his ability to survive while playing a human shield. Our boy agrees it is a suicide mission, but plans to overclock his brain to make it work. Wrath yells about his feelings getting in the way, mentioning that the Grim Reaper is waiting for him. Inside his head, the kid knows that running away is the only smart move. Yet, he promised to exist as a noble blade swinger rather than some sneaky backstabber. Softening up, he clutches his weapon and vows that nobody is getting through his personal gate, fully intending to outlast this literal nightmare. Feeling spacey, our young lad starts turning those creeps into chopped meat. The fight never stops, leaving his palms raw and messy while he drains his magic gas tank. His only feeling involves the metal edge biting into ugly creeps. Plus his entire field of vision has been painted with a messy shade of red. Seconds become hours while that spooky crimson moon starts glitching out in the dark sky. Finally, he notices the ugly mob has basically run out of members. Elsewhere, A woman in disguise watches our hero on her magic orb. She first planned to level the fortress just to grab some dead guy for her collection. Rather, that lady discovers a much better reward from our hero's choices. When morning arrives, our sleepy boy stirs within his mattress. The final snippet of consciousness he possessed involved those fortress barricades crumbling while he frantically played defense until the cavern gateway appeared. Suddenly, the girl dashes toward him. Liquid salt cascades down her cheeks upon discovering the main men finally rejoined the living world. Eventually, Dorian mentions how the whole crew basically suffered a collective panic attack since he remained snoozing indefinitely. Throughout 72 hours of failed resuscitation attempts, everyone assumed he had kicked the bucket, so the sheepish protagonist offers apologies and gratitude to Dorian for his babysitting duties. However, his buddy argues that the genuine credit for his survival actually belongs to you. That girl remained stationed at his hip without a break until the enemy surge finally concluded. Despite her exhausting shifts at the pub, she apparently decided sleep was optional for his sake. A few moments later, Iwa wanders inside while balancing a steaming container of liquid nutrients, suggesting the fellow chew carefully. As she pulverized every single vegetable into mush just for him, Rayan expresses deep gratitude toward the girl for being his nurse. Then she brightly retorts that keeping valued customers alive is simply good for the bottom line. Then hints he should spend some gold at her bar to boost their numbers. While rolling out of his mattress, he proposes a dinner date at the local eatery, because his stomach demands fried, oily sustenance. His friend, though, suggests it is vital for the leading man to prove to the masses that he hasn't actually perished, since the local population was freaking out about his health. Dorian swings the entrance open wide. The troops hail Rayan as the Heaven Castle savior, looking genuinely thrilled to see him vertical. As many confess they fear he was gone for good while thanking him for protecting the fort. Fellas praise his crazy jump into the fray. One guy offers free booze, and another swears eternal loyalty, leaving the baffled protagonist totally mute right as Mylan makes an entrance. The commander looks undeniably stoked to witness Rayan breathing and conscious once again. He clarifies to the group that this particular monster invasion was abnormally massive, and standard protocols usually involve burying half the garrison afterward. Yet because the champion decided to play paratrooper off the ramparts, not one individual bit the dust this time around. Mylan stresses that despite the guy being a mere hired gun, the whole base owes him their lives, then offers a heartfelt thank you. Right then, the knight marches toward the front, which catches the main character completely off guard. Adequail confesses his previous assessment of the warrior was totally backwards, since that commander previously pegged the fellow as a totally green recruit. Even after seeing his talent, the knight admits his arrogance remained. Yet the act of leaping into danger for his peers demonstrated what a real blade wielder looks like. Shockingly, Adequail lowers his noggin in a deep bow, offering a genuine apology for being a jerk previously. Following that, Mylan declares that this victory requires a massive, rowdy celebration. Complimentary snacks and spirits are available for 72 hours at the Branch of Frost, so the crew can party properly. Thrilled, the infantry scrambles away to get hammered, acting like they just escaped the Grim Reaper's clutches. The champion observes those roadie festivities with satisfied expressions, and Mylan urges the guy to jump into the fun, swearing he will ditch the boring office talk soon. High-ranking officers and the second in command get the call to trail behind their boss, while Dorian proposes the main men guard the chairs, ensuring the beer flows without any delays later on. Afterwards, within the grand assembly room, Mylan questions whether the crew will spend the whole night merely sucking up to Rahan. Tyrion argues that massive prizes and fat checks are mandatory, since the kid basically stopped a local funeral boom. Mylan contemplates gifting an item far more precious than some measly sacks of shiny yellow metal, specifically the ancient relic from Haven. Rodin freezes up, fearing the boss might surrender the frosty blade, while Tyrion panics thinking Rahan is moving into the master bedroom. Mylan explains how that pointy metal stick is merely a fancy decorative emblem. Plus he intends granting protection forged using glowing rock belonging to that massive emerald monster. That legendary ghostly pale suit. That gear beats the ice to speak monetarily, but considering the hero's feats, that is practically a discount souvenir. Mylan mentions he will only sleep soundly if Rahan is wrapped in this expensive magical tin. Both leaders nod like bobbleheads, admitting it is the ideal reward for a guy who cheated death so often. Yet, Edkill interrupts with a query, inquiring if the protagonist is actually just some random sword for hire, because the fancy combat tricks he pulled are way too advanced for some average wandering bum. Edkill notices the kid is suspiciously talented, and demands to know what is on his birth certificate. Suddenly, Mylan says sorry, and mumbles about top secret stuff he cannot blab about just yet, but Mylan promises those skeptical people that the lead guy is actually a total sweetheart. Mylan claims the secret truth will drop, eventually, So everyone should chill and trust Rahan since he lacks any visible evil energy. After saying his piece, he tells the group to go party hard and toast to the new local legend. Nearly a year has flown by since Rahan first stepped into this drafty old fortress, and to the main guy, the days felt like a blink and an eternity, filled with massive winds and crazy events. Utilizing that ghost blade from Kuparut, Rahan figured out how to wiggle his internal soul juice around properly. He lived through a beast stampede at the fort, a scrap so nasty it got nicknamed the Underworld Playground. Following that chaotic mess, the hero found a fresh method to chill things out, boosting his overall power stats. During all these headaches, the local residents transformed into reliable buddies who actually have his back. Local gossip regarding these victories saturated every kingdom, providing Rahan a cool moniker as epic fables travel everywhere. Toward the northwest corner, past that massive sandy pit called the Levine Desert, life was getting quite spicy. Word reaches Burn about a mythic warrior causing a ruckus at Haven Castle. A leafy-haired dude mentions how a golden blade master spent all night protecting the Wii, burning nicknames like Castle Savior and Scary Sword Freak. His pulse quickens upon noticing that his favorite overachiever named Ron is somehow packing on even more raw power. That green fellow sits, asking if Ron is the target Burn wants to crush, which the blonde admits is the primary goal. This observer wonders why Burn looks like a kid on Christmas. Instead of being grumpy, his rival is becoming a monster. Burn claims it is way more fun, because chasing down a beast who keeps moving the finish line makes victory tastier. Plus, the more terrifyingly potent our hero becomes, the more Burn will have to improve just to stay relevant. The broccoli-haired guy jokes they must be best pals, but Burn gets sappy, claiming they are strictly professional competitors. Over on the opposite border of that dusty Lithane wasteland, news reaches Martha regarding that legendary freak currently haunting the Haven Castle area. That sidekick mentions a common legend regarding the fortress surviving a massive tsunami of beasts once Ron decided to flex. Martha lets out a breath, wondering if this guy has a limit, or is just aiming for absolute godhood. Her helper rolls their eyes, and says stories are mostly lies, insisting Martha could still kick the heroes, but in a scrap. They highlight the pile of corpses she recently slaughtered. That woman disagrees, grumbling that her current body count is still lacking. She feels that Ron has leveled up like some video game character on a massive winning streak. Her helper looks worried, wondering what kind of nightmare could make a person like Martha feel so nervous. Martha admits the guy once saved her from the grave, and she considers him her official rival for now. Hidden inside that Kadam tropical camp, a fellow soldier asks the girl how anyone could die from ramparts and act as a doctor during the massacre. Some woman with cropped hair calls it a total fairy tale, since no child could achieve that, then asks the girl for a second opinion. Our girl stays cool, while stating the rumors are legit, since the hero is a walking cheat code. The short-haired fighter assumes the guy is a wimp compared to Runan's skills. Runan corrects them, saying he is tougher, with a mind and body of steel. The group looks stunned, mostly because that girl usually conquers the local foliage for breakfast in under 6 hours without even trying. A scout on a branch notices Runan acts weird when Ron comes up, asking if he is her ultimate rival. Runan explains she just wants to be strong enough to tag along, acting like a reliable partner, not a useless sack. Somewhere else, the protagonist is on a frozen peak, obsessively trying to master his frosty glacier techniques. Ron realizes the more he plays with ice, the more his senses start to tingle with incredible high-definition clarity. These days he basically spots flies a mile away, even with his eyelids shut tighter than a jar. He remembers the massive tantrum the salty demon threw when that power initially unlocked. Recently, that grumpy phantom has kept his mouth shut, staring at Mount Sterling like he is owed cash. The boy sees a chance to trick some info out of wrath with a gamble. Suddenly, the salty demon suggests a gamble. Rayon, intrigued by the offer, asks what the grumpy spirit is actually cooking up. The phantom checks if Rimmer's goal was surviving Haven Castle for 12 months, and our boy nods, noting 60 days remain. That angry ghost bets that Rayon will definitely kick the bucket before his time is up. Our hero laughs it off, causing the demon to swear his words are purer than bottled water. The protagonist shouts how his companion lies more than a rogue, asking if he is brainless since the beasts left and graduation approaches. Since Bakken got wrecked, Haven Castle is packed with soldiers, so Eden would be a complete idiot to try another raid now. Rayon thinks he just needs a safe trip back to Zygarde, accepting the wager with a grin, which makes the ghost vibrate with joy. A full month has passed since our hero accepted the spirit's weird gamble, meaning there is only 4 weeks left before his final school test is finally over. Even with those scary predictions, life at the fortress stayed boring, much to the annoyance of the doomed. Saying phantom, annoy, the spirit actually screamed at the mountain, calling the giant rock a total couch potato. Then, suddenly, Our main character spots a massive convention of crows hovering over the stone walls, causing him to suspect that some ugly beast might be lurking in the bushes. Suddenly, his boot crunches an object. Glancing down, he spots a tiny green toad, which makes zero sense, because amphibians usually avoid freezing temperatures like the plague. Out of nowhere, the entire earth starts doing a frantic disco dance, and everyone begins shouting, terrified that the floor is trying to swallow them whole. The alarm chime starts clanging loudly, while lookouts scream that a giant monster swarm is finally arriving. Soldiers start freaking out since it is the wrong season, scrambling toward the ramparts to protect their home. Raiden sprints forth to locate Rayon, telling him to move his butt so they can alert everyone else while running. While the army trades blows with beasts, they notice this swarm is every bit as giant as the last nightmare. Simultaneously, Tyrion questions Milland if Eden is pulling strings, because there are 0 different explanations for such beastly antics. Despite appearances, our hero recognized something was off. These beasts seemed less interested in a full-on massacre than usual. Instead of fighting, they were clearly hightailing it away from something truly dreadful, like a toddler with a permanent marker. Just then, Wrath chimed in with a warning that trouble was approaching, adding a snarky "I told you so" about not escaping when he had the chance. The grumpy voice declared this was the consequence of Rayon's poor listening skills, prompting our baffled boy to desperately ask for clarification. However, Wrath just responded that the alarm clock had already gone off for this particular menace, which had sensed everyone present, and planned to wipe the entire castle clean. As he ducked back into the bracelet, Wrath suggested the monster might calm down with a sufficient offering, causing Rayon to frantically ask exactly what offering meant, and what horror was approaching. Naturally, Wrath simply refused to provide additional details, claiming a lack of accountability for full explanations. Following that unsettling chat, our hero immediately tracked down Commander Milland to ask something vital. He wanted to know the contingency plan for dealing with an unstoppable opponent, perhaps one with a penchant for collateral damage. Milland was completely blindsided by the inquiry, confessing he assumed Ron would never consider such a possibility. He explained that fighting was none, given the sheer number of lives relying on their protection, even if it meant certain death to ensure everyone else escaped in time. That, in a nutshell, was the entire point of having Castle's existence. A monster chose that exact moment to sneak up on Ron from behind. Our hero quickly dispatched the brute, acknowledging that they truly had no clue what sort of threat loomed, which meant running away preemptively wasn't on the table, so he focused on the immediate monster wave. That evening, Edekil noticed the monsters were behaving strangely, ordering his troops to take advantage of their confusion and push them back immediately. Without warning, our hero observed animals running panicked toward the fortress, mirroring the earlier bird stampede, leaving him completely flabbergasted, as this was certainly a first during a monster incursion. Meanwhile, Milland commanded Tyrion to send out units to evacuate every single citizen, including those unlucky enough to be outside the protective walls. Tyrion hesitated for a moment, but Milland sharply reminded him they were running out of time, forcing the subordinate to obey immediately. Following that, Milland shot an urgent thought message to Ron, ordering him to abandon the battlefield if things truly went south. When Ron questioned the directive, Milland responded that he now grasped the hero's earlier concerns, urging him to prioritize survival since a brilliant future lay ahead. He promised the hero that his accomplishments would never fade from the memories of Heaven Castle, but Rayon clenched his jaw, refusing to abandon the masses to their fate. He was dead set against saving himself while leaving everyone else behind to perish. Running solo was simply not an option for him. Abruptly, a truly horrifying feeling washed over him. The shiver went right down his spine as he realized more than half a day had passed, and the sun simply refused to show up. Just then, a large figure with impressive horns started walking toward the castle. It complained aloud about feeling chilly and exhausted, claiming utter exasperation with existence itself. Now fully conscious, the creature declared that it had no alternative but to simply eliminate everything in its path. The new figure's appearance instantly froze our young protagonist in utter terror. Wrath then made his entrance, remarking sarcastically that Rayon was incredibly slow to notice the approaching danger. Wrath finally identified the mysterious figure as Slaw, otherwise known as the Receiver. He turned out to be a demon lord equal in strength to Wrath and the undisputed king of laziness. Milland's entire arm began to tremble visibly with profound hopelessness. He was absolutely dumbfounded that such a powerful creature actually existed. Our hero was astonished to witness even Milland, a verified master, react with such alarm, realizing that because Milland was so highly skilled, he could sense the full extent. The danger was that Sloth had become significantly more powerful than he was back in the demon world, prompting our hero to demand an explanation for his presence here. He assumed Wrath was the only one who had descended into the human realm, but Wrath initially dismissed the question, claiming Rayon was too weak to grasp the concept. However, Wrath eventually gave in and revealed why Sloth had made his unexpected appearance. Wrath explained that over the past year, all the various large and small conflicts, including Eden's assaults, had sent vibrations all the way up the mountain peak. This commotion had begun to disturb Sloth's lengthy rest, as he had previously just been cycling between napping and sleeping deeply. However, the Lady Demon Lord was fully awake. Wrath decided to pause and share a relevant anecdote. He described the demon world as a land of unending violence and ambition, where sleeping in the open makes you an extremely easy target. Yet Sloth, a demon who finds it impossible to stop sleeping, somehow managed to ascend to the rank of Demon Lord. He would simply eliminate anyone who had the nerve to disturb his rest or challenge him directly. He spent 1,000 years wiping out everyone who attempted to speak with or fight him, until he had successfully acquired the status of Lord. Now, Wrath clarified, Sloth was here to systematically erase everyone responsible for interrupting his slumber. When our protagonist started to ask if there was any alternative solution, Wrath quickly interrupted, explaining that if someone of his own caliber, like Rian's grandfather, were present, Sloth would simply avoid the confrontation. Our hero questioned why Sloth wouldn't kill him for waking him up, to which Wrath clarified that Sloth hates prolonged fights, which prevent sleep, even more than being woken up in the first place. Rian scowled, realizing that Sloth's entire decision-making process revolved around maximizing his sleep schedule. Suddenly, Wrath gave our boy two options: either transfer complete control of his body to Wrath to deal with Sloth, or accept total destruction. Wrath claimed these were the only choices if our protagonist truly wished to save everyone. Our hero was forced to rapidly analyze his predicament, knowing that handing over control to Wrath might trigger the ultimate worst-case scenario, the descent of two demon lords. He decided that if it came down to it, he would only let Wrath take control to block Sloth. Just as he was preparing to accept the terms, Myline then walked forward, offering profound gratitude. Myline noted that since Rian arrived, things had improved significantly, and his leadership during the last wave proved trustworthy. Now Mylan wished to be a guiding light for everyone else, so he began to channel his personal aura throughout. The old man says his work is done since he is basically ancient. However, the young lad still has worlds to conquer, making him feel like a total clown for wanting to quit right now. Igniting his spirit, the boy informs the captain that fighting alone is suicide. Thence they shall face the chaos together. The kid screams for the crowd to scram because the grumpy old man said so, while Tarion starts whining from the back, rejecting the idea of ditching his buddies. He demands to stick around until the very last credits roll. The old guy yells that the shaky warrior must rescue others, because he currently possesses the stability of a baby giraffe. Their destiny is grim. Sadly, the commander tells every squad to vacate the fortress and unlock the southern entrance. Each second these two stall buys time for rescue, so the troops flee while begging their leaders to stay alive. The angry one grins, teasing that their struggle is useless, because the lazy bum is already outside the castle entrance. That sleepy villain complains about the icy temperatures, feeling rather cranky because others ruined his nap time. Next he hurls a massive magical blast at the fortress, which almost turns our protagonist into a human pancake, proving the previous attack was just a light warm. The angry spirit offers a spicy deal. I either hand over the wheel or get deleted from existence immediately. However, the kid refuses to quit, hunting for a loophole using the random junk he learned during his journey. He ponders the various traits of his enemy, including his extreme laziness, chilly vibes, and total lack of motivation. Connecting the clues like a frantic detective, the young warrior suggests a bargain to the grumpy soul. The entity appears stunned, hence the boy clarifies. The hero suggests absorbing that fury for a strength increase, yet the ghost chuckles, stating the deal offers him nothing. The lad argues that simply withholding cooperation would cause every person here to perish. If this strategy backfires, the boy will permit the entity to take charge. The spirit fumes. He shuts his mouth as the veteran hits the floor. The lad screams for an answer immediately, lacking any other choice. The salty spirit concedes, muttering that the hero shall definitely regret this annoying stun. Consequently, the sleepy giant senses the spicy vibes and stops moving. Suddenly, the young warrior announces that such a lazy bum must not create drama here, because this region belongs to the angry king. While the lad serves as his current container, the grumpy ghost stands totally stunned. Then he erupts with pure shock, wanting to understand how the kid hijacked his body or what stunt is being played. Violently, the clever hero confesses he is pranking the ghost for always being a total nuisance to him. The angry one is totally baffled, yelling to find out why the boy just claimed this entire fortress belongs to him now. That youngster completely overlooks every inquiry, providing the hero responses. In the meantime, The sleepy giant halts, hoping to verify if the boy is actually the ghost's host, which the lead confirms by claiming the spirit is fuming at any intruders on his land. Within his head, the Ice King screams for Ron to quit lying, because he never uttered those weird threats. However, our main man understands that all of the spirit's whining is basically just shouting into a void. The drowsy one only picks up on the intense frustration pouring out, which was carefully cultivated through a ridiculous wager. Acting as the host, the kid orders the napper to carve this divine command into his lazy soul immediately, inhaling a massive, theatrical lungful. The youngster bellows like someone possessed, shouting how the lover must perish due to invading, and swearing the spirit will sabotage his rest forever should he remain. While the actual ghost wonders if Ron has lost his mind since he never suggested such things. Out of nowhere, the sleepy giant starts sweating, terrified by the thought that his precious nap time could vanish forever. Noticing the panic, our lead feels shocked his trick is succeeding, so he ramps up the drama, faking a negotiation with the spirit. He fakes a tremble and stammers, looking terrified to block the spirit from appearing, while the actual ghost is totally lost trying to understand the boy's weird behavior. Continuing the performance, Ron begs the spirit not to blow his energy on the sleepyhead because they need it to conquer the mainland. At last, the napper talks, staring intensely at the metal jewelry on the kid's arm. Undeterred, the lad keeps role-playing, asking the spirit if he plans to punish the napper for hitting his minions, and if he will stalk the guy to ruin every future stay. Hearing this, the drowsy demon goes stiff, imagining the nightmare of being hunted forever without a single wink of sleep, and pondering if the ghost would actually scrap with him nonstop. In his heart of hearts, the napper understands that a permanent feud means his sweet dreams are officially over. Observing how this moral possesses that spirit's jewelry while targeting his biggest phobia, the lazy demon decides the boy must be the real host. Inside, the protagonist is impressed that he crafted such a perfect trap, exactly as the ghost predicted, by flashing the jewelry and poking the demon's soft spot. Presenting his identity once more, the lad announces he is the chosen host meant for the cranky spirit to possess later. He bluntly informs the napper that the sole cause for this visit was a ruined snooze due to the surge. Next he points the finger at the Eden group, claiming they manipulated beasts to cause chaos, while swearing his team just acted in self-defense and knows nothing regarding the villain's secret lair. Following a brief pause, the drowsy demon mumbles how such claims might actually be legit. There is 0 points in a scrap, so he gets ready to quit, but noticing the aura weakening, the kid elects to keep the heat on. He puts on a show, acting like the ghost might strike, taking a frantic state, pretending the grumpy spirit still possesses things for shouting. Subsequently our lad proclaims, while mimicking that red specter, how the lazy demon cannot simply bolt following those attacks on underlings. The sleeper attempts an argument, but our hero shouts using a hellish volume, muzzling him by mentioning that the napper nearly erased each person present. He mentions the ancient trade regarding one soul for another. Since the sleepy sin's behavior caused his minions to expire, repayment becomes mandatory. That path looks obvious, since the lazy spirit either quits slumbering forever, or conveys his essence inside this royal vessel. The furious shadow feels stunned, finally grasping the human's devious strategy. That sleepyhead, deeming the trade effortless, begins discharging his unique essence inside the youngster. Simultaneously the angry spirit bellows for his partner to annihilate the kid, grumbling regarding a mortal deception, and claiming he could slay our protagonist instantly. Yet the dozer persists without worry, delivering his fuel. Digital alerts tell the boy some drowsy juice currently permeates his essence, pausing until his meat suit adjusts before starting up. The lead male perceives the heavy nap vibes. Meanwhile, the temperamental spirit falls over from irritation, convinced such anxiety might cause his death. The slumber monarch, far too exhausted for conflict, starts drifting away. However, the Ginger youth obstructs his exit yet again. Irritated, the drowsy titan stares towards the youth using soul-crushing intensity, advising the mortal that baiting such a monster is unwise. Alternatively, our lad presents the sleeper with that glowing orb from the goblin chieftain. Sensing heat within that gown, the sleeper thinks he might now slumber eternally. Our lead proposes a bargain, stating the tired entity must never return, plus if another beast wave strikes, he shall resolve it solo. The sleeper contemplates and labels it simple, inquiring whether the irate ghost demanded this. Our lad explains this represents his personal initiative, a pact ensuring the napper remains away forever. Suddenly, the dozer chooses to grant a return gift for that pressy glowing pebble. Hoisting his limb, the napper gifts the youth a floral bangle, mimicking that irate spirit's accessory, mentioning the item provides future utility. While the boy doubts the floral aesthetic, the napper claims it suited his previous master's unique flair. Afterward the sleeper bolts before that fuming specter possesses an opportunity to pester our hero further. Subsequently, The youngster promises his own mind to remain upright until that drowsy creature completely vanishes and daybreak hits the citadel walls. Our hero admits the peril involved. Wary as the livid phantom, totally wrecked, screams profanities. He breathed a sigh of deep contentment, feeling smug about his prior research on sloth and how easily he manipulated wrath into a wager. This whole elaborate con would have utterly collapsed, he realized, if those noisy humans inside the fortress hadn't conveniently passed out. When that interminable evening finally concluded, the morning light appeared as sloth vanished, signaling the end of everyone's terrible ordeal. Milland and his fellow fighters slowly regained consciousness as the dawn broke. Milland tried to recall the final moments, remembering an incredibly powerful explosion of spiritual force. It felt like something out of a myth, a being who transcended all known limits, reminiscent of the mythical king of northern destruction. Milland was utterly bewildered to discover he hadn't actually died. Tarion rushed over, immediately inquiring about Milland's condition. Milland, prioritizing the welfare of his comrades, prepared to reassure Tarion of their safety, but then stopped speaking immediately after spotting Rayon standing completely unharmed right in front of them, leaving Milland absolutely flabbergasted. Then Rayon announced to everyone that he had fulfilled his commitment. Tarion looked completely dumbfounded, questioning whether this young man had actually managed to defeat that monstrous entity. Milland, after all, had been instantly incapacitated, yet Ron somehow survived the entire ordeal. The young champion felt great relief that all his friends were safe. However, his knees gave way immediately afterward, forcing Milland to catch him as he fell. Milland embraced him, proclaiming him their savior. A few days later, the ordinary rhythms of existence resumed their course within Haven Castle. Milland inquired about Rayon's recovery status. Tarion informed him that Rayon remained asleep but seemed physically unharmed. Milland theorized that the boy's body was experiencing severe fatigue and required extensive rest to mend properly. Tarion then mentioned the horned individual, asking about their identity, since he couldn't recall anything that happened following their appearance. Milland confidently stated that the creature had to be demonic in origin. The malevolence, sinister energy emanating from it was undeniably the mark of a powerful Finn. That level of destructive force could only belong to a demon king. Milland confessed that facing such an entity successfully required a legendary figure, like the mythical king of northern destruction himself. The true mystery, then, was how Rayon possibly managed to succeed and ensure their collective survival. Edekiel proposed that maybe Ron struck a deal with the demonic overlord, since actual combat victory against a demon king is completely out of the question. Bargaining must have been the sole recourse. Edekiel theorized that this young man sacrificed his very essence to secure everyone else's safety. Milland distinctly remembered hearing the word negotiation during his time spent unconscious. Edekiel pondered whether Ron truly gave everything for their sake, which only intensified his curiosity regarding the hero's origins. Milland eventually revealed the secret that Ron possessed Dayart ancestry. Edekiel commented that a 16-year-old demonstrating such abilities was unheard of, unless they hailed from the 6 emperors or 5 demons. Tarion, having long suspected Ron was no ordinary person, finally understood the underlying reason if he belonged to the Dayart family. Milland felt overwhelmingly grateful to Ron for everything he endured, and was determined to repay the kindness, pack him up from this point. Ultimately, Ron opens his eyes and spots the usual clinic, figuring things went well since he is still breathing. While lifting his torso, he sees Yua napping next to his mattress, a pail of liquid and cloths nearby, causing him to think she played nurse through the entire duration. Despite not knowing his revival time, she looked after him without taking any breaks at all. Strangely, Ron is not feeling any fatigue. Instead, he feels totally revitalized, with his perception being more acute than it was previously. Abruptly, the spirit inquires if he feels weightless, and begins screaming, labeling the youth a fake since his noggin seems weird, rather than his frame. Rather than bickering, the kid appreciates Wrath for the rescue, but Wrath assumes sarcasm and promises a beating. Wrath ponders if Ron is the sole human to trick 2 hell rulers, calling Sloth the dumbest monarch for being deceived. Also, he screams that it is illogical for the boy's spirit to expand simply by resisting Sloth for a brief moment. Puzzled, Ron examines his attributes, and discovers various prizes. With numerous talents improved, he admits he lacked the opportunity to inspect them before collapsing. Yet now he spots a weird detail. Because of the Sloth attribute, his power levels will rise while he is napping. Both the devil and the kid are shocked by this new information. Currently, Ron knows why he feels great, as his nap equaled a full day of exercise, making him happy with the bonus gains. While Wrath gets angry at Sloth for failing to kill the boy, the demon insists on hearing the specific numbers of the protagonist, and the youngster answers that his points have gone up by nearly 11. This makes Wrath silent, then in rage, shouting about the massive loot the kid stole, while Ron grins, saying his power spikes from Wrath's tantrum, just as Yu awakes and Ron walks inside. Both ask if the hero is doing well, and he claims they are worrying way too much. The LA says that the great leader Milland wishes to speak with him. Subsequently, the lead character salutes the boss, who is glad to see him healed, claiming he never witnessed such fast recovery, and expects the kid to beat him someday, though the boy modestly credits luck. However, the commander demands that the boy quit acting so shy. Next, saying sorry for the schedule, the boss asks for details on how he thrashed the monster. Everyone stares at Ron, who realizes these folks are clueless about hell rulers, and they might kick him out if they think he has buddies with devils. While the kid fumbles for a fib, Milland silences him, insisting he owes no explanations, leaving our protagonist dazed while Milland blathers on, basically claiming that Spooky Beast was a hellish sovereign, and they assume Ron swapped his fleshy bits and ghost essence just to shoo him away. The lad stays quiet, while the sidekicks nod, praising his heroic haggling with the devil, making him realize this misunderstanding is snowballing out of control. Meanwhile, the angry spirit screams that the lazy demon actually forfeited his essence, and no self-respecting devil would ever window shut for human spirits. The leader stands and bellows that because the kid gave plenty, they shall compensate him, as every captain offers a dramatic salute, swearing that the entire fortress has his back, and he simply must holler if he ever desires a snack or a small favor. After a brief pause, the youth mentions there is actually a single tiny request he has in mind. A friendly scrap against the head honcho before he retreats back to his own house. The calendar pages fly by like a frantic pigeon until he reaches his final graduation. Because of the lazy one, our main guy has gotten quite cozy with his beefy physique, finally figuring out how those weird magic tricks actually were, and currently his athletic form is looking sharper than a high-end kitchen knife. At present, the youth wanders toward the fighting pit to challenge the commander, while the local peanut gallery goes wild, screaming for him to knock the old man's socks off before he hits the road. The veteran inquires if the lad is hated, and our hero promises he is fully prepared, having anticipated this specific beatdown. Ignoring any additional pauses, the boss bellows it is time to rumble. The youngster instantly feels the massa, scary energy radiating from Milland, the undisputed heavyweight champion of this dusty old castle. He acts first, charging forward to land a spicy opening blow. Yet the boss parries that swing with absolute grace. They swap a design blur of hits and parries, making the whole stadium rattle, while the observers feel the vibrations while Tyrion, staring intently, is shocked that Ron is making the boss sweat, noting the kid's progress is basically legendary, and frankly unfair, and given the speed of his level up, he is nearly a grandmaster, while another spectator recalls the boy was a total klutz when he arrived. Amidst the chaotic clashing, the general notes the speed is great but the form is dull, reminding him this is just practice before questioning if he expects an easy win. The young warrior just smirks, noting he is evolving fast. Brandishing his toothy blade, the kid swings once more, then, noticing a tiny gap, unleashes a swift fist. Surprisingly, the boss catches the knuckles with his palm like grabbing a falling apple. Milland immediately countered, forcing Rahan to scramble backward in response. Our protagonist was completely baffled, having assumed that a powerful opening strike would easily land. Yet Milland didn't just block it. He was already prepared to strike back and wasn't even breathing hard. Observing Rahan's look of utter astonishment, prompted him to speak. Our hero declared that Milland seemed to anticipate every move, all while continuously generating a strong aura and sword energy without showing any sign of fatigue. Milland explained that the key difference was the middle energy core, which only activates when someone achieves true mastery. This core grants a master the ability to generate enormous power and maintain their aura with almost zero effort. Milland acknowledged that Rahan was the highest level of expert, but hadn't quite reached the master rank yet. Boss, in a match focused purely on endurance and power, Rahan essentially couldn't win. This revelation completely stunned our hero, who finally understood the undeniable advantage granted by the middle energy core and the true meaning of a master's power. A grin spread across Rahan's face, prompting Milland to ask why he was suddenly so happy. Our young man explained that he was simply thrilled to finally see a clear path for future progress, realizing there was still so much more for him to learn. In response, Milland decided to give Rahan a full-scale demonstration of what true mastery truly represented. Gathering every ounce of his strength, he prepared to unleash his most legendary technique, Ice Dragon's Bane. This was a technique that famously destroyed the Ice Dragon itself alongside the mighty Ice Horn's sword in a single blow. Milland unleashed the devastating technique. Our hero, however, steadfastly refused to avoid the blow, deciding this was an unparalleled chance to test his current limits and analyze the master's technique. He activated his own signature skill in response to the oncoming threat. Bones, intrigued by the unexpected counter move, paused to ask for the name of Raon's technique. Our protagonist, combining the knowledge from his Heaven Castle training with the memories of the Thousand Flames technique gained from fighting Slaw, proudly introduced his strongest move as the 10th flame of the Thousand Flames technique, or Fire Dragon's Breath for short. Myland was now intensely focused, eager to discover whether his own legendary sword or Rahan's dragon-inspired attack would emerge victorious. The two powerful combatants sprinted toward one another at full speed. Their signature skills crashed together in a tremendous explosion, completely filling the training area with a cloud of dust and thick smoke. Tyrion watched in stunned silence, completely overwhelmed by the sheer power, wondering aloud if Raon had actually managed to stand up to the commander's attack directly. As the chaotic cloud of debris slowly began to clear, everyone held their breath, waiting to see who remained standing. To everyone's astonishment, both Myland and our hero were still standing in the center of the arena. Raon bowed deeply with genuine respect, thanking Myland for the incredible opportunity and humbly accepting that he had been defeated in the end. The massive crowd absolutely erupted in cheers, celebrating the commander's expected victory, while simultaneously showering Raon with praise for his astonishing performance. Raon's name echoed loudly throughout the massive arena as everyone celebrated his significant progress and indomitable spirit. Meanwhile, Myland was privately marveling at our hero's almost ridiculous level of raw talent. He had fully expected that just his powerful aura would have been enough to secure the victory. Instead, he found himself having to actively deploy protective energy to shield himself from Rahan's counterattack. Deep down, Myland felt completely validated that he had made the absolutely correct choice by deciding to support Raon's path forward. That duel, Raon plus Dorian, finally get ready to ditch the grounds of Heaven Castle. Rodden admits he actually liked having our boy nearby, as Beta tosses compliments like confetti for his wins. Raon showers Myland with gratitude for the assist. Then Myland orders him to stay in one piece. Tyrion says the door is always unlocked for him, and Benta hopes they bump into each other later. Edekil makes his grand entrance now, and our lad asks if Edekil will resume harassing the patrol squad, but Edekil swears he is innocent. Laughing, Raon admits he was just trolling, and that brawling together was a genuine pleasure. They swap a firm handshake, both hoping to level up their combat prowess significantly. When the pair heads out, the local grunts assemble to yell thanks and wave goodbye. Past the heavy castle gates, Dorian maps out their travel plan, provided they keep moving and avoid snack breaks. Raon will hit the ceremony on schedule. Out of nowhere, Yua pops up while panting, so the young man confesses he felt bummed about almost missing her, but feels great now. She says sorry for the delay, claiming she was busy whipping up snacks for their trek. Wrath prays for a Hawaiian pie delivery, while Raon sends his sincere thanks her way, and Yua whispers that she needs a small favor from him. Raon tunes in and gives her his full focus. She stalls for a bit, eventually choosing to keep her mouth shut for now. This leaves our hero scratching his head, though Yua vows to spill the beans later. After the final farewells, Dorian and our main man hit the road, eyeing their retreating backs. Yua quietly swears to ask Raon one day if she can spend her life by his side. One whole year has zipped by since that 5th training hall test kicked off. These students have collected a pile of experience points and legendary feats, and the formerly vacant room is now packed with BFI, upgraded young blade wielders. They brag about their power, thinking they will hit expert rank soon. While Rumor watches from the shadows, a student asks if Raon returned for tomorrow's big day, whereas others fret that he got eaten by monsters. Rimmer gets up to calm them, joking that our hero is too tough to get snatched by anyone. He tells them to quit stressing and keep their eyes on the graduation prize. Then he flops back down, grinning as the students head out. Still, worry nibbles his guts. He promptly gives Lohan a frantic call for assistance. Lohan insists he's powerless, but Rimmer descends into full panic mode, clutching Lohan's knees and sobbing that Raon still hasn't shown up. Knowing the return date was over 4 weeks past, under normal circumstances, Rimmer simply would have slipped out a note. The Heavenly Sword Order, the serious watchdogs of the Shadow Society, have totally sealed off his favorite exit, even Booby, trapping the ceiling with gadgets. Lohan expresses regret, noting he can acquire any details about our young friend because Glenn treats any mention of him like a high-level government secret. Rimmer, visibly fed up, mutters darkly that if Glenn actually cares so deeply, he should at least pretend to like his own grandson once in a while. Having reached his limit, Rimmer determines he will question Glenn personally. He assures Lohan he will reveal whatever information Glenn provides, then stomps away. Lohan, meanwhile, watches nervously in the direction of the main house. In a flash, Glenn angrily projects his strength to put Rimmer in his place. Over at the Zygarde Central Martial Hall, Karan is informed that Ron might potentially be deceased. The assistant explained that the boy should have returned a full month prior, leading to a search team being dispatched. but they were prevented from reaching Heaven Castle by an unforeseen obstacle. The situation resolved itself, yet with zero correspondence from Ron. The conclusion is that he either suffered major harm or died. Karan receives additional word that a nervous Rimmer went to see Glenn, but Karan privately rejoices that the young man is finally out of the picture, and he didn't even have to get his hands dirty. The assistant asks if Eden might be behind this, noting that Ron previously saved Heaven Castle from the Blue Spirit, and Karan muses that Ron, being a complete pest to Eden, probably became a high-priority target. The assistant remains unconvinced that Ron actually bit the dust, so Karan directs his thoughts toward the upcoming graduation assessment. He elaborates that Rimmer's test evaluates initial trainee performance and decides if they possess the necessary skills to become a swordsman, a process lasting multiple days, or even a full week, which means that even if Ron magically appears this evening, he will be unable to join the competition. Karan eagerly anticipates watching the young hero's face when he discovers he has completely failed. As his assistant takes his leave, Karan reflects that he had pondered how to finally get rid of the kid, but this sudden turn of events provides a satisfying conclusion. He does grant, however, that Ron was, at the very least, quite amusing to observe. The day of the 5th Training Center's graduation event has finally dawned. Sylvia stands on the sidelines, nervous about her son and certain he will be disqualified if the proceedings get underway, but her maid reassures her that the event will not begin without the top trainee present. Karan, on the flip side, is feeling highly content. Elsewhere, the trainees are gossiping about the upcoming ceremony and all the grueling missions they had to finish just to get here. Abruptly, Bird strides in, advising everyone to stop wasting time gossiping since the graduation event is about to commence. He commands them to stop acting so casually and return to their proper places immediately, letting out a frustrated sigh as he questions when they will finally grow up. Martha walks up behind Bird, commenting that he hasn't changed at all and remains as rigid as a board. Bird internally observes that Martha's sarcastic personality also hasn't changed. That lady truly ignores if her words bite like a salty crab. Bird warns that her future will be miserable if she keeps picking fights, yet Martha refuses to budge, claiming that folks usually shut their mouths after she punches their lights out. Bird wonders exactly when her massive ego will finally deflate. Staring at the entrance, he questions Rayan's absence, wondering if our favorite lad got jumped by that Eden fellow or some other hooligan. Still, Rungan bets his breakfast that Rayan returns, since the guy basically hates losing to mere mortals, specifically Eden. Out of nowhere, Martha quips that his absence benefits her, since she would snag the top representative spot by default. Rungan begins shouting that the hero is coming home, telling Martha to zip it with her ridiculous garbage talk. Martha barks that if the guy were actually showing up, his butt would already be seated here, as Bird attempts to restore peace. Suddenly, the loudmouth declares the ceremony has begun and orders every student to shuffle into their designated spots immediately. The speaker then heralds the entrance of the legendary, undying Zadar Saiyan, the supreme ruler of frozen lands. Big boss Glenn Zayard arrives, and the crowd bellows rowdy greetings. Then, a nervous Rimmer begs Glenn to wait because 2 students are currently playing hooky. Glenn says no. The February deadline was obvious, so those missing slackers simply aren't graduation material. The patriarch asks if Rimmer is really requesting a pause just because 2 slowpokes are missing in action. With a heavy heart, Rimmer declares the event is starting with the big bosses watching, kicking off the final head count before the show. He notes 43 names on his list, but only 41 actual bodies in the room. Students whisper that the event might ditch Rayan as things kick off. Then Rimmer finishes checking names and declares the commencement is officially beginning. Those massive doors begin swinging shut, yet they oddly freeze mid-motion, making the students quite puzzled. Luckily, Rayan and his buddy Dorian stumble into the room, and Rimmer breathes easy now. Our main man yells he has arrived, and his companions rush over. He says sorry for the delay, but his pals admit they totally expected him to flaunt. Dorian mumbles that he actually exists too. Rimmer feels happy the star pupil isn't dead, and orders him into line, while Rimmer escorts the boy to his place. Perron slams the emergency brakes. The man informs Glenn how the others finished weeks back, whereas Rayan merely arrived, and since the main hero lacks a skill verification, Perron claims this boy cannot finish today. Still, Glenn notes that the mentor handles the grades, focusing on how Rayan acted throughout the last 12 months. Perron gambles how the boy feels far too kind to stall this party merely for a talent check. Instead, Rimmer bellows that the kid will showcase his talent immediately. Without warning, Rimmer plus Curran smash metal together, while those glowing energies begin to ignite. The onlookers gape like shocked fish, noticing how much Rayan buffed up since last winter. Rimmer shouts that real warriors use sharp toys to handle their conversation. Their combined magical energies swirl plus blast toward the high clouds, detonating similar to sparkly holiday crackers. Those spectators are totally geeking out. Meanwhile Karan nearly faints, because Rayan parries the strike with zero effort. He sits there pondering what kind of secret training Rayan survived while he was gone. Rayan mentions to Karan how such a flashy performance should serve as proof. With no other options, Karan retreats while making annoying noises with his mouth. Then, Rimmer checks with the leader to see if the graduation party can finally commence. Glenn gestures toward the wrecked arena floor plus remarks how he intends to pose tough inquiries regarding Rayan once the show finishes, yet he allows Rimmer to continue. Rimmer summons the star pupil Rayan forward, and starts reading the official list of names. Exactly 43 students are here, nobody is missing, and everyone is present. Consequently, the final celebration for the fifth room's graduates is officially underway.